Chapter 930. The scorching sun shone down on the sandy ground. The scorching heat caused one to feel a scorching pain even through one's shoes. It was as if one was standing on red-hot coal. However, the members of the four great sects did not seem to care. Their gazes followed the sect leader's line of sight. At the top of the cliff, a black-robed youth was seated there. A pair of pitch-black eyes were also staring at them. The scene was silent. The whistling wind between heaven and earth seemed to have suddenly quieted down. The atmosphere gradually became strange and solemn. Suddenly, the corner of Xiao Yang's mouth revealed a smile as he sat cross-legged on the cliff. "Sect leaders, it has been a year since we last met. How have you been?" Instantly, the solemn atmosphere in the air was instantly broken. As Xiao Yang spoke, his gaze swept across the four of them. When it swept past Xiao Yang, his gaze paused. At the same time, the latter's gaze towards Xiao Yang had an additional trace of viciousness. "Xiao Yang, I didn't expect you to be even more anxious than us. You have actually already removed the first seal of the ancient tomb." Ignoring Xiao Yang's gaze, Chen Zhen looked at the light screen in front of him. The corners of his mouth curled into a cold smile. "Oh." When these words were spoken, Wu Jitian, who had not noticed this, also turned his gaze and carefully looked at the light screen. Soon after, a bright light flashed across his eyes. Indeed, the first seal of the entrance had been removed. This also meant that even without Xiao Yang, they could still enter the ancient tomb. "Hehe, it seems that they are not on good terms with each other." When he heard the conversation between the two parties, Qin Yun coldly laughed. His tone actually carried a hint of wanting to watch the show. "Hehe. In order to make it easier to enter the ancient tomb, I removed the first seal. Now, the remaining two seals will all depend on sect leader Chen Zhen and sect leader Wu." Xiao Yang smiled slightly as he stood on the cliff. He was naturally able to guess the little scheme in the hearts of these people. It was just that he was unconcerned. With the current cultivation of the four people in front of him, it was already very difficult for them to hurt Xiao Yang. Moreover, even with the addition of Qin Yun's group, they could at most make him feel pressured. In this desolate cliff, if he wanted to leave, no one could stop him. "Humph, we will naturally remove the seal. However, before that, we will settle this with you." With a cold laugh, Wu Jitian took a step forward. Immediately, a powerful aura swept forward like a storm, pressing towards Xiao Yang. Buzz, however, with a thought, a powerful soul force immediately gushed out when the aura arrived in front of Xiao Yang. "Huh! Rank 4 soul power? This guy has actually become a rank 4 alchemist." Sensing the powerful spiritual strength that surged out of Xiao Yang's body, the expressions of the people from the four large sects immediately changed. Even Chen Zhen, who was a rank 4 formation master, had an extremely ugly expression on his face at this moment. Behind them, at this moment, Qin Yun's fair face could not help but reveal a cold killing intent. "Damn it, it must be the hibiscus flower. The hibiscus flower is actually in his hand." The moment he felt the surging soul force in Xiao Yang's body, Qin Yun immediately thought of the scene that had happened in Jinyao City half a year ago. He happily and contentedly put the so-called Fusang flower into his storage ring. It wasn't until he returned to the valley that he suddenly realized that the Fusang flower that he treated as a treasure was actually a nightmare flower that was completely useless to him. This matter had once caused Qin Yun to be greatly infuriated, and the hatred and killing intent in his heart surged wildly. Because of this, he'd even searched the entire western wastelands in order to find the mysterious person that had handed the nightmare flower to him that day. Unfortunately, he didn't know that that fellow had already died along with everyone in the city when they swallowed the entire golden brilliant city. "Damn it!" Qin Yun cursed angrily on the ground. This time around, it was him who was stopped by the black-robed person. "I advise you not to anger him so early. Otherwise, you will not be able to bear the consequences if he escapes." Clearly, the black-robed person's words were quite effective on Qin Yun. The moment these words sounded, the latter appeared to have been splashed with cold water. He unwillingly swung his sleeves, snorted coldly and withdrew. "Temph, so what if your spiritual strength has increased? In front of powerful Do Chi, just your spiritual strength alone is unable to do anything. Jian Ming let out a cold snort from the four of them. He also took a step forward. The powerful aura of an advanced 8-star Do Di pressured Xiao Yang as it charged toward him. Unfortunately, Xiao Yang was still unconcerned about it. Soon after, Chen Zhen by his side also unleashed a powerful aura. Only then did he force Xiao Yang, who was on the cliff, to take a step back. We have yet to enter the ancient tomb, but all of you are already unable to wait to kill me. Xiao Yang's expression was dense. The Do Qi within his body had already circulated to the Qi paths in his entire body. Ha ha, Xiao Yang, we know that once we enter the ancient tomb, we will be restrained by the lightning penalty oath. At that time, it will be even more difficult to deal with you. However, as long as we can finish you off before entering the ancient tomb, we will not have any misgiving. Jian Ming laughed coldly. At the same time, the tip of his foot pressed gently on the ground. His body immediately shot into the sky and was level with Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang, you have caused the foundation of the 4 great clans under my command to be completely destroyed. Hundreds of years of family business have been destroyed by your hands. The old me really regrets not being able to kill you back then. However, since the heavens have given me this opportunity today, the old me will personally settle this with you. I originally thought that it was only the 4 great clans that were incompetent. It is unexpected that you, the sect leader, are also an incompetent fool. Xiao Yang involuntarily laughed coldly when he heard Jian Ming's words. Although the members of the 4 great clans had died at his hands, it was caused by Yi Luotian. At the bottom of it all, this matter was inextricably linked to Yi Luotian. However, even until now, the 4 great sects were still kept in the dark. They were really extremely foolish. Mph, what a sharp tongue. Die for the old me. Jian Ming's body suddenly shook with a furious cry. The Do Qi within his body immediately spluttered out and agglomerated into a somewhat illusionary large sword around him. A sharp sword aura shot to the sky, causing the empty space around him to tremble repeatedly, revealing tiny spatial crack lines. Today, I will let you have a taste of the strongest sword of my 7-sword skill, Soaring Sword. Ha! Soon after, Jian Ming's body transformed into a sword accompanied by an earth-shaking cry. It carried an incomparably sharp overbearing aura as it cut through the empty space and charged explosively towards Xiao Yang. From the looks of this aura, it seemed that he intended to determine the victor with a single sword. Indeed, with his advanced 8-star Do Di strength, he did indeed possess the capital to face a 5-star Do Di. Unfortunately, the current Xiao Yang was no longer the Xiao Yang from a year ago. His fighting strength was incomparable to the past. HMPH, soaring? I will allow you to soar to the sky with a single sword. Xiao Yang was too lazy to say any unnecessary words and delay the battle in the face of this situation. His body shook and the Dragon Phoenix bloodline within his body was instantly activated. Even the Strength Elephant skill and the Dragon Phoenix ancient armor were unleashed. At the same time, the Do Qi within his body wildly agglomerated on his right fist. A powerful strength agglomerated on his right fist as he violently threw a punch forward without any hesitation. With a punch, the advanced 8-star Do Di, Jian Ming, died. Wonderful Bookhouse. Chapter 931. Jian Ming's body was like a pile of minced meat as he was sent flying far away in the empty space. After which, the stunned crowd heard a muffled sound of a heavy object falling to the ground. At this moment, their hearts involuntarily trembled. It was very difficult to imagine that the fellow who had been sent flying in front of their eyes was an advanced 8-star Do Di. The atmosphere in the battleground instantly became tense. A deep fear lingered in the hearts of everyone present. A couple of people in the crowd threw shocked gazes towards Xiao Yang. At the same time, Chen Zhen's group, Qin Yun's group, and the black-robed person standing by the side, who were the closest, felt shocked at the powerful strength that the human figure in the sky had displayed. Xiao Yang's group was stunned. Is he dead? This question lingered in everyone's hearts. Ever since the muffled sound was emitted from behind, there seemed to be no more activity. Moreover, they could no longer sense the slightest trace of life from Jian Ming. It seemed that the latter had really died after Xiao Yang's punch. No one turned around to take a look. It was not that they were not curious, but that they did not dare to do so. Chen Zhen and the others at the front did not need to think too much. They had clearly seen that Jian Ming's body had been forcefully shattered by Xiao Yang's punch. That kind of powerful strength was something that even they did not dare to underestimate. Even Wu Zetian, who was known for his physical body, did not dare to do so. This brat, what has he done during this 1 year? How could his strength have increased by so much? Even though Wu Zetian was unwilling to believe it, the truth was already placed in front of him. He could not afford to doubt it. Xiao Yang's body stood steadily in the sky. His fist, which had been thrown forward, slowly opened. He immediately beckoned with his hand and a suction force immediately surged from his palm. Soon after, a storage ring flew over from the distant sky. It was Jian Ming's storage ring. Since he had already killed Jian Ming, Xiao Yang would naturally not let go of the spoils of war. After all, this was the storage ring of an 8-star Do Di. The collection within it was extremely valuable. Xiao Yang did not wish to easily miss out on such a good resource. Xiao Yang kept the storage ring. Only then did he withdraw his gaze. He looked at Chen Zhen and the others below. His cold face was instantly covered with a warm smile as he said, "The three of you, do you still plan to kill me now?" The three of them frowned when they heard this. Their old faces involuntarily turned green. They were the ones who had said that they wanted to kill Xiao Yang. Now that things had developed into such a situation, they felt quite helpless in their hearts. Once they made a move, it was very likely that they would end up like Jian Ming. However, if they did not make a move, they would lose all their face. Of us. It was also at this moment that an elder from the Celestial Sword sect stepped forward. He roared at Wu Zetian and the others furiously and unwillingly. He hoped that the three of them would consider the alliance and take revenge for Jian Ming. Pa. The old man's incessant chatter was met with a furious slap from Wu Zetian. With the strength of a 9-star Do Di, the old man's body was violently sent flying under Wu Zetian's powerful physical strength even though it was merely a slap against a 7-star Do Di. Bastard. Since when did it become your turn to dictate what I do? You are right. Our 4 sects are indeed in an alliance. However, this is only based on the relationship between the sect leaders. Now that your Sky Sword sect's sect leader is dead, you still want me to form an alliance with you? Do you think you are worthy? Everyone from the Sky Sword Gate immediately became quiet after this explosive cry. The prestige of a 9-star Do Di was not something that they could easily come into contact with. At this moment, the 7-star Do Di who was sent flying by Wu Zetian's slap unwillingly shrank back. Wu Zetian coldly glanced at everyone from the Sky Sword sect before withdrawing his gaze. Chen Zhen and Yi Luotian by the side watched with cold eyes. They had no intention of stepping in. Soon after, the three of them turned their gazes towards Xiao Yang. We can temporarily put aside the grudge between us. However, we will definitely not let this matter rest. Wu Zetian's expression was dense. Although he wished that he could kill Xiao Yang, he did not dare to recklessly seek Jian Ming's future. Ha ha, relax. Even if you will let this matter rest, I will not let you off. Xiao Yang smiled slightly when he heard this. His relaxed manner caused the hearts of the 3 people in front of him to sink. For some unknown reason, even with their strength, they felt powerless when facing Xiao Yang once again. The latter's strength had already appeared beyond their control. This caused them to feel regret in their hearts. They regretted not being able to kill Xiao Yang back then. If that was the case, it was likely that everything today would not have happened. Unfortunately, there was no medicine for regret in this world. Times were different. They were destined to no longer have the opportunity to kill Xiao Yang. 2 sect leaders, let's open the Tianju ancient tomb first. We can't just continue to wait here. That's right, that's right. Quickly open the ancient tomb. Open the ancient tomb. Seeing that there was no longer any activity between Xiao Yang and the remaining 3 great sects, everyone present immediately turned their attention back to the Tianju ancient tomb. Chen Zhen and Wu Zetian exchanged glances with each other when they heard the urging voice that caused one to feel irritated being transmitted from behind. They hesitated for a moment before nodding heavily. After which, The two of them took a step forward and walked in front of the light curtain. Each of them unleashed the surging do chi within their bodies. Soon after, an enormous energy palm and energy finger swiftly agglomerated above the two of them. Within a short couple of breaths, the palm and finger flew forward and smashed into the energy barrier in front of them. Hum hum hum. Immediately, a buzzing sound was emitted from the light curtain. Soon after, everyone could clearly see the light on the originally solid energy light curtain gradually dim. It flickered faintly and the light curtain became increasingly thin until it became transparent. It was a long while later before the energy light curtain completely disappeared. The entrance of the ancient tomb behind it also completely appeared in front of everyone present. At this moment, everyone present stared at the entrance of the ancient tomb in front of them with fiery hot eyes. Their bodies involuntarily trembled slightly. The blood within everyone's body began to boil at this moment. The moment that they had been waiting for a long time had finally arrived. The Tianju ancient tomb was officially opened. Chapter 932. Rumble. At the same time when the entrance to the ancient tomb was opened, numerous huge blue thunderbolts suddenly surged out from the surrounding walls within the deep tunnel. They were like numerous huge snakes, and in the blink of an eye, they filled the entire entrance. Instantly, the crowd that was extremely excited a moment ago quickly quietened down. Many solemn gazes stared at the terrifying thunderbolts in the tunnel. They could feel an extremely frightening power from them. It was hard to imagine how serious the injuries would be if they were hit by them. Esteemed Tianju is indeed worthy of being the #1 person in the Western region. The work of nearly 1,000 years ago is still so powerful even now. It's really impressive. Looks like we can only take this lightning array head-on. It's impossible to dodge it. The thunderbolts in the tunnel seemed to have sealed off the entire tunnel. There was no way for them to escape. It was simply a fantasy. HMPH, sect leader Chen Zhen is having it easy. With your strength as a rank 4 array master, it shouldn't be too difficult for you to resist the thunderbolts with your array. Wu Zetian turned his gaze and looked at Chen Zhen with a smile. Haha, sect leader Wu, why do you have to belittle yourself? Your physical body is also at the peak level. I'm afraid that it hasn't improved for many years. If you can go through the special refinement of these thunderbolts, it might be able to increase your strength. Speaking of which, these thunderbolts might be troublesome to us, but to you, it's a great training resource. Tempage, I'll take your blessings. Wu Zetian smiled in a non-committal manner. After which, numerous figures flew out from behind him and charged into the thunderbolts. Crackle. Instantly, these people seemed to have been thrown into a pot of boiling oil. Thunderbolts were constantly being stirred up and violently collided with their bodies. Miserable shrieks were unceasing. The Do-Di experts were still fine, but the majority of the half-emperors that charged in were instantly turned into ashes by the thunderbolts, except for some of the stronger ones. Hiss. Following the appearance of this shocking scene, the remaining crowd involuntarily sucked in a breath of cold air. The crowd quickly became chaotic as various emotions continuously rose in their hearts. Their greedy eyes stared unwillingly at the entrance of the old tomb in front of them. It was a long time before someone finally withdrew. In the face of life and death, everything no longer seemed so worth it. Tempage, a mere lightning bolt wants to stop this young master? Let's go. At the front of the crowd, Qin Yun's eyes were cold as he looked at the tunnel that was filled with thunderbolts. He snorted coldly and waved his hand. After which, he led the few people behind him and leaped into the tunnel. Soon after, when everyone gradually calmed down, the major forces began to take action one after another. Although the lightning in the passageway was dangerous, it did not pose a fatal threat to them. Not long after, it was the turn of the three great sects. The first to enter the passageway was naturally Wu Zetian, who was extremely confident. Under his lead, the group of elite Do-Di from the Battle Martial sect stepped into the tunnel together. In the face of the lightning, other than neutralizing most of its strength, the remaining portion was automatically placed into their bodies, allowing the lightning to pass through their bodies. Under the waves of pain, the physical strength of this group of people was indeed slowly increasing. Under the refinement of the threads of lightning, Even the physical strength of Wu Zetian's Do Di had increased once again. Just based on this, the old me has not lost out on this trip to the old tomb. Ha ha ha. Although his body was continuously being struck by the lightning, Wu Zetian's heart was filled with joy. After which, it was Chen Zhen's turn. Just like what Wu Zetian had said, with the latter's strength as a rank 4 formation master, it was not difficult for him to deal with the lightning. However, in order to protect the people from the sect behind him, he had to slow down his speed of passing through the tunnel. Xiao Yang only entered the tunnel after a long time. Faced with the incoming lightning, Xiao Yang's method was simple and crude. With a flick of his finger, the Northern King's body immediately appeared in front of him. Faced with the lightning, the strange suction force within the Northern King's body suddenly surged. No matter how large the lightning was, it was unceremoniously swallowed into the Northern King's body and forcefully refined by the Northern King. The frightening lightning, which was something that others could not avoid, had nowhere to hide in Xiao Yang's body. Under the strange suction force of the Northern King, the seemingly powerful lightning was not left behind at all wherever it passed. The strength of the Northern King swiftly soared under this wild swallowing. In the blink of an eye, it had already reached the level of a 7-star Do Di. Xiao Yang's advancing speed did not decrease as he wildly swallowed without stopping. Instead, he became faster and faster. Gradually, even the thunderbolts that repeatedly shot out from the wall were unable to keep up with the Northern King's swallowing speed. From this, one could imagine just how swift the Northern King swallowed the thunderbolts. Of course, blindly swallowing did not mean that the Northern King had completely absorbed the strength of the lightning. This process of refining and absorbing would likely require a very long time. However, the Northern King's strength was still rising. While Xiao Yang was swiftly flying, a bolt of lightning coincidentally charged into Xiao Yang's body. Xiao Yang's heart was suddenly startled by this powerful energy that had suddenly charged into his body. By the time he recovered, the lightning had already spread throughout Xiao Yang's body. It had even reached every cell in his body. An intense pain assaulted him. Xiao Yang was unable to endure this intense pain. The expression on his face instantly became distorted. However, the frightening lightning quickly came under Xiao Yang's control under the wild refinement of the bone-chilling flame. The wild and violent energy within the frightening lightning was gradually removed under the refinement of Xiao Yang's heavenly flame. Of course, the lightning that had already merged with Xiao Yang's muscles and bones could not be easily removed. Hence, Xiao Yang could only helplessly endure the numbness that was emitted from deep within his body. He waited for the remaining lightning energy to completely merge with his muscles and bones. At the same time, the lightning was also gradually refined until it was pure under the refinement of the bone-chilling flame. It turned into an enormous energy that poured into Xiao Yang's vortex. With the injection of such an enormous energy, Xiao Yang clearly discovered that his strength, which had just broken through, had immediately stabilized. Finally, after Xiao Yang had completely absorbed this energy, his strength had risen by another level. He had reached the middle stage of the 6-star Do Di class. Within a short few months, his cultivation had risen from the advanced stage of the 5-star Do Di class to the middle stage of the 6-star Do Di class. This speed was likely something that even some of the seed-level geniuses within the super sects might not be able to achieve. When Xiao Yang discovered that his aura had risen at the same time, the strength of the Northern King in front of him had risen at an even more frightening rate. At this moment, the strength of the Northern King had already risen to the advanced stage of the 8-star Do Di class. Such strength was likely not inferior to even the ancestors of some factions. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 933. The lightning tunnel was very long. Adding the frightening thunderbolts within it, it caused most of the people to involuntarily cry out that they were about to collapse. However, with Xiao Yang's speed, he merely used around an hour to cover this distance. Very quickly, the thunderbolts in front of him completely disappeared. A large hall appeared in front of Xiao Yang. After exiting the lightning tunnel, Xiao Yang's body gradually descended. Soon after, his feet stepped on the ground. In front of the large hall was a large open ground. At this moment, quite a number of factions had already gathered in the open ground. The three large sects and Qin Yun's group were also present. Xiao Yang's appearance immediately attracted the attention of everyone in the open ground. After what had happened earlier, Xiao Yang's name was currently engraved in their hearts. Quite a number of people's faces revealed an especially fearful expression when they saw him. Seeing that Xiao Yang had caught up so quickly, the expression in Chen Zhen's eyes involuntarily hardened. Looking at this refreshed manner of Xiao Yang, it seemed that the latter had not been affected by the lightning tunnel. On the other hand, although nothing unexpected had happened to Chen Zhen's group, the dou qi in their bodies had been greatly exhausted. This also caused their auras to fluctuate a little. They were not as steady and long as Xiao Yang. On the other side, Qin Yun's group also threw their unfriendly gazes toward Xiao Yang. Their gazes paused on the latter for a moment before turning their heads to look at the large hall in front of them. Xiao Yang ignored these gazes. His gaze landed on the large hall at the front of the crowd the moment he stepped into the open ground. The large hall was extremely majestic. It reached all the way to the dome and connected to the stone walls. It was impossible to fly through it. Below, an extremely thick and heavy stone door blocked the path of everyone present. On both sides of the stone door, there was an enormous stone pillar. At this moment, there were actually two enormous lightning dragons coiled around it. These two lightning dragons were different from the thunderbolts in the tunnel earlier. Their bodies were even stronger and larger. Waves of lightning lingered over their blue bodies. The strength that was emitted from them caused people to raise their eyebrows. The arrival of Xiao Yang's group had already woken these two lightning dragons, which had been in a long slumber for nearly 1,000 years, from their long slumber. Xiao Yang's face involuntarily revealed a strange expression as he looked at the two lightning dragons. He pondered in his heart. He did not know if his northern king could swallow and absorb these two lightning dragons. If that was the case, the northern king's strength would once again rise to a new level. At that time, he might have some confidence once he encountered that mysterious black-robed person in Qin Yun's group. The awakening of the two lightning dragons caused quite a number of people present to reveal solemn expressions. The strength of these two beasts was likely not inferior to Chen Zhen's group. They were powerful thunderbolts that were comparable to a 9-star dou di. Even within the entire western region, there were very few people who could contend with them. Yet, they were actually only used to guard the entrance of this heaven-end ancient tomb. One could imagine just how dangerous the deeper regions of this ancient tomb were. Of course, although everyone clearly understood this point in their hearts, they also understood that danger and opportunity often coexisted. As long as they were able to survive these dangers, their rewards would definitely be extremely gratifying. Looks like the thunderbolts outside were merely a small test. This place is the true entrance to the ancient tomb. At the front of the crowd, the ancestors of a few large factions raised their turbid eyes and looked at the two lightning dragons in front of them. Their gazes swept over this majestic large hall and involuntarily sighed. There is actually a formation restriction on this stone door. From the looks of it, this Tianju did not only rely on dou qi back then. From the looks of it, his attainment in the way of formations is likely quite high. Chen Zhen's gaze swept over the stone door in front of him. After sensing the familiar strength that it contained, he quickly discovered this point. Oh, formation her. Chen Zhen, you have the greatest understanding of formations among us. You can be said to be extremely knowledgeable. Why don't you give it a try and see if you can open this formation? Wu Zetian chuckled and turned his attention to Chen Zhen. In his heart, he clearly knew that the two lightning dragons in front of him were not inferior to him. In fact, they were even stronger than him and Chen Zhen. If they were to forcefully attack, it would only bring them endless trouble. Before they truly entered the ancient tomb, he did not want to waste his strength in vain. Mph, Wu Zetian, your words might sound nice, but aren't you thinking too highly of me? I'm only a Tier 4 array master, but the seal on this stone door is at least a Tier 5 one. I can't break it at all. If I try to break it by force, I'm afraid I'll only destroy the seal. If I trigger some unknown force and cause the tomb to collapse, we'll all die here. Although his words were plain and ordinary, when it reached the ears of everyone present, their hearts trembled slightly. Even the black-robed man beside Qin Yun was no exception. Then what should we do? Don't tell me that we are just going to waste our time here. I can't wait that long. Wu Jitian curled his lips and growled impatiently. Chen Zhen helplessly shook his head. He lifted his gaze and looked at the two lightning dragons in front of him. He helplessly said, "From the looks of this formation, it should be connected to these two lightning dragons. In other words, these two lightning dragons are very likely to be the key to unlocking the formation. In other words, the only way to open this stone door is to defeat these two lightning dragons." When Chen Zhen said these words, the muscles on Wu Jitian's face twitched. At the same time, the surrounding crowd could not help but whisper. Xiao Yang, who was standing behind, quietly stood there. If there was no need, he did not want to attempt this now. Rather than rushing to act, it was better to observe the situation first. If there was someone who could resolve it, it would save him some effort. After a short period of time, an old man wearing a grey robe slowly walked out from the crowd. He walked to the front of the crowd. As the old man stepped out, a powerful aura spread out from his body. A quasi-9-star Do Di. This strength was even a little inferior when compared to Chen Zhen and Wu Jitian. However, he could be considered one of the few experts present. Xiao Yang had never seen this old man before. However, he did not take him to heart. The western region was vast and there were many hidden dragons and crouching tigers. The strength of some of the low-key factions was not as simple as it appeared on the surface. This point could be seen from the so-called 4 large sects of the western region. The old man slowly walked out under the crowd's gaze. A vast aura was released and a powerful Do Qi lingered around his body like a long snake. Very soon, the old man's figure arrived between the 2 stone pillars. At the same time, the 2 pairs of huge eyes of the 2 awakened lightning dragons stared intently at the old man. Kai. Suddenly, the 2 lightning dragons moved together just as the grey-robed old man took a step forward. They twisted their bodies and 2 sharp claws attacked the old man from the left and right. A powerful strength easily tore the empty space apart. In the blink of an eye, they had already descended on the 2 sides of the old man. Mitch, back off. The old man did not panic when he saw this. His expression was calm as he twisted his body. At the same time, powerful Do Qi spluttered out from his body. He raised both of his arms and pushed them forward. With the support of his powerful Do Qi, he easily blocked the attacks of the 2 lightning dragons. Soon after, the old man's arms suddenly shook. A powerful force suddenly erupted and forcefully pushed back the claws of the 2 lightning dragons. H. You are merely 2 beasts formed from a formation. You actually wish to stop the old me. The old man immediately laughed out loud after forcing back the 2 lightning dragons with a single palm. Do Qi surged and his body moved. He flew into the air and powerful Do Qi continued to shoot out, suppressing the 2 lightning dragons for a short period of time. The people below were non-committal as they watched what appeared to be a one-sided battle. This old man had already used his Do Qi at the beginning in order to suppress the 2 lightning dragons. On the other hand, the 2 lightning dragons had not truly used their strength other than relying on their brute force. The 2 lightning dragons appeared to be unable to retaliate under the attack of the old man. However, it was likely that the old man would not be able to resist if the lightning dragons were to truly attack. He is about to lose. Chen Zhen watched the intense battle in the arena. His mouth faintly sighed. Soon after, a glaring blue-colored lightning glow flashed on the surface of the 2 lightning dragons. Frightening thunderbolts surged in all directions and instantly shattered the attack of the grey-robed old man. Soon after, the remaining strength heavily smashed into the old man's body, sending him flying. Soon after, Chen Zhen and Wu Jitian exchanged glances in front of the shocked eyes of everyone present. They immediately nodded heavily. Their toes pressed on the ground as their eyes turned back. Their bodies immediately rushed forward. Soon after, they began to fight with the 2 lightning dragons. Rumble, intense Do Qi explosions reverberated over the arena. Thunderbolts shot out and Do Qi flew wildly. The battle in the arena was extremely intense. It caused everyone below to be dazzled as they watched. Their mouths involuntarily clicked their tongues in amazement. The battle in the arena continued for a long time. The two lightning dragons gradually fell into a disadvantageous position in front of everyone's eyes. It seemed that they were about to be defeated. However, it was at this moment that a bright green glow suddenly flashed on the two stone pillars that the lightning dragons were occupying. Soon after, the two lightning dragons actually coiled around each other in front of Chen Zhen and Wu Jitian's grave eyes. Finally, they merged into a huge green dragon. The battle continued. However, this time around, Chen Zhen and Wu Jitian had fallen into a disadvantageous position. Soon after, they were also forced back by this huge green dragon. Chen Zhen and Wu Jitian were thus declared defeated. Wonderful Bookhouse. Chapter 934. Damn it, I didn't expect this bastard to actually merge. This bastard. You can't win, so you rely on merging. Unorthodox methods. If not for this, I would have smashed you into pieces. On the ground, Chen Zhen and Wu Jitian coldly looked at the huge dragon that had already merged. The latter's face was filled with unwillingness. If the two huge dragons had not taken the opportunity to merge, he would have had the chance to finish it off. After all, it was only a formation. Its battle experience was far from being comparable to a real living person. Although it was powerful, Chen Zhen and Wu Jitian had a certain chance of winning if they were to really fight. However, the appearance of this green dragon had turned the situation around in an instant. The merging of the two lightning dragons had caused the green dragon's strength to become even more powerful. At this moment, the green dragon's strength was comparable to a middle-stage 9-star Do Di. It was not that no one present had such strength. However, they were all waiting for one another. They were waiting because there would be someone who could not help but make a move. Since no one is making a move, let me give it a try. Xiao Yang smiled at the back of the crowd. His toes gently pressed on the ground. Immediately, his body flew over everyone's heads like a huge bird. His footsteps landed steadily at the front of the crowd. He lifted his gaze and looked at the green lightning dragon in front of him. Roar. Immediately, a low and deep beast roar was emitted from the lightning dragon's mouth. It caused circles of invisible spatial ripples in the empty space. Behind him, everyone could not help but be startled when they saw Xiao Yang suddenly step forward. This was especially so for those who had a conflict with Xiao Yang. They could not help but frown. Based on their understanding of the former, this fellow was very smart. How could he take the initiative to attack? However, they could not figure out why he would do so from the looks of it. At the front, the corner of Xiao Yang's mouth curled into a smile. His body moved and he soared into the sky, standing in front of the huge dragon. Scanning the lightning dragon in front of him, Xiao Yang's eyes could not help but be filled with anticipation. Immediately after, the lightning dragon in front of him did not hesitate. Its huge body suddenly twisted, and its huge dragon tail swept towards Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang's eyes narrowed upon seeing this. His body moved and the sky extinction step was unleashed. At the same time, he flicked his finger and the Northern King's body appeared in front of him. Its body charged toward the enormous dragon tail without dodging. Boom! With a muffled bang, the Northern King actually hugged the thick dragon tail. A terrifying force erupted, and the dragon tail, which was 2 to 3 times the size of the Northern King's, was tightly wrapped around the Azure Dragon's chest from front to back. A painful roar immediately came from the Azure Dragon's mouth. Roar. Along with the roar came waves of powerful lightning energy. They ruthlessly bombarded the Northern King's body from top to bottom. However, everyone present could clearly see that when the powerful lightning energy approached the Northern King, a strange suction force surged out from the latter's body. Any lightning that came close to the Northern King was unceremoniously devoured by the Northern King. This is his puppet. In the next moment, the expressions on the faces of Qin Yun and the rest, who had some understanding of the Northern King, changed. Although others did not know, they knew very well that Xiao Yang's puppet had an inexplicable suppressive effect on lightning energy. Lightning, which was extremely dangerous and overbearing in the eyes of others, was not dangerous to the Northern King. Instead, it would help him grow. Stop him. Don't let that puppet devour this lightning dragon. At this moment, Qin Yun's group finally understood the reason why Xiao Yang had appeared. They could not help but exclaim. Yang He and the other two behind him were the first to charge toward Xiao Yang. After them was the other 9-star Do Di. As for the black-robed person beside Qin Yun, he did not take even half a step away from Qin Yun. It was as though he was purposely protecting the latter. On the other side, a terrifying suction force continued to surge out from within the Northern King's body. A moment later, the dragon tail that had been wrapped around his chest had strangely entered the Northern King's body. At this moment, the Northern King was devouring the lightning dragon at a speed visible to the naked eye. The lightning dragon was completely unaware of this. It continued to use lightning to bombard the Northern King's body. However, the numerous lightning strikes were all swallowed into the Northern King's body. After a quick refinement, they were all absorbed by the Northern King. At the same time, the Northern King's strength was also rapidly increasing. It was also at this moment that Yang He and the other two, as well as the other black-robed person, moved together. They spread out and arrived behind the Northern King, intending to attack. However, just as they were about to attack, a black figure suddenly flashed out and blocked in front of them. It was Xiao Yang. Cuckoo, instead of attacking me, the master, you want to attack my puppet. What a good idea. Xiao Yang laughed coldly. The corner of his mouth was lifted into a mocking smile. Xiao Yang, don't tell me that you can't wait to die. Yang He let out a cold cry. At the same time that his body trembled, a powerful Do Qi energy swept out from within his body, bringing about waves of wind pressure. Ha! The other three people around him also let out a low cry. Their bodies shook as they released the Do Qi within their bodies. Together, they pressured Xiao Yang. Force Elephant Skill, activate. Xiao Yang let out an explosive cry in his heart. The enormous force within his body immediately gathered. The illusionary figure behind him merged into his body the moment it rose, causing Xiao Yang's strength to become even stronger. At the same time, the Do Qi within the vortex also began to circulate rapidly. The enormous Do Qi quickly covered his entire body. Yang He was the first to bear the brunt. In the blink of an eye, his body had already arrived in front of Xiao Yang. He twisted his body and sent a kick toward Xiao Yang's chest. The whistling wind whistled in front of him. Xiao Yang's expression was calm. Enormous spiritual energy surged out. All the movements of the person in front of him became slow under the cover of the spiritual energy. After which, Xiao Yang turned his body and stood to the side. He grabbed the latter's ankle and violently flung him away. However, without giving Xiao Yang any chance to catch his breath, the human figure in the empty space in front of him once again rushed over. Do Qi shot out and aimed directly at Xiao Yang's throat. His footsteps changed as he used the sky extinction steps. Those Do Qi pillars that were shooting over narrowly brushed past Xiao Yang's body. Soon after, Xiao Yang's right hand suddenly clenched into a fist. A powerful energy crazily agglomerated on his fist. With a punch, he forcefully forced back a 9-star Do Di who was charging over in front of him. Damn it, this brat's physical strength is really frightening. The expression of the black-robed person changed slightly. His mouth involuntarily cursed. The hand that had just received a punch from Xiao Yang was currently trembling under his sleeves. In the face of Xiao Yang's powerful physical strength, even though he was a 9-star Do Di, he was still defeated in one blow without any preparation. Xiao Yang's expression was grave as he was surrounded by 4 people. Facing 4 9-star Do Di at the same time really made him feel powerless. In the beginning, he was able to use the Force Elephant skill to block 1 or 2 of their attacks. However, as his physical strength continued to deplete, some of the drawbacks were gradually revealed. His physical strength was gradually unable to keep up. On the other hand, the 4 Do Di in front of him were still attacking fiercely. During this period of time, there were a few times when they wanted to stop the Northern King from swallowing the lightning dragon, but they were forcefully stopped by Xiao Yang. By relying on the sky extinction steps, even if Xiao Yang was unable to defeat the 4 people in front of him, he was still confident that he could protect himself. In this kind of high-intensity battle, Xiao Yang's strength was depleted extremely quickly. However, at the same time, his combat experience was also becoming increasingly profound. Just think about it. The current Xiao Yang was able to remain unscathed under the attacks of 4 9-star Do Di. If he were to face a 9-star Do Di again in the future, wouldn't he be able to easily deal with them? As for Chen Zhan and the others, although they wished that they could kill Xiao Yang in their hearts, they could only helplessly withdraw their thoughts when they recalled the lightning penalty oath. They only hated Xiao Yang's craftiness in using the lightning penalty oath to restrict their movements. Damn it, this brat is really troublesome. We can't be delayed by him any longer. Attack first and destroy the lightning dragon, the black-robed man cursed hatefully. His body moved and he quickly swept past Xiao Yang. He wanted to take advantage of the fact that the latter was being delayed by Yang He and the other two to step forward and destroy the lightning dragon that was about to be completely devoured by the Northern King. However, in the next instant, when the black-robed man arrived in front of the North King, the originally motionless North King suddenly turned around and fiercely pressed the remaining dragon head from his chest into his body. Almost at the same time, he raised both his fists, and with the terrifying power of lightning, he ruthlessly smashed them into the chest of the black-robed man, who was still in a daze. Bang! In an instant, a frighteningly powerful force immediately gushed out from the Northern King's fists. It was mixed with an extremely powerful and violent lightning force. With an unstoppable force, it instantly destroyed the black-robed man's meridians and internal organs. In just an instant, the black-robed man was seriously injured. Ugh! The black-robed man's face suddenly turned deathly pale. A large mouthful of blood involuntarily spurted out from his mouth. Soon after, it was instantly destroyed into nothingness by the lightning that lingered around the Northern King's body. Bang! As a muffled explosion sounded from within the black-robed man's body, the latter's body immediately flew backwards uncontrollably. Soon after, he heavily smashed into the stone door of the hall. A powerful force and lightning force poured out, and the heavy stone door opened with a loud bang. In an instant, the two battlefields simultaneously quieted down. The crowd below also cast their shocked gazes towards the purple-gold figure in the air, whose body flickered with lightning. At the very front of the crowd, the faces of Chen Zhan and Qin Yun's group also turned ashen at this moment. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 935. The Northern King had seriously injured that 9-star Do Di with a single strike. This powerful deterrence caused everyone present to be shocked. Chen Zhan, Qin Yun, and the other factions who had a grudge with Xiao Yang had an especially gloomy expression on their faces at this moment. This was especially true for Qin Yun. The one who had been seriously injured by the Northern King earlier was his subordinate. However, from the looks of it, that fellow would no longer have the fate to enter this old tomb. A seriously injured 9-star Do Di would require a very long period of time just to recover from his injuries. The environment of this ancient tomb was extremely dangerous. Adding this to the other factions, his seriously injured body would sooner or later become a burden to them. Moreover, even if Qin Yun agreed to continue bringing him along, this fellow beside him would definitely not agree. However, the thing that caused Qin Yun to feel the most solemn was the Northern King, who had swallowed the lightning dragon. From the looks of that strike earlier, the Northern King's strength was likely comparable to an intermediate 9-star Do Di. Such strength, in addition to Xiao Yang, was sufficient to shake any faction present. Qin Yun's expression involuntarily became even more green when he thought of this. He had not expected that Xiao Yang's fighting strength would soar to such an extent within half a year. If he was unable to kill Xiao Yang during this trip to the old tomb, Xiao Yang would definitely become a great threat to him in the near future. The greater the strength that Xiao Yang possessed, the greater the threat he posed to them. Xiao Yang was the first person who had caused Qin Yun to feel such a threat since he was born. At this moment, Xiao Yang's body flashed. In the blink of an eye, he was already standing beside the Northern King. His gaze swept over the crowd below. When he saw the green faces of Qin Yun's group, he involuntarily laughed coldly in his heart. His gaze quickly landed on the Northern King. The Northern King's fighting strength had clearly increased after swallowing this lightning dragon. Although it had reached the intermediate 9-star Do Di level, it was obvious that the lightning strength within its body had yet to be fully absorbed and refined. Xiao Yang was still unable to control the enormous lightning energy contained within the lightning dragon's body in the lightning tunnel. However, Xiao Yang believed that with the Northern King's unique physique, he would be able to refine all of the lightning energy in the near future. At that time, the Northern King's strength would rise once again. With this thought in mind, the corners of Xiao Yang's mouth could not help but reveal a satisfied smile. From the looks of it, this trip to the Tianzhu ancient tomb was already worth it. Not only had his strength stabilized at the mid-6-star Do Di realm, but the Northern King had also reached the level of a 9-star Do Di. With such a combination, Xiao Yang believed that as long as he did not encounter an origin transformation expert, he would be able to guarantee his safety. With a thought, Xiao Yang stored the North King into his storage ring. Then, he lifted his head and looked at the open door of the hall. Behind the stone door, Xiao Yang could see some buildings. However, the group had not stepped in yet, so they could not see clearly. The tip of Xiao Yang's foot pressed against the empty air. His body did not hesitate at all as he charged through the door of the hall. Tianzhu was the strongest person in the western region. Xiao Yang was not worried that there would be any hidden danger within his ancient tomb. Just like the lightning tunnel and the lightning dragon that they had met earlier, any mechanism would be completely placed in front of them. This was the pride of a strong person. They would disdain to use such despicable methods. Xiao Yang was not worried about Tianzhu being the strongest person in the western region. After Xiao Yang entered, everyone behind him also entered in a single file. It was as though they were afraid that Xiao Yang would sweep away all the treasures within. Chen Zhan and the others exchanged glances with each other. After which, their bodies moved and entered the large hall in front of them. Once everyone passed through the door, everything in front of them gradually became clear. Everyone's eyes were filled with shock as they stared at the scene in front of them. Everyone was dumbfounded. Even the people from the major factions could not help but click their tongues in amazement. At the front of the group, Xiao Yang lifted his eyes to look at the vast and boundless buildings in front of him. He was also shocked. At this moment, what appeared in front of everyone was a vast underground city that stretched as far as the eye could see. The boundless buildings extended to the end of their line of sight. Every building was displayed in a different posture. Although it had experienced nearly 1,000 years of history, the buildings did not decay due to the erosion of time. Instead, they appeared ancient and awe-inspiring. Such magnificent buildings could be said to be peerless. In the entire world, there was probably no other city that could compare to them. As for the crowd that had rushed in, they hurriedly spread out. After glancing around with greedy eyes, they hurriedly rushed into the buildings and could not wait to search for the treasures in the ancient tomb. Looking at the crowd, Xiao Yang sighed and shook his head. He could not help but feel pity for this ancient city. Immediately after, Xiao Yang turned his gaze and immediately recognized the path. He looked straight ahead. There, in the center of the entire city, was a straight and wide street that seemed to be specially made to lead the way for them. Seeing this, Xiao Yang did not hesitate. He followed the street and flew forward at an extremely fast speed. He hoped to pass through the city in the shortest amount of time. This time, Xiao Yang's goal was extremely clear. He only wanted to obtain the soul source energy and the other part of the origin returning art that Tianzhu had left behind. As for the cultivation inheritance, although Xiao Yang was also interested, he clearly knew that there would be many experts who would enter the ancient tomb this time around. Once they saw the cultivation inheritance of Tianzhu, they would definitely fight. Under such circumstances, even Xiao Yang had no choice but to retreat. Hence, the chances of obtaining the soul source energy and the origin returning art were greater. At the same time, they were also the most attractive to Xiao Yang. After all, these two things were crucial to Xiao Xian's resurrection. Even if he did not want the Do Qi inheritance, Xiao Yang must obtain the soul source energy and the origin returning art. Chen Zhan, Wu Jitian, and the rest frowned slightly when they saw Xiao Yang's impatient manner. Their bodies moved and they led the experts from their respective sects as they hurriedly gave chase. Behind them, Yi Luotian slowly passed through the stone door. Just as he entered, the black-robed person beside Qin Yun exchanged glances with him without batting an eyelid. At the same time, Yi Luotian's sleeves fluttered in a strange manner. However, he did not alarm anyone around him. Behind him, over a dozen long-robed sect members whose faces could not be seen clearly quickly followed and entered the stone door. What should we do with this fellow? At this moment, Qin Yun's attention was focused on the seriously injured 9-star Do Di. The latter had already fainted. His aura had already dropped to the extreme. If he was not treated, it was likely that he would die at any moment. Oh! This fellow what is the point of keeping a person who is about to die? But he is after all me, Kai. Qin Yun frowned when he heard the hoarse voice of the black-robed person. Before the words from his mouth sounded, the black-robed person waved his large sleeve. A strange suction force surged out from under his sleeve. Soon after, one could see the seriously injured 9-star Do Di's body trembling intensely uncontrollably. After which, a somewhat illusionary human figure flew into his sleeve and ceased moving in the blink of an eye. You, young master, there is no need to panic. He is merely a piece of trash. I am merely helping you take him in. Moreover, although you will lose a 9-star Do Di because of this, you will also obtain an even greater strength at the same time. Qin Yun's expression was green. He was just about to open his mouth when he was stopped by the strange laughter of the black-robed person. What do you mean by these words? Qin Yun frowned tightly. A 9-star Do Di was something that even he could not afford to lose. Yet, this fellow actually dared to make sarcastic remarks here. If it was not because he was afraid of the latter's strength, it was likely that he would not have been able to endure it. Humph humph, now is still not the time. You will know not long later. However, before that, it is best that we follow that group of people. Otherwise, if we lose them, it will be extremely disadvantageous to us. Qin Yun was initially startled when he heard this. He turned his gaze and saw that Chen Zhen's group was about to disappear from the edge of his sight. Only then did he viciously glare at the black-robed person. A cold snort was emitted from his nose. He swung his sleeves violently and led Yang He and the other two behind him as they hurriedly gave chase. After which, the black-robed person watched Qin Yun's back. The face under the black robe that was covered by the mask revealed a strange smile. After which, he moved and followed closely behind. Just as the black-robed person followed a few steps behind, two figures wearing black robes slowly stepped in from outside the stone door. Two pairs of eyes under the black robes stared intently at the back of the black-robed person. A glint flickered deep within their eyes. As the human flow continued to enter, an old man wearing a white robe was following behind a handsome young man who was also wearing a white robe. The few people following behind them were also wearing similar outfits. If one were to look carefully, one would be able to discover that there was a clan emblem on their chests. The picture on the clan emblem looked like a bird spreading its wings and soaring, appearing extremely domineering. At this moment, this group of people was stepping into this place with slightly faster footsteps. Numerous gazes swept in all directions, appearing to be searching for something. Young master, that Xiao Yang does not appear to be staying here. Beside the young man, the white-robed old man's turbid eyes swept across the huge city in front of him. Surprise flashed across his eyes, but at the same time, he did not see Xiao Yang's figure, who had already disappeared into the distance. He immediately frowned and reported to the young man beside him. Don't stop. Go straight to the main hall. He must be there. Hearing this, the young man's eyes immediately narrowed. An ice-cold glint flashed across the depths of his sky-blue eyes. Immediately after, his body moved. The few people behind him walked into the air together with him. They followed the straight street in front of them and quickly flew towards the depths of the ancient tomb. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 936. The vastness of the city seemed to have far exceeded Xiao Yang's expectations. By the time he regained his senses, the noise behind him had already disappeared. As for the tall stone door, it had also disappeared without a trace. Until a certain moment, a change suddenly occurred in the straight streets of the city that stretched as far as the eye could see. The street that was originally straight to the end suddenly split in the middle and split into 5 different streets. Xiao Yang's body also stopped in front of these 5 streets. Sweeping his gaze across these 5 streets, Xiao Yang frowned slightly. In his heart, he recalled what Tianying had said to him back then. Within the Tianju ancient tomb, there were 3 different halls. The lifetime of Tianju's cultivation was also split into 3 and sealed in a hall. The method to open the hall was to use the skill that Tianju was famous for. However, looking at these 5 streets in front of him, Xiao Yang could imagine that the path that led to the 3 halls should be among these 5 streets. However, it was a little troublesome to find the correct hall from among them. Even though only 2 of these 5 streets were fake, there was still the risk of making a mistake if one was not careful. Once Chen Zhen's group managed to seize the opportunity, regardless of whether it was the Doqi inheritance, the spiritual source strength, or the return to source skill, he might miss all of them by the skin of his teeth. Regardless of how small the chances were, he could not afford to make a mistake. Sweeping his gaze back and forth across the 5 streets in front of him, Xiao Yang's brows were tightly knit together. He did not know how to choose in his heart. Once he made the wrong choice, it was extremely likely that it would result in an irreversible outcome. He could not afford to make a mistake. However, under the probing of Xiao Yang's spiritual strength, these 5 streets did not have any unusual energy ripples. In other words, if he wanted to accurately find the hall where the Doqi inheritance was located, other than relying on his intuition and luck, there was no other possibility. Thinking of this, Xiao Yang's heart involuntarily sank. Although the chances of making a mistake were very small, he could not afford to make any mistakes. However, the current situation was that other than relying on luck, there was nothing else he could do. There seemed to be a special restriction within this space. His spiritual strength was blocked when it spread to 1,000 feet around him. This also caused Xiao Yang to be unable to find the end of these 5 streets. The restriction of his spiritual strength caused Xiao Yang's heart to become even heavier. However, it was also at this moment that Xiao Yang's dark black eyes focused slightly. A weak spiritual ripple was transmitted from the storage ring. Immediately, Xiao Yang's spirit, Xiao Xian's soul. At this moment, the unusual spiritual fluctuation had spread out from this place. Buzz, just as Xiao Yang was overjoyed, Xiao Xian's soul in the jade bottle once again emitted an extremely weak spiritual ripple. From the looks of it, it seemed to be attracted by something. It was not difficult to guess that in this ancient tomb, the only things that could attract Xiao Xian's spiritual strength should be esteemed Tianju's spiritual origin energy and the returnance technique. Although the spiritual ripple emitted from Xiao Yang's soul was extremely weak, he was still able to accurately capture it with his powerful spiritual strength as a rank 4 alchemist. Xiao Yang followed the direction in which the thread of spiritual ripple was spreading and looked over. Very quickly, he confirmed 3 streets. Instantly, a joyous smile appeared on Xiao Yang's solemn face a moment ago. Forcefully suppressing the excitement in his heart, Xiao Yang's eyes brightened as he looked at the 3 streets. As if on purpose, the 3 streets that led to the halls were the streets on the left, right, and center. As for the 2 streets in the center, they were fake. After finding the exact location of the 3 halls, Xiao Yang pondered for a moment, then turned around and chose the street on the left. In order to avoid those who decisively chose to barge in, Xiao Yang felt that it was safer to take the side streets. Since he had already chosen the direction, Xiao Yang's figure quickly disappeared. After a while, Chen Zhen and the others arrived. Faced with 5 different paths, the few people who arrived one after another hesitated. Being unaware of the truth, they had even more misgivings in their hearts than Xiao Yang. The result was just as Xiao Yang had expected. Most people decisively chose to go all the way to the end. Only a small number of people chose the other paths. However, the fortunate thing was that no one was interested in the path that Xiao Yang was on. Until a certain moment, a group of people led by a young man arrived at the fork in the road. "Young master, Xiao Yang has removed his aura. This subordinate is unable to determine where he has gone." The white-robed old man beside the young man frowned. Finally, he helplessly opened his mouth. "Ah, since I have come to look for you, I have naturally thought of this." The young man smiled indifferently when he heard this. He extended his hand and the storage ring on his finger flickered. Immediately, a green-colored jade tablet appeared in the young man's hand. If Xiao Yang was present at this moment, he would definitely be able to recognize that this green-colored jade tablet was a Kai Hanyu. According to what he knew, other than Lung Bingshuang, only Murong Qianxian and himself possessed this thing. Kai Hanyu appeared in the young man's hand. The young man poured some do qi into his palm. Soon after, an unknown energy ripple immediately spread from it. The young man's eyes followed it and looked over. At a glance, he identified the street on the left. That was also the direction where Xiao Yang was located. Humph, give chase. Today, I want to see just how capable you are. The young man let out a cold cry. The group of people beside him immediately flew swiftly toward the street on the left. The young man ceased hesitating. His body moved and he quickly followed. An hour later, Xiao Yang's forward-flying body finally came to a stop. At this moment, an ancient hall with a tightly shut stone door appeared in front of him. There was no need to think too much. This was definitely the place where the Do Qi inheritance of Tianju was sealed. However, compared to this, Xiao Yang was more curious about whether the spiritual essence strength and the return to source skill would also exist in this place. Xiao Yang's body moved as this thought flashed across his heart. The sky extinction step was unleashed on the empty ground in front of this large hall. Soon after, the tightly shut stone door in front of him appeared to have sensed something. It slowly opened in front of Xiao Yang's fiery hot gaze. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 937. The stone door of the large hall slowly opened and Xiao Yang's field of vision gradually expanded. When the stone door was completely opened, what appeared in front of Xiao Yang was an enormous empty palace. The interior of the palace was extremely large and spacious. Only in the deepest part of the large palace was one able to see an enormous stone chair. It was perfectly fitted to the wall behind it. At a glance, it appeared as though the original wall had been chiseled away and the chair had been carved from it. It was not difficult to imagine that the stone chair was the seat of the owner of this tomb, Tianju. However, at this moment, there was not a speck of dust on the stone chair and not a single person could be seen. Even Tianju's skeleton was nowhere to be seen. From the looks of it, Tianju's skeleton did not exist here. Xiao Yang was not concerned about this. He was only curious about Tianju's spiritual source strength and the Guiyuan art. That was all. After taking a few steps into the large hall, Xiao Yang immediately saw a huge energy cluster floating at the center of the large hall. Xiao Yang's intervention caused the originally motionless cluster of light to emit some energy ripples. Hum hum hum, a slight buzzing sound was emitted and a majestic energy aura swept out from the energy cluster of light and blasted toward Xiao Yang. Although this energy aura appeared weak, when it was blasted out, even with Xiao Yang's mental strength, the expression on his face could not help but change. Although this aura could not be considered strong, its strength was something that even Xiao Yang could not underestimate. Xiao Yang raised both of his arms and the Do Qi in his body swiftly surged. Soon after, he blocked the energy aura with some difficulty. At the moment when he blocked it, Xiao Yang could not help but take half a step back. From this, one could see just how strong this aura was. Is it a Do Qi inheritance? Since that is the case, where is Tianju's spiritual source strength? Xiao Yang muttered to himself as he scanned the entire hall with his eyes. However, even after scanning the entire hall, he was unable to find any power related to the soul, let alone the returnance art. Is it not here? Immediately, a suspicious thought surfaced in Xiao Yang's mind. If the spiritual source energy and the origin returning art were not here, where would they be? Could it be in the other two halls? If esteemed Lord Tianju's idea was to let the fated obtain it, then it was not impossible. However, if that was the case, then wouldn't esteemed Lord Tianju's soul source and the origin returning technique fall into the hands of others? Not good, I have to return immediately. Shocked, Xiao Yang ignored the battle qi inheritance in front of him and turned around, intending to leave this place. However, in the next moment, the instant Xiao Yang turned around, a group of people dressed in long white robes swiftly poured in from the entrance of the hall behind him. The two thick stone doors were also tightly shut after these people entered. For some unknown reason, Xiao Yang's heart suddenly sank. At the same time, he raised his eyes and looked at the group of people in front of him. The person leading them was actually a young man who was slightly older than him. At this moment, when Xiao Yang looked at the young man, the latter was also staring at him with an unfriendly gaze. Even the eyes of the group of people behind him were similarly ice-cold. Seeing this, Xiao Yang narrowed his eyes. The corner of his eyes glanced at the Doqi inheritance in the hall behind him. After which, he looked at the group of people in front of him and said in a deep voice, "The few of you, I can give you the Doqi inheritance in this hall. However, I want to leave this place now. I wonder if you can make it convenient for me." While speaking, Xiao Yang's gaze landed on the young man who was leading the group. His gaze stared intently at the latter. He could tell that the one who was truly in charge of this group was this young man. Hence, whether he could get these people to make way and leave this place depended on this young man's decision. "You are Xiao Yang?" Although the young man had already confirmed the latter's identity, he still could not help but ask. Hearing this, Xiao Yang's heart sank. These people were indeed targeting him. However, he had only just met them at this moment. Moreover, the other party could not even completely confirm his identity. He had never met them before this. How could he have any enmity with them? "Answer my question." The young man's voice sank as he cried out with a frown. Faced with this unprovoked hostility, Xiao Yang also felt some anger in his heart. He was currently in a hurry to leave. Where would he find the time to delay with them? Immediately, his voice sank as he similarly cried out in a low voice, "I am Xiao Yang. However, this seems to be the first time that I have met all of you. If there is nothing else, I hope that all of you can move aside. I can allow all of you to take away the Doqi inheritance in this hall. Ph, since you admit that you are Xiao Yang, then, attack. Beat him up. Teach him a good lesson." However, the young man did not act as Xiao Yang had imagined. After confirming the identity of the person in front of him, the young man waved his arm and pointed his delicate finger at Xiao Yang. At the same time, a stern cry was emitted from his mouth. The Doqi in his body surged. The group of people behind him also charged toward Xiao Yang. The group of 13 people included 2 9-star Dodi, 4 8-star Dodi, and 6 7-star Dodi. As for the young man, perhaps it was because he was wearing some kind of special accessory, but Xiao Yang was unable to confirm the latter's cultivation before exchanging blows with him. If it was an ordinary time, Xiao Yang would definitely withdraw as much as he could when faced with 13 high-class Dodi at the same time. However, the current situation left Xiao Yang with no way out. If he wanted to leave this place, not only could he not retreat, but he also needed to finish off this group of people in front of him within a short period of time. With a flick of his finger, a purple-gold glow immediately appeared beside him. The Northern King, whose strength had just broken through to the intermediate 9-star Dodi level, had met with a tough battle at this moment. "I still have something to do. Let's end this quickly." With a low cry, a thought passed through Xiao Yang's mind. The Doqi in his body surged. His body and the Northern King by his side shot out explosively at the same time. They went all out and met the 13 elite Dodi head-on. Although these people were already aware of Xiao Yang's cultivation level, they did not see the scene of Xiao Yang killing Jian Ming with a punch despite having seen the Northern King swallow the lightning dragon and leaping to become a 9-star Dodi. Hence, this group of 13 high-class Dodi still knew that Xiao Yang's fighting strength was that of a 6-star Dodi. This would definitely give them a great surprise. Chapter 938. What shameless boasting. Even if this puppet of yours has the strength of a 9-star Dodi, you are overestimating its strength if you wish to deal with us. A white-robed old man from the group of elite Dodi immediately laughed coldly when he heard the words that were emitted from Xiao Yang's mouth. At the same time, his body shook and the speed at which he charged forward immediately became even faster. In the blink of an eye, he had already arrived in front of Xiao Yang. The other 9-star Dodi flew and blocked in front of the Northern King. His sharp attacks smashed toward the latter. They did not dare to be the slightest bit careless in the face of a 9-star Dodi puppet. Xiao Yang looked at the old man who was being soaked in hot water. A feeling of doubt involuntarily rose in his heart. At such a close distance, he was able to clearly sense the repulsion and enmity in the latter's eyes. However, that kind of enmity seemed to be far from the point of wanting to get rid of him. In other words, it was just as the young man had said. Their aim was really to teach him a lesson and not to kill him. Xiao Yang involuntarily felt even more surprised when he thought of this in his heart. Brat, you dare to be distracted when facing a 9-star Dodi. Are you seeking death? The old man cried out sternly. His raised hand suddenly smashed down toward Xiao Yang. Powerful Do Qi carried circular invisible ripples in the surrounding empty space. It was about to land on Xiao Yang's shoulder. It was also at this moment that Xiao Yang's body suddenly twisted. The shriveled hand of the old man brushed past Xiao Yang's shoulder and quietly turned a corner of his black robe into pieces. What? Why is this brat's speed? The old man's heart was startled. At such a close distance, even he would have difficulty dodging. However, Xiao Yang in front of him was actually able to do it so easily. This really caused him to be shocked. However, the thing that caused him to be even more shocked was yet to come. Bang! Just as the old man was feeling shocked by Xiao Yang's reaction speed, Xiao Yang's hand had unknowingly landed on his shoulder. Soon after, an enormous force surged out from Xiao Yang's palm. With just one strike, the old man's body was forced back. At the same time, Xiao Yang's other hand was also raised. His body twisted left and right, dodging the attacks of the few elite Dodi. After which, both of his palms were extended. Either a punch or a palm, he forced the 10 elite Dodi that were charging toward him. Were forced back. 10 high-class Dodi. This kind of lineup could be considered a top-notch lineup in the outside world. They were existences that could do whatever they wanted in the entire western region. However, at this moment, they were unable to even block a single punch in Xiao Yang's hands. Under the situation where the Force Elephant skill and Do Qi were used together, Xiao Yang's fighting strength was already not inferior to a 9-star Dodi. His frightening physical body, which far exceeded that of an ordinary person, caused each of his punches to be filled with strength. Unless it was a 9-star Dodi, any elite Dodi below that level was destined to be unable to withstand a single punch from Xiao Yang. As for the old man from earlier, if he had not underestimated Xiao Yang's fighting strength, he would not have ended up being forced back by Xiao Yang with just one strike. Unfortunately, his absolute confidence in himself and the disdain he felt for Xiao Yang from the bottom of his heart caused him to pay the price. At the same time, the 9-star Dodi, who was fighting with the Northern King in the battleground on the other side, had an ashen expression on his old face at this moment. The muscles on the corner of his mouth twitched repeatedly. He did not expect that this puppet in front of him would be so frightening. Even with his strength as an intermediate 9-star Dodi, he was not able to gain the slightest advantage in a fight with it. Instead, he was shocked to discover that the strength of the Northern King was increasing with each collision. It seemed to be showing signs of breaking through to the advanced 9-star Dodi class. Damn it, isn't this thing a little too monstrous? Old ghost, what are all of you doing? Quickly, that brat. The old man let out a soft curse in his mouth. He had just turned his head and looked in the direction where Xiao Yang was at when the curse that had yet to leave his mouth was immediately shocked by Xiao Yang's frightening fighting strength. Even his repeatedly dodging body could not help but become slightly sluggish. The Northern King caught this moment of distraction. By the time the old man recovered from his shock, the Northern King's fist had violently smashed into the old man's chest. Bang! The old man's face paled after a low and deep thump sounded. A trace of blood involuntarily flowed out from the corner of his mouth. His body also flew back involuntarily. Soon after, he was stopped by the old man. After confirming that his injuries were not serious, all of them turned their solemn eyes to the Northern King. Xiao Yang had sent a 7-star Dodi flying with a palm in midair. After which, he withdrew his gaze. His eyes turned and landed on the white-robed, young man. The expression on his face had also recovered its calmness. I won't kill them. Now, you should move aside. Xiao Yang's tone was calm. However, it was not difficult to hear the trace of impatience contained within it. His heart was still concerned about the spiritual essence strength and the return to source skill. He really did not wish to stay any longer. The young man's face involuntarily revealed a solemn expression when he heard this. However, he did not move aside. Instead, he raised his arm and extended his hand toward Xiao Yang. Immediately, his 5 fingers slowly clenched tightly. His body suddenly disappeared from the spot the moment his hand clenched into a fist. The next time he appeared, he was already in front of Xiao Yang. A fist violently smashed toward the latter's face. Xiao Yang's eyes hardened. He involuntarily felt a shock in his heart. This white-clothed, fluttering young man was actually a 9-star Do Di. Such speed could be considered one of the best among most 9-star Do Di. However, the person he was facing was Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang raised his hand the moment the young man's body appeared. He flipped his hand and blocked the young man's punch. Soon after, he rotated his wrist and it landed on the latter's left shoulder. Bang, however, the young man's body emitted a bang the moment Xiao Yang's hand landed. It turned into fog and swiftly disappeared. Xiao Yang's heart was slightly startled. He could not help but feel surprised. The young man's speed was actually so fast that even he was unable to catch him. It should be known that under the cover of a powerful spiritual strength, it was impossible for the young man to completely dodge regardless of how fast he was. However, at that moment, the latter's aura had completely disappeared from Xiao Yang's spiritual strength detection. In other words, the reason why the young man was able to dodge his attack was not because of his speed. Instead, it was because, Great Way Energy her. It is really surprising. Great Way Energy. Xiao Yang immediately guessed that other than his void Great Way, there was another Great Way energy that could display such shocking speed. It was the Great Way of Wind. Soon after, just as Xiao Yang discovered the Great Way energy that the young man had used, a palm suddenly landed on Xiao Yang's back. Soon after, a powerful force suddenly gushed out. Kai, this time around, it was the young man's turn to miss. What? You are not the only one who can control the Great Way energy. A faint voice sounded beside the young man's ear. At the same time, an icy cold palm landed on the young man's neck. Chapter 939. Everything that happened in the hall seemed to take a long time to describe. However, in reality, the battle only lasted for a few minutes. In order to resolve the problem in front of him as soon as possible, Xiao Yang did not hold back at all this time. Other than the fact that his injuries were not fatal, his attack speed and strength could be described as terrifying to the people in front of him. In front of the tightly shut stone door, Xiao Yang's hand grabbed the young man's neck from behind. Fighting chi gathered in his palm. Even though he did not plan to kill this guy, he did not mind killing him if the latter dared to do anything excessive. After all, he already had many enemies. There was no harm in adding one more. The power of the Great Way? I did not expect you to be able to control the power of the Great Way. However, do you think that you can control me just like that? Being controlled by Xiao Yang, the young man laughed coldly. With a thought, he wanted to use the power of the Great Way to escape from Xiao Yang's hand. Swoosh. After escaping from Xiao Yang's hand, the young man's face was cold. He flew backwards and immediately stood in the void not far away from Xiao Yang. He looked at Xiao Yang with a cold smile and said coldly, Up until now, no one has been able to truly control me. Even if you can place your hand on my neck, you can't. Oh, is that so? Hearing this, Xiao Yang smiled mockingly. There was an inexplicable meaning in his words. What do you mean? The young man's face sank. He had a bad feeling. However, looking at the situation before him, his worries were unnecessary. Haven't you noticed that you are still surrounded by my power of the Great Way since the beginning? What did you say? Xiao Yang smiled faintly. However, the young man's expression changed drastically in an instant. He turned his gaze. At the same time, 6 tents appeared in the void around him. They quickly gathered and surrounded the young man. Under Xiao Yang's control, the young man returned to Xiao Yang under the control of the Great Way of the Void. Damn it! What time is this? The young man was shocked. He frantically mobilized the power of the Great Path in an attempt to break free from the control of the 6 tents. However, he was not so lucky every time. Under the control of Xiao Yang's Great Way of the Void, the Great Way strength that he could control was not enough to allow him to escape. His continuous struggle would only cause the 6 tents that were tightly wrapped around his body to become even more restrained, causing him even greater pain. I think you should save your strength. Even if you have also grasped the power of the Great Way, from your appearance earlier, you should have only comprehended it not long ago. I think your Great Way of Wind can only be used 6 times at most. With just that, you are unable to break free from my Great Way of Void. Xiao Yang said with a smile when he saw the young man trying to resist. What? The Great Tao of Void? You have comprehended the Great Tao of Void. The young man originally thought that Xiao Yang could guess that he had only comprehended the power of the Great Way for a short period of time. This was already shocking enough, but when he heard that the Great Way that Xiao Yang controlled was the Great Way of the Void, the shock in his heart grew even more. The power of the Great Way was the most difficult power to control in the world. It was far more powerful than Battle Chi and Genesis Chi and couldn't be tolerated by the human body. Among all the different attributes of the Great Way of the world, the Great Way of the Void was ranked at the forefront. The Great Way of the Void was far more powerful than the Great Way of Wind. Whether it was in terms of power or speed, the Great Way of the Void could be said to be crushing. At this moment, the young man finally understood why the Great Way of the Great Way that he was so proud of was so useless in front of Xiao Yang. On the other side, the 2 elders and the injured Do Di hurriedly surrounded Xiao Yang when they saw that their young master was being controlled by Xiao Yang. As for the North King, he returned to Xiao Yang's side under his control. His empty eyes constantly scanned the surrounding people, and the murderous aura that seeped out from his body made everyone shudder. Xiao Yang's eyes involuntarily brightened as his gaze swept across the North King's body. From the flickering black lightning on the North King's body, it could be seen that the lightning power accumulated in his body was rapidly being refined and absorbed. Perhaps it was because of the battle earlier, but the speed at which the lightning was being refined and integrated in the North King's body had increased significantly. This made Xiao Yang pleasantly surprised. Although Xiao Yang had yet to find the spiritual essence strength and the origin returning skill, this was quite a good piece of news for him. Kid, we have indeed underestimated your strength. However, I still have to tell you that he is someone you cannot kill. If you kill him, you will definitely regret it. The white-robed elder, who had attacked Xiao Yang earlier, stared at Xiao Yang with a grave expression and spoke in an extremely low voice after stopping the few people beside him who could not resist attacking. Xiao Yang merely smiled in a non-committal manner when he heard this. He had really heard too many of such words. He had also done a countless number of things that went against this result. Hence, Xiao Yang did not pay any heed to the old man's threatening words. Of course, he would not really kill the young man because of this. It was just as he had suspected in his heart. Although this group of people had enmity toward him, it was not to the extent that they had to kill him. Hence, rather than killing them, Xiao Yang was more curious as to why this group of people had attacked him. I do not know whether I will regret it if I kill him. However, I am certain that if you do not tell me who you are and why you have come to find trouble with me, he will definitely die. Xiao Yang's gaze was indifferent as he looked at the elder in front of him. His expression contained a stern expression. When the latter heard these words, he stared at him with a gloomy expression. It was a long while later before he opened his mouth and spoke in a low voice. Brat, do you still remember Murong Chantian? The expression on Xiao Yang's face instantly stilled when the elder's words left his mouth. At the same time, his mind involuntarily recalled the exquisite young lady whom he had met when he had first entered the Shalin mountain range. After these years, it was likely that the latter had already grown to become increasingly slim and elegant. Chantian her? I wonder how that girl has been all these years. Xiao Yang muttered softly in his mouth. His heart involuntarily felt some regret at how quickly time had passed. However, what does this matter have to do with Chantian? Xiao Yang frowned. The do qi in his body involuntarily began to circulate. If this matter was disadvantageous to Murong Chantian, he would immediately make a move and kill everyone present. The one who is currently being restrained by you is called Murong Shen. He is Miss Chantian's blood brother. Chapter 940. As he absent-mindedly stared at the city below, Xiao Yang's figure rapidly dashed through the streets. His heart was in a mess. Just now, after hearing Murong Shen's general description, he finally understood why the latter had attacked him. A few years ago, ever since Murong Chantian had been brought back to the clan by her fourth uncle, Murong Hao, that girl had been depressed all day long. She seemed to have something on her mind and was no longer as lively as before. If it was in the past, such a quiet girl would definitely make her father and brother feel gratified. After all, Murong Chantian was someone who could not stay idle. Even in the clan, other than her father and brother, everyone else would be somewhat afraid of her when they saw her. However, after returning to the clan this time, Murong Chantian suddenly seemed to have changed into a different person. This caused her father and brother to involuntarily feel worried. This kind of situation continued for over a couple of months. In the end, Murong Chantian, who did not like to train, for some unknown reason, shut herself into the training room specially provided by the clan. She stayed there for a couple of years. Not long ago, Murong Chantian finally exited from her long seclusion. Soon after, however, before her brother and father could relax, this girl had disappeared in the blink of an eye. This time, even the clan elders were unable to discover any traces of the latter's disappearance. Only now did her fourth uncle, Murong Hao, inform the father and son about Xiao Yang's matter. At the same time that the two of them were shocked, they hurriedly dispatched people to search for Murong Chantian. Murong Xian's group was here to search for Murong Chantian. Even their trip to the ancient tomb this time around, other than searching for Xiao Yang, was also to search for Murong Chantian. However, they only realized that the girl did not appear to be here when they arrived. In this way, Xiao Yang had also become their target. Unfortunately, they had truly underestimated Xiao Yang's strength. Due to their carelessness, they had been so easily dealt with by Xiao Yang. If it was not for the fact that both parties had no intention to kill, Murong Xian's group would have already turned into a pile of corpses. After hearing this news, Xiao Yang left the hall with a heart full of melancholy. He decided to look for Murong Chantian after this trip to the ancient tomb. However, before that, he still needed to find esteemed Tianju's soul source energy and the other scroll of the origin returning technique. Very quickly, Xiao Yang once again arrived in front of the 5 forked roads. Without any hesitation, Xiao Yang directly charged into the middle of the street. Whether or not he could find those two things would depend on this time. At the same time, in another hall, many figures were standing in a disorderly manner. They glanced at each other vigilantly, and no one dared to act rashly. In the center of the crowd, a huge ball of energy was floating slowly. When everyone looked at this ball of energy, their eyes were filled with greed. It seems that there is nothing else in this hall. This Douqi inheritance should be the precious treasure left behind by Tianju. If we can devour and refine the Douqi inheritance of an origin transformation expert, won't we be able to create a supreme expert out of thin air? Ch, how ignorant. What origin transformation expert? Esteemed Tianju was a true returnance expert when he was at the peak of his cultivation. It was only after reaching returnance that he chose to seclude himself. After that, he completely vanished from the continent. You bunch of unambitious people actually believe that he was an origin transformation expert. How foolish. Although Chen Zhen's words were filled with disdain, they did not cause any commotion when they reached the ears of the surrounding people. Instead, a wave of shock swept through the crowd. Returnance. Did the esteemed Tianju actually become a returnance expert in the past? Voices that were filled with shock swiftly spread throughout the large hall. Chen Zhen's words caused the originally fiery hot gazes of these people to become even hotter at this moment. The flame of greed in their hearts became even more intense. Numerous gazes were filled with an endless longing when they looked at the Douqi inheritance in the square. If they could obtain the Douqi inheritance of a returnance expert and successfully devour and refine it, would that not mean that the Western region would have a very high chance of gaining another origin transformation expert in the near future by borrowing the power of the Douqi inheritance? They would become one of the candidate. Swish. Under the urging of one's greedy heart, there would always be someone who would be unable to resist and act first. As expected, a moment later, a yellow-robed old man suddenly charged out from a certain spot in the crowd. He used a lightning-like speed to fly toward the Douqi inheritance. However, the hunter would shoot the bird that took the lead. The appearance of the old man had caused him to instantly become the target of everyone present. In the blink of an eye, A 7-star DI had been killed by the combined attacks of everyone present. At this moment, the battle in the hall began. Boom! Boom! Intense explosions continuously resounded within the hall as human figures flew about. From time to time, experts would be forcefully sent flying from the crowd. There were even some who were attacked by many people at the same time and turned into a bloody mist in the blink of an eye. Bright red blood quickly covered the floor of the hall. In the end, other than the few factions and the people from the 3 great sects, there were only a few powerful individual cultivators left in this large hall. They were still unwilling to stay in this place. Among them, the ones who had retained the most strength were naturally the Divine Refining sect and the Battle Martial sect. As for Yi Luotian's side, the people behind him had scattered during the battle. The robes that covered their bodies had already fallen to the ground. From the looks of it, it was extremely likely that they had died in the battle earlier. Chimph, how is it? Do you still plan on fighting with us? At this moment, Chen Zhen and Wu Jitian stood side by side. The two of them did not attack each other because there was only one Do Qi inheritance present. Instead, they worked together with great teamwork to keep the others at bay. Although the Do Qi inheritance appeared extremely powerful, they could still tell that the power within the inheritance was not as great as they had imagined it to be. Just like what they had said before, Tian Ju was a returnance expert. His cultivation could be said to be the greatest in the history of the Western region, yet the power within the Do Qi inheritance was nowhere near the level they had hoped for. When they thought of the 5 paths from before, the 2 sect leaders immediately understood that it was extremely likely that there was more than one Do Qi inheritance. In order to maximize their benefits, working together had become an extremely good choice for them. When the remaining factions heard Chen Zhen's words, the greed in their hearts immediately diminished by more than half. In terms of individual strength, they might be able to barely match up to the 2 people in front of them. However, if they were to join forces, they would no longer have any hope. As for working together like Chen Zhen and Wu Jitian, it was even more impossible for the organizations present to do so. There was a difference in strength between them to a certain extent. They did not trust each other in the first place, so the outcome of working together was obvious. As a result, the organizations chose to retreat in the end rather than wasting their efforts. Chen Zhen and Wu Jitian exchanged glances with each other as they watched the few factions gradually withdraw. A satisfied smile surfaced on the corner of their mouths. Immediately, they turned their eyes and looked at the Do Qi inheritance behind them. Sect leader Wu, as long as we practice, I believe that there are not many organizations in this ancient tomb that can rival us. Chen Zhen smiled with a golden light in his eyes. His words were filled with arrogance. As a 9-star Do Di and a Class 4 formation master, his strength was enough to allow him to stand at the top among experts of the same level. Wu Jitian's forte was his physical strength. With the 2 of them working together, one attacking and the other defending, they were undoubtedly the best combination. Chen Zhen, I advise you not to be too careless. The background of Qin Yun in this group is frighteningly strong. Even you and I cannot easily become enemies with him. Wu Jitian wore a solemn expression as he shook his head when he heard Chen Zhen's words. Although he appeared to be well developed, he was definitely not a simple-minded person. Anyone who dared to underestimate him would likely have to pay a hefty price. So what if his father is at the origin transformation stage? As long as we obtain these Do Qi inheritances, we will also be able to advance to the origin transformation stage. At that time, the Western region will no longer be a place where his Qin wasteland Maze Valley can do whatever he wants. Chen Zhen laughed coldly. His smile appeared extremely ferocious. Even Wu Jitian could not help but feel a chill in his heart. Additionally, we have no way of dealing with the most troublesome person. The person Wu Jitian was referring to was naturally Xiao Yang. With the lightning punishment oath as a check, they were not allowed to attack Xiao Yang as long as they were within the ancient tomb. Otherwise, they would definitely be punished by the lightning punishment oath. That kind of power was something that even they would feel terrified of. As long as they were within the ancient tomb, it would feel as if there was a thorn above their heads at all times, watching their every move. This caused them to feel extremely uncomfortable. Once we leave this place, We will definitely make him pay the price in blood, Chen Zhan cursed with a dark and cold expression. However, a moment later, a ghost-like figure suddenly appeared behind the two of them. Leave. In my opinion, this place is rather suitable to be your tomb. So, stay here. When the figure appeared, a hoarse voice that was as cold as the water of hell suddenly sounded beside the two of them. At almost the same time, the disciples around the two of them suddenly let out miserable cries. Soon after, the sound of bodies falling to the ground could be heard. In the blink of an eye, the 20 people from the two sects had all been killed. A moment later, when Chen Zhan and Wu Zetian hurriedly regained their senses and retreated, they saw with disbelief that the figure that had appeared behind them was actually Yi Luotian. Chapter 941. Grug. While Chen Zhan and Wu Ji were exclaiming, Yi Luo's 5 fingers were inserted into their chests with a grug sound. A frightening strength immediately spread. Ah! Accompanied by a kai-kai sound, the injured areas on their chests were swiftly corroded at a speed that was visible to the eye under the extremely swollen red and distorted expressions of the two of them. Within a couple of breaths, a large patch of flesh on their chests had been forcefully corroded, revealing the dense white bones, scarlet flesh and internal organs underneath. Under the corrosion of that corrosive strength, one could clearly see that even the white bones, which had been exposed to the air, had changed color. Even the hardest bones in a human body appeared to have melted, becoming viscous. In an instant, the 2 9-star Do Di had already turned into seriously injured bodies. The two of them continued to stagger backwards. Finally, they emitted a plop sound as they collapsed onto the ground. Within a short moment, the physical strength of the two of them seemed to have been completely exhausted. They used their Do Chi to forcefully endure the intense pain that was being transmitted from their bodies while throwing their incomparably terrified eyes at the person who was approaching them step by step, Yi Luotian. At this moment, regardless of how stupid they were, they should have been able to guess that the other party clearly had designs on them. However, they had been kept in the dark by the person in front of them from the beginning until the end. You, just when did you? Your cultivation is not that of an 8-star Do Di. The two of them stared at Yi Luotian in front of them with great horror. The fear in their hearts could not be described with words. They had never expected that the person whom they usually looked down upon the most would actually control their life and death today. Moreover, the strength that they were so proud of was completely worthless in the eyes of the latter. TSK, have the both of you finally discovered it? Unfortunately, it is already too late. The old me had already successfully broken through to the 9-star Do Di class a couple of years ago. It is only because I have been waiting for this moment today that I have kept quiet. Originally, I thought that I would be able to kill the 3 of you with my own hands today. However, I did not expect that that useless Jian Ming was unable to even block one punch from Xiao Yang. How useless. Yi Luotian's face was filled with ridicule. The disdain in his words was not hidden at all. Soon after, numerous human figures flew over from behind him. Their expressions were wooden as they stood behind Yi Luotian. Only at this moment did Chen Zhan and Wu Zetian raise their heads to take a look. Only then did they discover that the dozen-plus people standing behind Yi Luotian had frighteningly powerful cultivations. These people were all 9-star Do Di. Moreover, Chen Zhan and Wu Zetian more or less knew the faces of these people. Lin Nan. You are the Bloodscale Hand Lin Nan? Why are you in his team? While Wu Zetian's eyes were jumping around, he suddenly discovered a familiar-looking person in the group behind Yi Luotian. This Lin Nan that he had mentioned was also a 9-star Do Di. The latter's strength was not inferior to Wu Zetian at his peak. In the past, the two of them could be considered both enemies and friends. They often chatted and laughed with each other. However, this Lin Nan was currently standing behind Yi Luotian like a servant. This really caused Wu Zetian to feel extremely shocked. Lin Nan lowered his head in the face of Wu Zetian's question. In the past, he had some friendly relations with Wu Zetian. Now that the relationship between the two of them had turned into such a state, it was likely that no one was willing to see it. What is going on? What is going on with all of you? All of you are renowned experts within the Western region. Why are all of you actually willing to stand behind him, Wu Jitian was immediately furious when he saw these people lower their heads. A 9-star Dodi would actually reveal such a lowly slave-like appearance. This was really something that he could not imagine. Oh, Lin Nan, it seems that you and sect leader Wu are old acquaintances. At this moment, Yi Luotian turned his gaze towards Lin Nan in the crowd behind him. His face carried a smile. However, this smile caused one's heart to palpitate when one looked at it. Lin Nan did not move, hoping to avoid Yi Luotian's question. Ha ha, it is fine if you do not wish to speak. Now, I will give you a mission. Yi Luotian smiled ferociously. His bloodthirsty eyes stared at Lin Nan as he slowly said, "Pluck out Wu Jitian's heart." Yes. Lin Nan's body trembled uncontrollably in an instant. Even his breathing involuntarily paused. His entire heart felt as though it had been struck by lightning. He had never imagined that Yi Luotian would be so vicious as to ask him to pluck out Wu Jitian's heart. Such an action was really worse than a beast. Why, are you planning to disobey my orders? Yi Luotian's eyes immediately narrowed when he saw that Lin Nan did not move. A cold glint flashed deep within his eyes. Threads of killing intent swiftly gathered. 1, 2, 3, until 10 breaths later. Ah! Suddenly, the trembling Lin Nan let out a miserable shriek. His entire body instantly fell to the ground. His miserable shriek caused everyone's eardrums to explode. His entire body uncontrollably curled up and twitched violently. Fresh blood flowed out from all 7 of his orifices. His aura also rapidly declined. A short moment later, he had completely lost his aura and turned into a corpse. Those 9-star Dodi, who had witnessed everything from the beginning, did not have the slightest intention of stepping forward. Perhaps it was because they had seen a similar situation before and did not dare to step forward in order to protect their own lives. Everyone present only felt a deep fear in their hearts toward Yi Luotian. No one knew just how frightening this seemingly amiable old man was. Do all of you want to give it a try? Yi Luotian's earlier action was to kill the chicken to warn the monkey. Losing a 9-star Dodi was nothing to him. The most important thing was that he currently possessed an even greater fighting strength. As long as he was able to control these people better, he would not need to be afraid that they would not listen to him. From the looks of the current situation, his earlier action had undoubtedly obtained an extremely great result. Damn it, Yi Luotian, you are vicious and merciless. You will definitely not have a good ending. Chen Zhen clenched his teeth tightly as he cursed with an unwilling face. Humph, the same goes for you. However, all of you are far too foolish in comparison. You are destined to be unable to become the rulers of this world. The law of this world is that the strong prey on the weak. I am merely following the law and becoming a strong person. This is a necessity. The expression on Yi Luotian's face became increasingly wild and savage as he spoke. All of you are merely pawns in the exchange of the strong. You are not worth mentioning. 2 rays of light suddenly shot out the instant his words sounded. They immediately penetrated the brows of the 2 men. At the same time, the do qi that had just gathered within their bodies instantly scattered. Humph, trying to self-destruct in front of me. You are really seeking death. Yi Luotian snorted coldly with disdain. His eyes immediately turned and landed on the do qi inheritance in front of him. The corner of his mouth was lifted into a greedy smile. At the same time, he once again spoke in an icy tone. Kill them all. Leave no one alive. Immediately, the 10 plus 9-star Dodi behind him once again moved. Yi Luotian had also sent people to seal the stone door of the large hall when he had attacked earlier. Hence, none of the factions present had managed to escape. At this moment, with the combined attack of these 10 plus 9-star Dodi, only Yi Luotian's group remained in the large hall in a short moment. Yi Luotian kept the do qi inheritance and turned his head around. His eyes once again landed on the corpses that littered the ground. With so many corpses, the remnant soul strength was not a weak force. Yi Luotian smiled ferociously. He waved his large sleeve and a strange suction force immediately spread outwards. Soon after, the remaining spiritual essence strength on the corpses within the large hall was completely absorbed into his bag. At the same time, Xiao Yang on the other side had also arrived in front of another large hall. Chapter 942. At this moment, quite a number of people had already gathered in front of the tightly shut heavy stone door. These people were extremely vexed at the fact that this stone door could not be opened. They did not expect that even though they had arrived at the deepest part of the ancient tomb, they would actually need the 3 famous Do skills of Tianju to open the stone door. Yet, none of the people present possessed them. This resulted in most of the experts leaving this place to search for other ancient tombs, with the exception of a small group of people who remained. At the same time, they also hoped to be able to meet up with Chen Zhen's group. However, their hopes were destined to be dashed. It was also at this moment that the black-robed Xiao Yang suddenly arrived. Numerous gazes in front of the stone door immediately looked at the black-robed human figure who was gradually approaching. Soon after, joy surged within everyone's eyes. Xiao Yang, it is Xiao Yang who has arrived. This time, the stone door can be opened. Even if the stone door is opened, will you be able to snatch it? Xiao Yang can even finish off an 8-star Do Di with one punch. Xiao Yang's appearance not only gave these people a pleasant surprise, but also attracted many fearful gazes. Xiao Yang also saw Qin Yun's group from among the crowd. At the same time, the 2 black-robed people at a certain spot in the crowd also noticed Xiao Yang's arrival. The corner of the mouth under the black robe revealed a playful smile. 2 pairs of eyes quietly looked at each other, but they did not say anything. Xiao Yang immediately understood in his heart when he saw the experts gathered here and the stone door that had yet to be opened. From the looks of it, Chen Zhen and Wu Jitian had yet to arrive. In other words, no one had touched the things within this large hall. This was undoubtedly good news for Xiao Yang, who was currently in the middle of this matter. After arriving in front of the crowd, Qin Yun's group also noticed the former's arrival. Immediately, a dense chill surged within their eyes. However, they also knew that now was not the time to attack Xiao Yang. Hence, they withdrew their gazes with hatred. Standing at the front of the crowd, Xiao Yang's footsteps paused in front of the stone door. The crowd behind him gradually surrounded him. Xiao Yang could wait, but they could not wait to enter the stone door and investigate. The corner of Xiao Yang's eyes swept over those people behind him. Immediately, his feet moved and the sky extinction steps was instantly unleashed. A flowing wind whistled past the stone door. Soon after, the stone door slowly opened with a loud bang. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. Soon after, a wave of flashing human figures rushing through the wind sounded beside Xiao Yang's ear. Numerous human figures continued to charge out from all around Xiao Yang's body. They formed a black mass. This scene appeared as shocking as a swarm of locusts sweeping across the ground. However, Xiao Yang was unconcerned about this. The moment the stone door opened, Xiao Yang's spiritual strength surged in and swiftly scanned the interior of this large hall. Finally, Xiao Yang involuntarily frowned. After some investigation, he was still unable to find the so-called spiritual essence strength. Could it be that Tianju did not leave behind any spiritual essence strength? Since this was the case, why did Tianying's words back then come true in this place? Xiao Yang's heart was filled with dissatisfaction. Other than the Do Qi inheritance, the interior of this large hall was no different from the previous large hall. He was unable to detect the aura of the spiritual essence, much less the so-called return to source skill. Could it be that there was nothing here other than the Do Qi inheritance? Damn it, just where are those 2 things? Xiao Yang's body stopped moving. His heart was filled with disappointment. From the looks of it now, it was likely that only the last large hall was left for him to try his luck. Buzz, however, just as Xiao Yang was about to turn around, Xiao Xian's remnant spirit in the storage ring suddenly moved once again. This time around, even the half-remnant return to source skill in the storage ring was buzzing. Xiao Yang's heart suddenly jumped when he realized this. His body, which was just about to turn around, suddenly paused. He lifted his gaze and his eyes, which were filled with flames, instantly looked at the stone door in front of him. More accurately speaking, he was looking at the large hall behind the stone door that countless experts were anxiously waiting for. Xiao Yang's body moved. He did not hesitate even a little as he directly charged into the large hall in front of him. His eyes were searing hot as they swept all around him. At this moment, the large hall was in complete chaos. All the experts who had entered the large hall had discovered that there was nothing in the hall other than the Do-Chi inheritance in the middle. Was this not clearly telling them that only the strongest person among them would be able to obtain the Do-Chi inheritance? The process of selecting the strongest person was naturally the price of blood and life. The chaos in the hall had far exceeded Xiao Yang's expectations. At this moment, everyone was repeatedly attacking each other in order to obtain the Do-Chi inheritance. Their greed caused their attacks to be even more ruthless than usual. In order to achieve their goal, they would stop at nothing. These people would definitely not be stingy with any method that could reduce the obstacles in their way. Very quickly, quite a number of elite Do-Di in the hall had lost their lives because of this. At this moment, Xiao Yang was raising his eyes and looking all around him. He spread out his spiritual strength and carefully investigated every inch of the large hall. Very quickly, a scene that was slightly different from the one in the large hall earlier appeared in Xiao Yang's eyes. That is, Xiao Yang's gaze directly passed through the crowd and looked at the deepest part of the large hall. There was also an enormous stone chair that appeared to be carved from stone at that spot. However, the difference between this stone chair and the earlier one was that there was actually a lively old man carved on this stone chair. The old man was sitting upright. Both of his hands were placed on the armrests on both sides of the stone chair. Although he was a stone sculpture, his pair of eyes appeared to be alive. They carried a disdainful feeling as they looked down on everyone present. At a glance, it was as though an adult was watching a group of children playing. Don't tell me. Xiao Yang's eyes shrunk slightly. He could sense a thread of life from those eyes. In other words, the reason why the spiritual origin strength did not exist in this large hall was not because it did not exist. Instead, it was because someone had purposely sealed it within this stone statue. There was no need to think too much about the person who had sealed the spiritual origin strength. It was naturally Tianju. I really did not expect that Tianju would actually seal the spiritual origin strength within the stone statue. An ordinary person who enters the ancient tomb would basically first rush for the treasures within the ancient tomb. Why would they care about these things? Is this why you did this? Ignoring the surrounding people, Xiao Yang's gaze focused on the eyes of the stone statue as he muttered to himself. Suddenly, Xiao Yang was startled. He seemed to have felt that the eyes of the stone statue were actually staring at him. Chapter 943. Bang! Xiao Yang waved his fist in front of the stone door. A punch sent a person flying in front of him. He did not even look as his body moved and swiftly flew toward the stone statue. Being in this chaotic crowd, even with Xiao Yang's agility and speed, he was unable to dodge all the human figures or attacks. Hence, in the face of those human figures or do skills that shot over from an unknown direction, Xiao Yang could only wave his fist and break them apart. Bang 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 bang, the muffled sound of collisions continued to sound. The chaotic crowd caused Xiao Yang's advancing speed to slow down. At the same time, it caused his heart to feel a little more irritation. Unknowingly, the strength of his attacks had naturally become a little more violent. This black-robed skinny figure appeared just like a killing god within the crowd at this moment. No matter what kind of attack or what kind of collision it would be mercilessly sent flying within a meter of his body. Such a straightforward and violent action caused some of the people present to reveal frightened faces. Even the facial muscles of a 9-star Do-Di involuntarily twitched. What is this fellow planning to do? At a certain spot in the crowd, Qin Yun's gaze was attracted by Xiao Yang's violent action. His heart involuntarily felt shocked when he saw that the latter was actually able to erupt with such a frightening strength. Soon after, Qin Yun noticed that the direction Xiao Yang was heading in seemed to be the Do-Chi inheritance. Is he planning to fight for the Do-Chi inheritance? Ch, the three of you, stop him. You must not allow him to take another step forward. Qin Yun immediately emitted an explosive cry when he noticed this. He ordered Yang He and the other two who were guarding him. But young master, what about you? It is enough to have this fellow by my side. All of you quickly go and stop him. I must obtain the Do Chi inheritance before he does. Qin Yun's expression was firm as he ordered the three of them. Upon seeing this, the three of them looked at each other before looking at the black-robed man beside Qin Yun. Only then did they respond with a yes. Turning around, they simultaneously looked towards Xiao Yang. With a leap, they charged towards him. At this moment, Xiao Yang's continuous violent attacks caused the surrounding experts to feel fear towards Xiao Yang. This time, there was no need for Xiao Yang to personally take action. Those experts who saw themselves approaching Xiao Yang hurriedly retreated. Some scheming and cunning fellows had even purposely forced the opponents in front of them to Xiao Yang's side. After those fellows discovered the intentions of their opponents, they would rather be injured by the other party than be willing to touch Xiao Yang even a little. At this moment, Xiao Yang was just like a dangerous bomb in the crowd. Anyone who touched him would either die or be injured. Everyone's hearts trembled in fear of the latter. Finally, Xiao Yang was about to approach the Do Chi inheritance. However, no one present knew that the latter's attention was not on the Do Chi inheritance. Moreover, Xiao Yang did not have much interest in this so-called Do Chi inheritance. Unfortunately, Xiao Yang did not think this way. However, it did not mean that others did not think this way. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, following the appearance of three rushing wind sounds, three human figures suddenly flashed and appeared beside Xiao Yang. Three pairs of eyes instantly landed on Xiao Yang's body. Their killing intent was sharp and fierce. Oh! Xiao Yang's eyes indifferently glanced at the three people beside him. He could not help but frown. He did not have the intention to fight for the Do Chi inheritance. It was unexpected that they would continue to pester him. Xiao Yang, you managed to escape from the hands of the three of us brothers half a year ago. This time around, however, it will not happen again. Yang He waved his arm. A powerful Do Chi energy immediately surged out from his body with a frightening momentum. At the same time, the other two 9-star Do Di also released the enormous Do Chi energy within their bodies. Moreover, they swiftly agglomerated into a solid Do Chi armor on the surface of their bodies, protecting the two of them. After witnessing the great strength that Xiao Yang had displayed earlier, even someone as strong as them had no choice but to be cautious when facing Xiao Yang. Otherwise, if they were careless, it was extremely likely that they would end up like their predecessors. Seeing the three of them revealing such a stance, Xiao Yang's heart sank slightly. He thought in his heart, could it be that they have discovered something unusual about the stone statue? However, Xiao Yang quickly dispelled this thought. This was because only at this moment did he realize that the Do Chi inheritance was right in front of him. From the looks of it, Qin Yun had likely thought that he wanted to fight for the Do Chi inheritance. Therefore, he had sent people to obstruct him. However, all of this was no longer important to Xiao Yang. After the incident half a year ago, the relationship between him and Qin Yun had already reached an irreconcilable state. Even if Qin Yun had sent people to deal with him, it was something that could not be questioned. Moreover, even if Qin Yun did not come to find trouble with Xiao Yang today, Xiao Yang would still come to settle the score with him in the future. Without the slightest hesitation, Xiao Yang flicked his finger. The Northern King's figure immediately appeared beside him. Its purple-gold body and overbearing killing aura caused the hearts of everyone present to tremble the moment the Northern King appeared. Its owner's strength was frightening. Even this puppet was as frightening as a demon. Currently, the Northern King had absorbed quite a lot of the lightning strength within its body after the earlier battle. Hence, its strength had successfully risen once again. It had already reached the level of an advanced 9-star Do Di. By relying on its puppet body, the fighting strength of the Northern King could definitely be considered one of the top experts among those of the same level. With such strength, it was not difficult for it to deal with two 9-star Do Di at the same time. Hence, the only person Xiao Yang needed to face at this moment was Yang He alone. Very quickly, the two 9-star Do Di by the side had already begun to fight with the Northern King. It was just as Xiao Yang had expected. The Northern King did not fall into a disadvantageous position despite fighting against two alone. With the help of the lightning strength on the surface of its body, its fighting strength was so great that it could be evenly matched with the two 9-star Do Di. Xiao Yang's heart naturally relaxed when he saw this scene. After which, he focused his attention and returned it to Yang He in front of him. At this moment, the latter had clearly just recovered. The corner of his eyes twitched as he turned his head. His hateful gaze immediately landed on Xiao Yang as he viciously scolded, "So what if your puppet can block the two of them? The old me is also a 9-star Do Di. I am not someone that second-rate trash like Jian Ming can compare with. I alone am more than enough to deal with you." Cuckoo, that's right. I alone am more than enough to deal with you. Xiao Yang coldly laughed. He gently flipped his hand under his sleeve and 3 black steel needles appeared in his hand. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 944. What shameless boasting. Just who is the one with more than enough to spare? Let's fight. An explosive cry sounded. Soon after, Yang his body shook. Powerful Do Chi energy immediately spluttered out from within his body. With a wave of his large sleeve, it transformed into numerous Do Chi pillars that violently cut toward Xiao Yang's head. The sharp Do Chi had already arrived in front of Xiao Yang in the blink of an eye. However, the latter was not the least bit afraid. Only when the couple of Do Chi pillars were in front of him did he turn his head slightly and easily dodge them. Soon after, however, Yang his body suddenly pressed forward. His palm was close to Xiao Yang's chest as it violently cut across. The powerful Do Chi actually forcefully tore apart the empty space. However, the result was that it did not leave even the slightest imprint on Xiao Yang's body. What? Yang his heart was suddenly greatly shocked. This was naturally not because he had intentionally gone easy on Xiao Yang. Instead, it was because the palm that he had clearly seen earlier had approached Xiao Yang's body. Only then did he realize with shock that the latter's body had unknowingly used an ingenious angle to perfectly dodge his attack. How is this possible? Yang his heart was greatly shaken. The latter was ultimately merely a 6-star Do Di. However, how was it possible for his speed and strength to be raised to such a frightening level at the same time? This was completely impossible. Cuckoo, you are really foolish to attempt a sneak attack while being covered by a rank 4 spiritual strength. Xiao Yang coldly laughed. His body suddenly twisted and directly used half of his body to heavily collide with Yang He, who had brushed past him. Although this attack of Xiao Yang's was heavy, Yang He was after all a 9-star Do Di. His body swiftly withdrew after feeling the pain from this attack. The Do Chi within his body churned and forcefully removed the enormous force on his body. Even though this was the case, it still caused the blood within his body to churn. His face involuntarily turned slightly pale. Brat, what a brute force. However, you can forget about obtaining the Do Chi inheritance with just this. Yang He coldly snorted. His body moved and once again pounced toward Xiao Yang. However, compared to before, he was a little more cautious this time around. His mission was only to delay Xiao Yang. As long as Qin Yun obtained the Do Chi inheritance, they could immediately turn around and withdraw. The debt between them and Xiao Yang could only be settled in the future. Xiao Yang's eyebrows involuntarily twitched when he heard Yang He glanced at the Do Chi inheritance. Indeed, Qin Yun swiftly approached to the Do Chi inheritance under the protection of the black-robed person. If no one stopped him, it was likely that the Do Chi inheritance, the inheritance, the Do Chi inheritance. Mph. Xiao Yang let out a cold snort in his heart when he saw this scene. Originally, he did not intend to fight for this Do Chi inheritance. However, this Qin Yun had actually taken the initiative to find trouble with him. This caused Xiao Yang's heart to feel furious. All right. Since you want me to fight, I will fight with you. With a cold snort, Xiao Yang's gaze suddenly turned and once again returned to Yang He in front of him. His eyes were indifferent. An ice-cold killing intent was not hidden as it leaked out, causing one's heart to feel a chill. Yang He felt a chill run down his spine when he came into contact with Xiao Yang's gaze. For some unknown reason, the Xiao Yang in front of him actually caused him to feel a trace of fear. Ha! With an explosive cry, Yang his body moved first, intending to gain the initiative by striking first. However, this time around, Xiao Yang did not plan to give him any more chances. He raised his right hand to his chest and threw it into the air. 3 black-colored steel needles appeared in front of him. Soon after, Xiao Yang flicked his finger and the 3 steel needles shot toward Yang He in an orderly fashion. Seeing the 3 steel needles flying over, Yang He did not dare to be careless in his heart. He tilted his body slightly and easily dodged one of the needles. As for the remaining 2 needles, Yang He also shot out 2 Do-Chi pillars and violently collided with them. However, just as Yang He thought that he had given up in this manner, he suddenly saw that the 2 Do-Chi pillars that he had shot out were actually easily penetrated by the 2 steel needles. Moreover, the power of the needles was not reduced in the slightest as they shot explosively toward him. They were already in front of him and there was no way to dodge. Chimph, stop. With a low cry, Yang He extended both of his hands. Thick Do-Chi swiftly covered his palms as he grabbed at the 2 steel needles. Kai, however, just as Yang He's palms grabbed the 2 steel needles, he was shocked to discover that the 2 steel needles were as slippery as loaches. He was unable to grab them. Damn it. At the same time as his expression changed drastically, Yang He hurriedly controlled the Do-Chi in his body and repeatedly poured it into the Do-Chi armor in front of his chest. Ding ding. Following the 2 crisp sounds, Yang He's heart finally relaxed. He thought that the 2 steel needles had been blocked by the Do-Chi armor. However, in the next moment, his entire face suddenly became distorted. His entire body was like it was convulsing. His eyes immediately turned scarlet red and the life within his pupils also swiftly disappeared. Before he died, Yang He lowered his head to take a look. He only saw that there were 2 huge holes in his chest that filled his entire chest. Under the effect of the Great Way of the Void, the area where the steel needles entered, the bones and internal organs were completely swallowed. It was as though his body had suddenly been split apart. Just think about it. How could a person without internal organs survive? As the life force disappeared, Yang He's body also fell down uncontrollably. After which, he heavily smashed into the corpses on the floor of the large hall. After swiftly killing Yang He, Xiao Yang did not hesitate too much. He extended his hand and beckoned. The steel needle that flew out was swiftly withdrawn. As for the one that shot into Yang He's body, it automatically disappeared. It was likely that it would require a period of time before it could reform. However, to the current Xiao Yang, this did not have much of an impact. Even without 2 needles, he still had 8 in his hand. Using 2 steel needles in exchange for the life of a 9-star Do-Di, this meant that without using any of his methods, he could kill another 4 9-star Do-Di with just these 8 steel needles. This kind of strength was sufficient for him to challenge any faction in this ancient tomb. Of course, at this moment, Xiao Yang was not concerned about challenging any faction. Instead, he was concerned about Tianju's soul source strength and the returning origin skill. Perhaps at this moment, he could add one more. Do-Chi inheritance. Turning his gaze, Xiao Yang looked at the spot where the Do-Chi inheritance was located. As expected, Qin Yun had already arrived in front of it and was about to keep it into his storage ring. Seeing this scene, Xiao Yang's expression immediately turned cold. At such a distance, he was unable to instantly stop him. In that case, he could only swoosh. With a flick of his finger, the steel needle that had landed in his hand immediately shot forward. It passed through the crowd in front of him and headed straight for Qin Yun. However, just as the steel needle arrived in front of Qin Yun, the black-robed person beside him suddenly acted. He sent the steel needle flying with a palm from the side. It pierced into the body of a Do-Di not far away. Immediately, a heart-wrenching roar was stirred within the large hall. Huh! Xiao Yang's expression sank. He focused his eyes and looked over. That black-robed person also revealed a pair of dark and cold eyes under the cover of the black robe. They looked at each other from a distance. At the same time, Qin Yun grabbed the Do-Chi inheritance that was the size of a washbasin in front of him. Swoosh. However, at the next moment, an unusual change occurred. Mobile version update website, M. Chapter 945. In front of the Do-Chi inheritance within the large hall, Qin Yun was about to store the Do-Chi inheritance in front of him into his storage ring when a powerful suction force suddenly surged over from a certain spot in the large hall. It forcefully pulled the Do-Chi inheritance that was close at hand. The Do-Chi inheritance flew over the crowd. Under the numerous fiery hot gazes, it was finally suspended in front of a black-robed person. After which, it was stored into his storage ring in front of the stunned gazes of everyone present. At this moment, the entire place was silent. Numerous dull gazes looked at the black-robed person who had stored the Do-Chi inheritance into his storage ring. This was especially so for the current Qin Yun. The expression on his face was one of shock. A duck that was about to reach one's mouth had flown away just like that. It was likely that no one would be able to endure such a blow. That mysterious black-robed person by his side also turned his gaze to the opposite side. A pair of dark and cold eyes under the black robe stared at that person like a poisonous snake. Killing intent was present in his eyes. On the other side, Xiao Yang was also stunned because of this sudden scene. His gaze followed the crowd and looked over. Only then did he realize that another mysterious black-robed person had appeared in his sight. Sweeping his gaze, Xiao Yang quickly discovered that there were actually two people on the other side. The two of them were wearing black robes. At the same time that he could not see their faces clearly, the thing that caused Xiao Yang to be even more shocked was that even with his spiritual strength, he was actually unable to see through the other party's cultivation. In this way, there were currently two factions in this large hall that could pose a threat to him. This involuntarily caused Xiao Yang to quietly become cautious. Faced with this kind of opponent whose cultivation he could not even predict, he really did not dare to be the slightest bit careless. While Xiao Yang was observing the two black-robed people, the latter also seemed to be observing the change in Xiao Yang's expression. Immediately, the corner of one of their mouths under the black robe was lifted into a mocking smile. "Who are you people? You actually dare to snatch this young master's Do-Chi inheritance?" Qin Yun, who had recovered, could be said to be extremely furious. Relying on the protection of this person beside him, he did not avoid the evil thief who had snatched his Do-Chi inheritance. However, she did not know that even this person, who was currently guarding by her side, was extremely afraid of the other two black-robed people in his heart. This was because he was just like Xiao Yang and was unable to see through the strength of these two people. The two black-robed people were indifferent to Qin Yun's furious cry. It was as though they had completely ignored him. "Bastard! Yang He, Yang Lai, attack together. Take back what belongs to me." Being ignored by the two of them, the anger in Qin Yun's heart grew even stronger. He subconsciously called out the names of the three people and waited for the three of them to act and snatch back the Do-Chi inheritance. However, he only recovered after a few breaths. Yang He and the other two had already gone to intercept Xiao Yang. How could they appear beside him at this moment? However, Yang Hua and Yang Lai, who had been summoned by Qin Yun, quickly rushed to Qin Yun's side. Their bodies were covered with wounds of various sizes. Threads of fresh blood flowed unceasingly and the qi and blood in their bodies churned intensely. However, Yang He's disappearance caused the two brothers to feel a deep uneasiness. Their gazes suddenly turned and the two of them immediately discovered that Yang He, who should have been fighting with Xiao Yang, was nowhere to be seen at this moment. After waiting for a while, the hearts of the two suddenly sank. They simultaneously turned their gazes toward Xiao Yang. "Xiao Yang, where is Yang He?" The faces of the two brothers were ferocious. They ignored the churning qi in their bodies and shook their bodies. Do-Chi immediately surged out. "Dead." Xiao Yang indifferently said these two words. He did not think that there was a need to hide anything from these two. Since he had killed them, they could not do anything to him. "You are courting death." Hearing the news that they did not want to hear the most, Yang Hua and Yang Lai were unable to suppress their emotions. They ignored Qin Yun's orders and shot forward, charging toward Xiao Yang. "You actually dared to kill Yang He. We want you dead." Desolation finger. Xiao Yang let out a low cry in his heart. His 10 fingers moved together and numerous complicated seals were swiftly formed. In the blink of an eye, a huge energy finger was agglomerated above his head. At the same time, the Northern King, who had returned to Qin Yun's side, also charged toward one of the two, Yang Hua. At this moment, Yang Hua and Yang Lai had similarly used all their strength in their attacks in order to avenge Yang He. When they attacked together, their might was especially shocking. The elite Dodi along the way hurriedly retreated to the side, afraid that they would be affected by the battle that was about to follow. Bang! Soon after, Xiao Yang and the Northern King collided with the two of them. Following an earth-shaking explosion, Xiao Yang and the Northern King quietly withdrew. The Desolation Finger also disappeared. On the opposite side, Yang Hua and Yang Lai were also forced back by the two of them. In this collision, both parties were evenly matched. Xiao Yang, die, enough. I will tell you to come back now. Just as Yang Hua and Yang Lai's hearts were filled with fury and were about to step forward once again, Qin Yun's cry was once again transmitted over. This time around, anyone could hear the anger contained within his words. Their bodies involuntarily trembled intensely as two pairs of eyes stared intently at Xiao Yang. Their eyes, which seemed to want to devour people, were directly ignored by Xiao Yang. This caused the hatred in the hearts of the two of them to grow even deeper. However, Qin Yun continued to angrily reprimand them over and over again. The emotions of the two of them swayed left and right. It was a long while later before the two of them finally lowered their heads unwillingly and returned to Qin Yun's side with hearts filled with regret. HMPH, trash. You actually dare to disobey my orders. Once this trip to the old tomb is over, I will definitely teach you a lesson. Qin Yun viciously glared at the two of them. Immediately, his gaze returned to the two black-robed human figures not far away. The muscles on the corner of his eyes twitched. He was just about to open his mouth when the black-robed person beside him stopped him. He gently shook his head and softly said, "These two people are not ordinary. I advise you not to start a conflict with them now." Qin Yun's face immediately twitched when these words were uttered. To be able to make this fellow say such words, it already proved that the two black-robed people were not ordinary. But the Doqi inheritance, doesn't Xiao Yang also want to obtain the Doqi inheritance? Humph, given his character, as long as he has determined his target, he will definitely chase after it. Why don't we hand this mess over to him? It will not be too late for us to act after both sides are seriously injured. Moreover, I still have a good thing that I have yet to give to all of you. TSK TSK TSK. A strange laugh was emitted from under the black robe after he finished speaking. Immediately, he ignored Qin Yun and took the lead to fly out of the hall. As for Yang Hua and Yang Lai, their bodies were stunned for a long time until Qin Yun and the black-robed person arrived in front of the stone door. Only then did they follow with hearts filled with anger. Seeing Qin Yun's back as he stepped out of the stone door, an extremely cold killing intent finally surfaced on Yang Hua's and Yang Lai's faces. If it were not for the latter, how would Yang He have died? The three of them had been working hard for him for so many years. However, this fellow had always ordered them around as he pleased. Even though they had tried their best to curry favor with him, all they got in return was merciless mockery. With Yang He's death today, the two of them were finally disheartened by Qin Yun. At the same time, Yi Luotian, Mu Rongxian, and the others, who had kept the Doqi inheritance in the other two large halls, were also withdrawing from the path they had come from. Qin Yun swiftly caught up with the black-robed person after the remaining 4 people in Qin Yun's group left the large hall. His heart was extremely curious about the words that the latter had said earlier. From the words of the black-robed person, Qin Yun could tell that this fellow had already prepared something for them. However, he had been unwilling to take it out. At this moment, their group had already lost 2 9-star Dodi. This was quite a big loss for Qin Yun. He wondered if the thing that the black-robed person had mentioned would be able to make up for his loss. Under Qin Yun's hot pursuit and questioning, the black-robed person appeared to be in a difficult position and stopped. Yang Hua and the other person behind him also swiftly followed. However, their expressions were somewhat gloomy. Under Qin Yun's somewhat impatient gaze, the black-robed person extended a shriveled hand. The storage ring on his finger flashed slightly. Immediately, a jade bottle appeared in his hand. Qin Yun's eyes carried some doubt. Yang Hua and the other person behind him were completely uninterested in this matter at this moment. They only wanted to know how to kill Xiao Yang and take revenge for Yang He. What is this? Qin Yun frowned and curiously asked. Humph humph, this is a medicinal pill that can raise your cultivation. The black-robed person laughed strangely. His tone carried some pride. However, these words caused Qin Yun to coldly snort in disdain when he heard them. This young master has already consumed the extreme transformation pill. If you give it to me now, it will no longer have the slightest effect. Don't tell me that you don't even understand this principle. Did I say that this is the extreme transformation pill? The person under the black robe once again emitted a strange laugh. His hand shook slightly and the jade bottle shattered. 6 perfectly round medicinal pills appeared in his hand. If Xiao Yang was present at this moment, he would be able to immediately recognize them. These so-called medicinal pills were the unique Jiyu medicine that Yi Luotian had refined, the dry leaf Jiyu. Although the dry leaf Jiyu did indeed have the effect of raising the cultivation of an elite Do Di, once they were consumed, they would definitely become Yi Luotian's puppet. Their life and death would be in his hands. Unfortunately, the current Qin Yun's group was completely unaware of this. After the black-robed person boasted a couple of times, Yang Hua and the other person were the first to impatiently consume one. Indeed, although their strength did not break through to the powerful origin transformation stage, they had reached the level of an advanced 9-star Do Di. This strength was undoubtedly much stronger than before. A long while later, after seeing that the two of them were fine, Qin Yun finally attempted to consume one. His cultivation swiftly rose to the middle stage of a 7-star Do Di. It was even close to the advanced stage of a 7-star Do Di. Unfortunately, one could not consume too many of these medicinal pills. Otherwise, he would have unhesitatingly consumed the remaining 3. The black-robed person laughed strangely in his heart when he saw the 3 of them consume the dry leaf Jiyu. Immediately, he led the 3 of them and walked back the way they had come. Let's go. There is still a good show waiting for us behind. TSK. At the same time, there were less than 20 people left in the large hall following the gradual departure of everyone in disappointment. Xiao Yang and the 2 black-robed people were also present. Behind the 2 of them was the stone statue that faced Tianju. The 2 black-robed people stood side by side. Their gazes looked at Xiao Yang through their black robes. They did not say anything, but their faces were filled with mocking smiles. As for Xiao Yang's heart was filled with hesitation when he saw that there were fewer and fewer people in the large hall. The 2 of them had already obtained the Do Qi inheritance. Why were they still unwilling to leave? Xiao Yang did not believe that they were afraid of him. He was unable to even detect the other party's cultivation. From this, it could be seen that they either possessed some kind of treasure that could hide their aura or they had absolute strength. Comparing the 2 of them, Xiao Yang believed the latter more. Since the other party was not afraid of him but still chose to remain in this place, Xiao Yang could only come to a conclusion in his heart after thinking for a while. They had also discovered the strangeness of this stone statue. Xiao Yang's heart immediately sank when he thought of this. If that was the case, it was likely that he would have to compete with them no matter what. Xiao Xian's revival was extremely important in Xiao Yang's heart. No matter what price he had to pay, he could not continue waiting this time around. However, after Xiao Yang pondered for a long time in his heart, he finally made up his mind. He decided to try his luck and hope that the 2 of them did not discover the strangeness of the stone statue. Xiao Yang turned around and was about to leave the large hall. Only when he turned around did he realize that there were only the 3 of them left in the large hall. However, just as Xiao Yang was about to leave, one of the 2 people behind him, who appeared to be slightly shorter, took 2 steps forward. At the same time, an old mocking voice was faintly emitted. "Mr. Xiao Yang, it has been many years since we last met. How have you been?" Xiao Yang's foot, which had originally been lifted, suddenly paused in midair the instant these words were emitted. He lifted his head and his eyes were filled with shock. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Chapter 946. The scent of blood was mixed in the air within the empty large hall, forming clusters of dense blood fog. Numerous corpses were lying in a disorderly manner. The scene appeared extremely horrifying. At this moment, there were still 3 living people in the large hall. One of them was Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang was the first to arrive at this place. At this moment, Xiao Yang's body was as stiff as a statue. One of his feet was lifted into the air and stopped less than 2 inches from the ground. The expression on his face was particularly interesting. The previous solemn expression was no longer present. On the contrary, it was replaced with an extremely shocked expression. His pair of pitch-black eyes were filled with disbelief. It was a long while later before Xiao Yang gradually recovered from the shock that he had been in for a long while. While Xiao Yang was in a daze, the 2 black-robed men behind him did not disturb him. They only took off the loose black robes that covered their faces, revealing their true faces in the hall that was filled with the smell of blood. When Xiao Yang turned around and looked at the 2 people behind him with a surprised gaze, the familiar and amiable smile that was revealed on their faces caused Xiao Yang to feel as though he was dreaming. Both parties stood still on the spot and smiled as they looked at each other for a long time. Finally, Xiao Yang's face was filled with excitement as he heavily cupped his hands toward the old man who had just spoken. He bowed and spoke with a respectful tone, one word at a time. Junior Xiao Yang pays his respects to Elder Luo. At this moment, the blood fog in the air automatically scattered, forming a pure tunnel between the 2 parties. At this moment, old Luo was similarly looking at Xiao Yang with a smile. His old face was filled with a pleased and satisfied expression. This so-called Elder Luo was naturally Luo Ao, whom he had not seen for many years in Emerald Green City. As for the other young man beside him, he was naturally Xiao Yang's first friend after coming to Yuanwu continent, Luo Jin. Cuckoo, little fellow, it has been many years since we last met. Your achievements have caused the old me to sigh in admiration. Luo Ao smiled and nodded to Xiao Yang as he stepped forward. The powerful fighting strength that Xiao Yang had displayed earlier was something that even he had never heard of. Even in the entire continent, it seemed that there was no one among the younger generation whom he had met who could contend with Xiao Yang. The latter involuntarily smiled awkwardly when he heard this. Immediately, his gaze landed on Luo Jin by the side. Without the obstruction of the black robe, the latter's current cultivation was completely exposed in front of Xiao Yang's eyes. An intermediate 8-star Do Di. This kind of training speed was even more exaggerated than his own. TSK, an intermediate 8-star Do Di. Your training speed is really frightening. Do you want to find time to spar with me? Xiao Yang's eyes revealed an amazed expression. In less than 10 years, he had leaped from a mere Ban Di to an elite 8-star Do Di. This kind of training speed could really be said to be world-shocking. However, the last sentence of his words caused Luo Jin's entire body to quiver. He hurriedly waved his hand and used his gaze to viciously glare at Luo Jin. He snappily said, "You are purposely mocking me. Although it is true that I am an intermediate 8-star Do Di, I have clearly seen earlier that even the advanced 8-star Do Di, Ming, was unable to endure a punch from you, much less me. I should also mention that you are only an intermediate 6-star Do Di, Ua." Luo Jin's words caused Xiao Yang and Luo Ao to be speechless. They immediately laughed involuntarily. Luo Jin helplessly shrugged his shoulders. His face was filled with an innocent expression. What he said was indeed correct. With Xiao Yang's fighting strength, he could be considered a kind of heaven-defying existence among all the elite Do Di on the continent. A 6-star Do Di was able to kill an 8-star Do Di. Even a 9-star Do Di had been killed by him. This kind of fighting strength could be said to be frightening. Cuckoo, if I have not guessed wrongly, the reason why you have stayed until the end is because of this. The 3 of them chatted for a while. Immediately, Luo Ao changed the topic and returned to the main topic. The 3 of them turned around and simultaneously looked at the enormous stone statue at the deepest part of the large hall. At this moment, there was no one beside them. Xiao Yang's heart suddenly relaxed. His gaze also became a little more careful when he looked at the stone statue. That's right. My aim for entering the ancient tomb this time around is actually not because of these Do Chi inheritances. Instead, you are here to obtain the spiritual source strength of Tianju? Luo Ao raised his eyebrows slightly. He seemed to have heard something from Xiao Yang's words. It seemed that the latter knew that the spiritual source strength of Tianju existed in this ancient tomb from the very beginning. However, all of this was not important. What was important was that these words of Xiao Yang allowed them to keep the Do Qi inheritance in a logical manner. In this way, they did not need to care about Xiao Yang's feelings after they obtained the Do Qi inheritance. This action of Xiao Yang was purposefully giving up the Do Qi inheritance to them. Of course, regardless of whether Xiao Yang was willing to give it up, this would more or less cause Luo Ao and Luo Ao to feel a little apologetic. Hence, the spiritual source strength sealed within the stone statue naturally became a tool to smooth out this layer of apologetic feeling. The three of them arrived in front of the stone statue and cast their gazes on it. Luo Ao glanced at Xiao Yang and gently nodded his head as a sign of acknowledgement. Seeing this, Xiao Yang's thoughts moved. He took out a strand of spiritual source strength from the soul bead and slowly approached the stone statue. After which, he poured it into the stone statue through its eyes. Hum hum hum. Immediately, a golden light rapidly rose from the surface of the stone statue and enveloped the entire stone statue. Luo Ao's eyes immediately flashed when he saw this. Surprise flashed across his old face. He could tell that this layer of golden light was a kind of formation. Moreover, its rank did not seem to be low. It had been left behind by Tianju specifically to protect the stone statue. With his extraordinary eyesight and experience, Luo Ao could tell that as long as there was the protection of this special formation, the stone statue would instantly explode if someone tried to forcefully steal the spiritual source strength within the stone statue. At the same time, the enormous spiritual source strength within it would also explode. I didn't expect this old guy to be so careful. It seems that this should be a kind of rank 6 formation. It's just that the method used is not very pure. Luo Ao expressed his opinion as he looked at the layer of golden light on the stone statue. On the other hand, Luo Jin could not help but raise his eyebrows when he heard this. He said in surprise, "A rank 6 formation master? Isn't that the same as you?" "Shut up, brat. If it weren't for the fact that this old man was too lazy to cultivate, how could a dead man from 1,000 years ago compare to me?" As soon as Luo Jin finished speaking, Luo Ao hurriedly shut him up. Then, he glanced at the formation in front of him again and said with slight ridicule, "Although it's a rank 6 formation, in this old man's opinion, this Tianju probably just happened to break through to rank 6 before he died." Hearing this, Luo Jin chuckled and glanced at Luo Ao with a mocking look in his eyes. He thought to himself, "Old man, when you broke through to rank 6, you were already an origin king, right? And this guy? He was an early returnance expert and a class 6 formation master. Just this aspect alone was enough to make Luo Ao incomparable to him. If it were not for the fact that the esteemed Tianju had died for no reason, his accomplishments would have been far greater. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Chapter 947. While Luo Ao and Luo Jin were teasing each other in the outside world, Xiao Yang was currently pouring wave after wave of enormous spiritual strength into the stone statue. At the same time, his consciousness also followed into the stone statue. As his consciousness entered the stone statue, Xiao Yang felt as if he had entered the depths of the ocean. A terrifying pressure ruthlessly squeezed his soul, almost crushing him to pieces. What a terrifying soul pressure! Xiao Yang's heart immediately felt terrified. Such a frightening spiritual pressure was something that he had never felt anywhere else. Xiao Yang did not doubt that his consciousness would definitely be shattered by this enormous spiritual strength if he were to continue staying in this place for a long time. At the same time that Xiao Yang's spiritual strength was facing an enormous pressure, the expression of his actual body in the outside world had also instantly turned pale. The expression on his face also became distorted. His body trembled repeatedly, appearing as though he was enduring something. This alerted the two people beside him. "What's going on with him?" Luo Jin frowned. He could not help but worry for Xiao Yang. Seeing this, Luo Ao could not help but frown as well. With a solemn tone, he said, "This kid seems to be under the suppression of the soul origin within the stone statue. After all, it's a rank 6 soul strength. It's several times stronger than this kid's. If he stays here for too long, he'll probably be crushed by the soul strength inside." "What? Fifth grandfather, hurry up and save him. You can't let anything happen to Xiao Yang." Hearing Luo Ao's words, Luo Jin's expression immediately tensed up. With a thought, his soul strength immediately gushed out and he was about to step forward. Come back. Just as Luo Jin was about to act, he was pulled back by Luo Ao. At the same time, the soul strength that had gushed out was forcefully withdrawn. You brat, I've never seen you care so much about a girl. Why is it that when it comes to Xiao Yang, you're even more worried about him than he is? Luo Ao pursed his lips and looked at Luo Jin with a strange expression. Soon after, he turned his gaze back to Xiao Yang and said, if he really wants to come out, he can do so at any time. Moreover, I guarantee that he won't be harmed by the soul origin within. But look at him right now. He clearly wants to continue. Since this is his own will, why do we have to forcefully stop him? Is it to prevent him from being injured? Hearing this, Luo Jin frowned as he looked at Xiao Yang, who was turning paler and paler. His heart was filled with hesitation. He could imagine that Xiao Yang must have suffered a lot to obtain his current strength. If he did not pay a price, how could he repay him? The latter was the limit of the pain he could endure. Through repeated attempts and challenges, he broke through the limit again and again, reaping the rewards from the pain and suffering. The battle results that Xiao Yang had established were something that Luo Jin could only hope to catch up to. But if he doesn't come out, don't worry. If anything happens, I'll pull his soul strength out of there at the first moment. You're not the only one who doesn't want anything to happen to him. With such a good seedling, I can't bear to let anything happen to him. If he can continue to grow, this old man believes that one day, this continent will definitely tremble, just like that person back then. Muttering softly, Luo Ao's deep old eyes involuntarily flickered as he recalled a certain legend in his heart. 1,000 years ago, a mysterious man was born on the continent and grew at an extraordinary speed. In less than 100 years, that mysterious man had transformed into the strongest person on the continent. Even the current #1 sect on the continent could not compare to him. When he broke through to the legendary realm, the entire continent would change. No one had ever seen his true appearance and no one had ever been able to converse with him. The only information they knew about him was that the mysterious man had beautiful long hair of different colors on his head. It was elegant and extraordinary. While Luo Ao was lost in his thoughts, Xiao Yang was still bitterly holding on at this moment. The enormous spiritual pressure made it difficult for him to breathe. Under the suppression of Tianju's spiritual origin energy, the spiritual strength that was constantly pouring in was fiercely compressed together, unable to spread out, let alone refine this spiritual origin energy. Soon, the pain that Xiao Yang's consciousness sensed became increasingly intense. At this moment, Xiao Yang could clearly sense that his spiritual strength was about to be unable to endure any longer. If he did not choose to withdraw at this moment, it was likely that his consciousness would be forcefully shattered by this spiritual essence strength within a couple of minutes. At that time, even if he did not die, he would definitely leave behind a sequela that he could not recover from. In the outside world, seeing that Xiao Yang's face was becoming increasingly pale, Luo Ao finally could not hold it in any longer. He knew that Xiao Yang desperately wanted to obtain the spiritual origin energy within the stone statue. However, based on Xiao Yang's current state, it was destined that he would not be able to extract the spiritual origin energy. Damn it, do I have no choice but to withdraw? Feeling the increasingly powerful spiritual pressure, Xiao Yang unwillingly cursed in his heart. At the same time, in the outside world, Luo Ao was preparing to take action and pull Xiao Yang's spiritual strength and consciousness out of the stone statue. However, it was also at this moment that the storage ring on Xiao Yang's finger suddenly flashed. A jade bottle flew out of it without any forewarning. Soon after, a wave of spiritual strength spread out from the jade bottle. A bang sounded and the palm-sized jade bottle immediately burst apart. After which, Luo Ao and his granddaughter clearly saw a palm-sized cream-white energy cluster emit a swoosh sound as it entered the stone statue. That is, Luo Ao's expression involuntarily froze when he saw the milky white ball of energy. Soon after, he stopped in his tracks. This was because he clearly sensed that after the milky white ball of energy entered the stone statue, the powerful spiritual pressure within it instantly disappeared. At this moment, Xiao Yang's body also suddenly relaxed. The pain that his spiritual strength had to endure also abruptly disappeared. It was as if he had just experienced a huge battle. Inside the stone statue, Xiao Yang finally had the time to properly inspect the space within the stone statue after the pressure was removed. The milky white spiritual strength was like a white fog that drifted in all directions. Apart from a stretch of white, nothing else could be seen. Although he did not know what had happened, Xiao Yang still carefully spread out his spiritual strength and carefully probed the interior of the dense fog. Suddenly, the fog in front of Xiao Yang parted on its own. It agglomerated into a substance-like corridor on both sides, leading the way for Xiao Yang. With curiosity in his heart, Xiao Yang cautiously walked along the corridor. After a few turns, a large ball of fog finally dispersed in front of Xiao Yang's eyes. The figure of an old man in a brocade robe appeared in front of Xiao Yang. Seeing this old man, Xiao Yang's expression was slightly stunned. Immediately after, he compared the old man's appearance with the appearance of the stone statue outside. The instant the two appearances perfectly merged in his heart, Xiao Yang could not help but exclaim, "Esteemed Tianju! Mobile version update website, M. Chapter 948. The moment Xiao Yang exclaimed, the old man, who was standing absent-mindedly in front of him, also seemed to be alarmed. He lifted his eyelids and looked at Xiao Yang. Seeing that Xiao Yang could not help but open his mouth once again, the old man helplessly made a shushing gesture to Xiao Yang. Immediately, he turned his gaze back to the space above his palm. A palm-sized cream-white energy cluster was slowly floating in the air. That is, Xiao Yang was shocked when he saw the ball of light. He recognized it at a glance. It was Xiao Xian's soul remnant. But why was it in his hands? What did he want to do? Xiao Yang's face gradually turned gloomy as thoughts flashed through his mind. Don't worry, kid. I'm just curious and surprised. Back then, I spent my entire life trying to find the first scroll of the returnance technique, but I couldn't find it in the end. I didn't expect to encounter it here after being dead for nearly 1,000 years. Haha, it's really fate. As if sensing the change in Xiao Yang's emotions, the old man shook his head and sighed bitterly. He stared at the ball of Xiao Xian's soul remnant above his palm with a regretful expression. Xiao Yang calmed down a little after hearing the old man's words. However, his eyes were still filled with caution when he looked at the old man. Although this fellow had been dead for nearly 1,000 years, just by relying on this enormous spiritual strength, it was likely that Xiao Yang would not have much ability to resist if Tianju wanted to do anything to him. Therefore, in order to be safe, Xiao Yang had no choice but to be cautious. I can see that he seems to be very important to you. The old man didn't pay too much attention to Xiao Yang's emotional changes. At the same time, he extended his palm, and the ball of light above his palm slowly floated towards Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang caught it carefully in a hurry. Only after confirming that the old man had not done anything to it did he let out a sigh of relief inside. Don't worry, I don't have any thoughts about him. I'm a person from 1,000 years ago after all. Even if I was reborn now, there's nothing for me to fight over. Not to mention, I've lived enough. The reason why I risked my life to break through to returnance was because I wanted to know if the returnance technique had a way to break through. Unfortunately, I seem to have proven that it doesn't. The old man shrugged helplessly when he reached the end of his sentence. He was self-deprecating. Xiao Yang remained silent in this regard because this point was very easy to understand. The returnance technique could allow him to progress smoothly on the path of cultivation, allowing him to become a supreme expert in just 100 years. However, everything had its pros and cons. There were 2 cons to the returnance technique. One was the 3 barriers that were the hardest to surmount, and the other was that the returnance technique was split into 3 scrolls. If he could not cultivate the 3 scrolls separately, he would not be able to become a true expert. In other words, the outcome of the esteemed Tianju was understandable. Of course, he had already considered this possibility in the past. However, for the sake of pursuing the path of the strong, he would not hesitate even if he had to give up his life. On this point, Xiao Yang shared the same feeling. Suddenly, the old man and the young man raised their heads at the same time and stared at each other. Ha 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 ha. A few seconds later, laughter rang out. The 2 of them had a tacit understanding. Although they were not from the same era, They were the same kind of people. If it were not for the teasing of time, they probably would have become good friends despite their age difference. The little guy's pretty good. You've come here to save him, right? Tianju did not hesitate and went straight to the point. At this moment, Xiao Yang had also let down his guard against the old man. He smiled and nodded. He took a step forward and cupped his hands respectfully towards Tianju. The revival of my ancestor requires the support of the soul source energy. Therefore, I implore Senior to save my ancestor. Once his voice sounded, Xiao Yang's bent waist became even deeper. The expression on his face was also filled with respect. Hihi, this old man is now just a remnant soul, and I won't be able to survive for much longer. Furthermore, since your ancestor has also cultivated the returnance technique, it can be said that we are of the same origin. Furthermore, this old man purposely left behind the power of this soul origin in order to give it to a fated person. If my soul origin can really revive your ancestor, this might not be a bad thing. Furthermore, at the end of his words, the old man fell silent. Xiao Yang did not feel anything strange. Immediately after, Xiao Xian's remnant soul in his arms flew forward uncontrollably and returned to the old man's hands. The old man formed a seal with his hands, and the milky white mist in the surroundings seemed to have received some kind of command and quickly gathered towards the milky white energy ball between his hands. Seeing this scene, Xiao Yang's expression changed slightly, and he hurriedly said, "Senior, my ancestor's remnant soul is too weak now. If you use this method of direct fusion, I'm afraid, don't worry, if you forcibly fuse with him, you may need to consider this point, but I'm giving him my soul source energy on my own initiative. Under my control, my soul source energy will not have any backlash. As for your ancestor, with his current weak state, I believe he won't resist my fusion. In this way, not only will the fusion speed be faster, but the soul source energy he obtains will also be more complete. This is only beneficial for your ancestor." Esteemed Tianju smiled. At the same time, a huge amount of soul energy poured into Xiao Xian's remnant soul. Sure enough, as he had said, the fusion process of the soul source energy was particularly smooth. It was even faster than when Xiao Yang helped to refine it in the past. Perhaps this was because the two of them cultivated the same cultivation method. In any case, with the support of esteemed Tianju's soul source energy, Xiao Xian's chances of recovery would be greater. Thinking of this, Xiao Yang could not help but feel a little excited. After so many years, if he saw Xiao Xian's ancestor again, what kind of atmosphere would it be? Inside the stone statue, a huge amount of soul energy was fusing with Xiao Xian's remnant soul at a speed visible to the naked eye. In order not to affect it, Xiao Yang consciously withdrew. He believed that with esteemed Tianju personally controlling it, nothing would happen to Xiao Xian. In the outside world, seeing Xiao Yang open his eyes, Luo Ao could not help but frown slightly. Luo Jin also looked at Xiao Yang. Is the absorption complete? Luo Ao frowned. He did not feel any change in Xiao Yang's soul energy. Xiao Yang merely smiled and shook his head when he heard this. He lifted his gaze and looked at the stone statue in front of him. He was just about to open his mouth when a powerful energy storm suddenly swept over from outside of the large hall. With just one strike, it shattered the outer wall of the large hall. Numerous densely packed crack lines swiftly covered the wall. Soon after, the powerful energy storm completely destroyed the entire wall in front of Xiao Yang's shocked eyes. Translator, Editor, M. Chapter 949. The powerful energy powder storm instantly destroyed the outer walls of the large hall. Even the formation that was connected to the entire ancient tomb was destroyed along with it. The sudden appearance of this scene not only caused Xiao Yang, but also Luo Ao and Luo Jin by the side to be startled for an instant. What happened? The three of them swiftly exchanged glances. Their bodies immediately moved as they flew forward. They flew past the ruins in front of them and arrived in front of the large hall. Xiao Yang involuntarily turned his head to look at the stone statue in the depths of the large hall. After confirming that there was no mistake, he looked to the front with a solemn face. The murderous intent in his eyes was sharp. The three of them swept their gazes over. Only after observing for a while did they notice that a large group of black figures was swiftly flashing in front of the three of them. Battle cries were transmitted into the ears of the three of them from afar. From the looks of it, someone self-destructed just now. Luo Ao narrowed his eyes and spoke in an unconcerned manner when he saw this scene. At this moment, Xiao Yang's eyes were staring intently at the group of human figures. His gaze stared at the front of the group. Those people seemed to belong to the same group. The people behind them were chasing after this small group that had only a few people left. The small group was in a panic and did not know where to go. It seemed that they had no choice but to flee here. However, Xiao Yang was not concerned about the direction in which this group of people was fleeing. Instead, he was concerned about the identity of this group of people. When the group of people gradually approached, their line of sight became increasingly clear. Finally, Xiao Yang was able to clearly see the group of people. The remaining 4 people were all wearing white robes. From the style of their white robes, one could tell at a glance that they belonged to the same faction. At this moment, 3 of the 4 people had the appearance of old men. Only a young man was crazily fleeing under the protection of these 3 people. This group of 4 was Murong Xian's group. The Do Qi inheritance on their bodies had been discovered by others. This was why they had been crazily chased by this group of people. After a big battle, a portion of the group had died due to their inability to fight. Another portion had chosen to self-destruct in order to protect Murong Xian. It was because of this that they were able to delay the group behind them until now. Unfortunately, with the development of the situation, the people behind him quickly caught up to him again. "Mph, this old man wants to see how many more times you can self-destruct." A linen-robed old man in the group wore a ferocious smile on his face. He ordered the surrounding elite Do Di to wildly chase after the 4 people in front. This person was undoubtedly Yi Luotian. The distance between the 2 sides was getting closer and closer. The attacks from behind were also constantly exploding on the ground behind the 4 of them. If the 4 of them were to slow down even a little, they would be bombarded by the rain of attacks. "Damn it! They are trying to kill us all." Murong Xian couldn't help but reveal a trace of despair on his face. As he felt the attacks coming closer and closer behind him, his heart had already sunk to the bottom of the valley. If handing over the Do Qi inheritance was enough, they would have left this place a long time ago. However, in the end, they realized that not only did this group of people want to obtain the Do Qi inheritance, they also wanted to kill everyone in this ancient tomb. They had no intention of letting anyone go. "Young master, don't worry. This subordinate will definitely rescue you even if I have to risk my old life. You must not despair." The white-haired old man by the side continued to encourage Murong Xian. No matter what, he would not let anything happen to Murong Xian. If anything happened to the latter, he would not be able to rest in peace even if he died. "Uncle Quan, let's go together." Murong Xian clenched his teeth. He was just about to grab the old man's wrist when the old man was 1 step ahead. He suddenly grabbed Murong Xian's wrist and a powerful force immediately gathered on his arm. He violently flung Murong Xian away. Soon after, Do Qi gushed out from his palm and turned into a fierce gust of wind that violently pushed the 3 people beside him away. As for himself, he was already exposed to the attacks of the group behind him. "Ha ha ha ha. A group of trash. Come, let this old man meet you." A wild laugh was emitted from the old man's mouth as he turned around. At the same time, the Do Qi within his body became wild and violent. Soon after, the old man's body suddenly exploded when the group of people behind him arrived. Bang! An earth-shaking energy wave swept out in all directions. Wherever it passed, the city below was completely destroyed. At the same time, it also exposed the numerous mysterious symbols under the surface of the ground. This is, in front of the ruins of the large hall, Luo Ao and Luo Jin's expressions changed slightly when they saw this scene. Only then did they understand in their hearts why such a useless city would be built in this enormous ancient tomb. This was not some hobby of Tianju. He was merely using it to cover up the entire formation below. "I'm afraid that this great array is not weak even among the rank 6 arrays." Luo Ao's eyes hardened. There was a faint premonition in his heart. "Uncle Quan." Murong Xian's heart was incomparably furious as he watched the old man who had accompanied him for many years die with his own eyes. He had never imagined that there would be such a day between him and Murong Quan. Old Quan, have you really died just like that? The other old man by the side could not help but sigh. Tears involuntarily surged from his eyes. An old man was full of emotions. Moreover, this was a good brother who had accompanied him for his entire life. At this moment, the originally beating heart of this old man seemed to have suddenly stopped. The anger on his old face had also mostly disappeared in the blink of an eye. Ha! I want all of you to die. Murong Xian's mouth suddenly emitted a hoarse and furious cry. At the same time, his body moved. He ignored the people around him and actually charged toward the group of people who had once again chased after him. Young master. The hearts of the remaining two old men were immediately startled. They hurriedly moved and tried to give chase. However, in front of Murong Xian's great way of the wind, their speed could not compare. In the blink of an eye, Murong Xian's figure had once again appeared within the attacking range of that group of people. At this moment, even the hearts of these elite Do Di could not help but be slightly moved. How many people in the entire continent could do this for their subordinates? At this moment, even they could not help but feel some pity for Murong Xian in front of them. However, if they pitied others, who would pity them? Now, even their own lives were in the hands of Yi Luotian. If they did not obey his will, they would die. When it came to the latter, there was only fear in their hearts. Of course, this was also Yi Luotian's goal. He did not need true loyalty. He did not trust anyone. In his eyes, the relationship between the living things on this continent was only one of using and being used. Unfortunately, he was the one who used them. Very quickly, under the sorrowful and furious gazes of the two elite Do Di from the Murong clan, a dense raindrop-like bombardment ruthlessly landed on Murong Xian's body. Boom! After a series of explosions, the wind and dust scattered. Everyone focused their eyes and looked over. There was nothing at the spot where Murong Xian had been standing. What? Just as Yi Luotian's heart was slightly alarmed, two figures appeared in front of him, one after the other. One of them was Murong Xian. The other person was the one who had instantly caused Yi Luotian's expression to darken. Xiao Yang, mobile version update website, M. Chapter 950. On the ground, Pang Liu's complexion was deathly pale. Her heart was filled with fear as she raised her head to look at the black-robed figure that was faintly floating in the air. Cold sweat unceasingly flowed down from her forehead, and soon, her clothes were drenched. Who are you? The person who will kill you. Without any superfluous words, Xiao Yang extended his hand and flipped it towards Pang Liu. Almost at the same time, a powerful force came crashing down on Pang Liu's head. Before she could let out a shriek, Pang Liu's body and soul were instantly crushed, turning into a bloody mist that slowly dissipated. The instant this scene appeared, the young girl beside Xiao Yang covered her pretty little face in fright. Her delicate face was filled with shock. As for Zhu Qiong and the others behind her, they were so shocked that their mouths were wide open. Their dumbfounded expressions appeared rather comical. Only after that did Xiao Yang nonchalantly turn around. Seeing those shocked gazes, he was already used to it. He helplessly shrugged his shoulders, turned his head to the young girl beside him, and said with a smile, "Is this all right?" Only after hearing Xiao Yang's words did the young girl timidly remove her pair of lily-white hands that were covering her face. She timidly looked at the former, then hurriedly turned her gaze away. At the same time, her little head nodded like a little chick pecking at rice. It could be considered a response. Seeing this, Xiao Yang casually smiled. Then, he turned his gaze, and looked at those 9-star half-martial emperors. His expression abruptly turned cold, and with an indifferent tone, he said, "Scram. Go back and tell your master that not a single person here is allowed to touch them. Otherwise, you will end up like him." Xiao Yang's cold cry caused the few 9-star half-emperors to be so frightened that they fell to the ground on their butts. Only after Xiao Yang's words sounded did these fellows hurriedly flee in panic, using their fastest speed to leave this place. Junior Zhu Qiong thanks Senior for saving my life. At the moment when Xiao Yang turned around, Zhu Qiong and the villagers behind him all knelt down, and respectfully bowed to Xiao Yang. "This, my daughter, Cai, would also like to thank Senior for saving her brother. Just as Xiao Yang was about to open his mouth, the young girl beside him also quickly knelt on the ground, her pretty face filled with gratitude. Xiao Yang waved his sleeves and an invisible strength spread out, lifting up the kneeling crowd in front of him. Everyone felt even more shocked in their hearts when they saw this scene. At the same time that they stood up, the respect in their eyes when they looked at Xiao Yang became even denser. Thank you, Senior. There's no need to say such things. I was asked to do so by someone. That's why I took action. After casually glancing at Zhu Qiong, Xiao Yang turned and looked at the young girl. His pitch-black eyes stared at the colorful eyes of the young girl, and he couldn't help but click his tongue in amazement. If esteemed Tian Ju's request was one of the reasons why he stayed, then the young girl in front of him was another reason why he was still standing there at this moment. Seeing that Xiao Yang's gaze had actually landed on Cai, Zhu Qiong's face couldn't help but change slightly. He took 2 steps forward, cupped his hands at Xiao Yang, and pulled the young girl behind him. Regardless of whether you were asked to do so by someone or not, since you have saved our village, I would like to be bold and invite you to the village. I hope you can agree. Haha, little guy, it seems that this kid thinks you're a pervert. Suddenly, Xiao Xian's teasing laughter sounded from Xiao Yang's body. It was really difficult for anyone not to notice such an obvious scene. As Xiao Xian was currently in a soul state, his body was rather weak. As a result, he entered Xiao Yang's body and used Xiao Yang's heavenly flame to nourish himself while sorting out the power of inheritance contained in esteemed Tian Ju's soul origin. Hearing that, Xiao Yang could only helplessly smile bitterly. His expression didn't change as he nodded at Zhu Qiong. Afterwards, he followed Zhu Qiong into the village. Along the way, Zhu Qiong led the way for Xiao Yang, while the others obediently followed behind. From time to time, their voices would be filled with joy and worry. Now that Pang Liu was dead, they were temporarily safe. However, Pang Liu's death did not bring them long-term peace. On the contrary, Zhu village would soon face an even greater threat. Sigh, Pang Liu is dead, but what about the taxes from above? In the past, we might be able to take out 100 spiritual stones. However, in recent years, the taxes from above have been very high, and the output of the spiritual vein has been decreasing. Gathering 100 spiritual stones every month is already a huge pressure on us. I didn't expect them to be so excessive this time. It has been less than half a month since the last tax payment, and they actually came to rush us again. They are really forcing us into a dead end. Yes, the spiritual veins have been very strange recently. Although spiritual stones can be seen everywhere, it is difficult to mine a single piece even after using all our manpower and resources. This is the first time this has happened in so many years. Moreover, this time, even Cai was unable to do anything. This is really making people nervous. Xiao Yang, who was walking slowly, suddenly heard the words coming from behind him. He couldn't help but stop slightly. He frowned slightly and turned around to look at the 2 old men who were talking. The bodies of the 2 old men paused when they saw Xiao Yang's gaze being shot over. The expressions on their old faces were initially startled. Soon after, they hurriedly bowed to Xiao Yang, afraid that they would slight the other party. You just said that the spiritual vein is a mountain range that produces spiritual stones? Xiao Yang raised his hand and helped the 2 old men, who were bowing to him, up as he curiously inquired. The 2 old men's expressions paused. They looked at each other and nodded, saying, Senior is right. Senior is right. The spirit vein that we are talking about is the mountain range that produces spirit stones. You just said that spiritual stones can be seen everywhere in the spiritual vein, but can't be mined, right? Xiao Yang nodded and said again. Yes. Could it be that Senior knows the reason? Hearing Xiao Yang's question, the 2 old men's eyes revealed a hint of joy. They hurriedly asked. Perhaps. If it's really as I think, then perhaps I have a way to solve this problem. Of course, first, I have to see the spiritual vein. Xiao Yang smiled slightly. The joy in his heart could not be suppressed. If it was really as he thought, then he had to go to the spiritual vein. I'm sorry, Senior. The spiritual vein concerns the lives of our entire village. If something happens, everyone in our village will be implicated, so, brother, now is not the time to talk about these rules. If we can't take out 100 spiritual stones, the Northern Wasteland Palace will definitely send people here. At that time, we will end up in the same situation. Instead of that, why don't we give it a try? Let Senior take a look. Perhaps he can help us get through this crisis safely. Just as Zhu Qiong was about to speak, Cai, who was beside him, interrupted. She looked at Xiao Yang expectantly. Yes. Senior's cultivation is powerful. He will definitely be able to help us get through this crisis. Yes, he is willing to take the initiative to help us. This is already a great gift. We can't just reject him like this. Since we won't have a good ending if we can't hand over the spiritual stones, why don't we give it a try? When the time comes, as long as we hand over the spiritual stones, Pang Liu's death can be considered as an explanation. Yes. Hearing Cai's words, before Zhu Qiong could do anything, the villagers behind him spoke one after another. The crowd leaned towards Xiao Yang, and Zhu Qiong was isolated. With an awkward expression on his face, Zhu Qiong's gaze swiftly swept across the group of villagers before landing on Cai. Seeing the hopeful smile on Cai's face, Zhu Qiong finally looked at Xiao Yang. He respectfully cupped his hands together and said with an awkward smile, in that case, I'll have to trouble Senior. Chapter 951. The powerful spiritual technique storm wildly raged. An incomparable pressure instantly descended on everyone's heads. In an instant, everyone present, with the exception of Luo Ao and Xiao Yang, had landed on the ground. Their faces were flushed red as a great storm once again rose within their hearts. What's going on? Rank 5 spiritual force. Who's there? Come out. Luo Ao's sharp eyes instantly turned towards the depths of the old tomb when he sensed the enormous spiritual strength. There was an extremely powerful spiritual strength there, boiling like a flame. Its powerful aura caused most of the people present to involuntarily feel fear. At this moment, Xiao Yang's face was filled with excitement as he looked at the deep regions of the ancient tomb where the spiritual strength was being emitted. At this moment, he could sense a dense life force being emitted from within. It was just like a newborn baby or a wild lion that had just awoken from its deep slumber. And this life force belonged to Xiao Xian, ancestor Elder Xian Xiao. Xiao Yang's voice trembled as he muttered. He completely ignored the spiritual storm that was about to strike over. His body flashed and the sky extinction step was unleashed to its limit in an instant. He faced the frightening spiritual pressure head-on and charged in. Xiao Yang, don't. Come back quickly. A powerful pressure uncontrollably spread. When Luo Jin and Luo Ao saw that Xiao Yang had actually retreated instead of advancing, astonishment appeared on their faces. However, Luo Ao did not dare to let Xiao Yang take the risk alone since they did not know the other party's identity. With a wave of his sleeve, the powerful spiritual force belonging to a rank 6 array master immediately surged out, transforming into an invisible hand that attempted to bring Xiao Yang back. The invisible hand rapidly approached Xiao Yang. In the blink of an eye, it had already arrived behind Xiao Yang and was about to grab him. However, at this moment, soul condensing finger. A clear shout rang out from the depths of the ancient tomb as powerful spiritual force immediately condensed. In the blink of an eye, it had condensed into a seemingly solid finger. As the finger descended, it actually forcefully blocked Luo Ao's spiritual force. Boom! With a dull thud, the finger that had materialized suddenly shattered. At the same time, Luo Ao's invisible palm was forcefully pushed back. Damn it, what a powerful soul skill. But even so, you can forget about harming him. With his attack defeated, Luo Ao's expression immediately changed. Just as he was about to attack again, Xiao Yang's shout suddenly rang out. Senior, please don't do anything. He won't hurt me. When he attacked just now, he mistakenly thought that Senior wanted to hurt me. Senior, please withdraw your soul power. Luo Ao could not help but frown slightly when he heard this. It was not difficult for him to detect a sliver of excitement in Xiao Yang's voice. It was as if he was pleasantly surprised by the appearance of this mysterious figure. Could it be that before, Luo Ao was after all an old monster who had lived for many years? After a lightning-like thought in his heart, he immediately associated it with the cluster of cream-white energy light from earlier. Luo Ao only relaxed slightly when he thought of this. When he turned his gaze around, the group of elite Do Di behind him, including the masked person from the ghost hall, took the opportunity to wildly flee out of the ancient tomb. Only Murong Xian and the other two were still standing in the same spot. They watched Xiao Yang charge into the ruins that were filled with dust. Their faces were filled with shock and deep gratitude. If Xiao Yang had not intervened today, the few of them, master and servants, would have definitely died in this place. Although Murong Quan was already dead, he, Murong Xian, had already remembered this grudge in his heart. All he needed to do was wait for the future to teach them a lesson. At the same time, Xiao Yang had already passed through the permeating dust fog and once again arrived in front of the stone statue. This stone statue strangely did not collapse after a couple of energy attacks. Instead, everything around it had been destroyed until it was beyond recognition. However, Xiao Yang did not have the mood to observe this at this moment. At this very moment, his pair of dark black eyes were filled with excitement and tears as they stared at the somewhat illusionary human figure standing in the empty space in front of him. The human figure was wearing a pale green long robe. His figure was tall and straight, and his face was handsome. A pair of dark black ink-like eyes were like bottomless black holes. It was as though they had absorbed everything within them. The depth contained an endless wisdom, causing one to involuntarily feel admiration when seeing it. Descendant Xiao Yang respectfully welcomes ancestor Xiao Xian. Xiao Yang could no longer hold back his tears as he arrived before Xiao Xian. His body trembled as he prostrated himself on the ground and bowed to the human figure before him. Xiao Xian's face finally revealed a gratified smile as he looked at Xiao Yang in front of him. His body descended, and he extended his hand to help Xiao Yang up from the ground. At the same time, he opened his mouth and laughed. He smiled and said, "Looks like you've done it." He was referring to Xiao Yang's breakthrough to the half-emperor level. Xiao Yang stood up and wiped away the tears of excitement on his face. Only then did he reveal an embarrassed smile. "I was only lucky enough to break through thanks to ancestors' grace." "Haha, you don't need to be so humble. What I did for you was only one-sided. You still relied on yourself to break through in the end." The two of them smiled at each other. Then, Xiao Xian turned his gaze and looked at the stone statue behind him. He could not help but reveal some gratitude on his handsome face. "Thank you for your inheritance, senior." Xiao Xian cupped his hands and bowed to the stone statue. Xiao Yang hurriedly followed behind him. Xiao Xian had already awakened when Tianju infused his soul source energy into him. However, he was too weak at that time and could not make a sound. However, he was very grateful for Tianju's actions. Crack, crack, crack. However, just as the two of them stood up, they suddenly discovered that cracks were spreading rapidly on Tianju's stone statue. As the cracks spread, dazzling golden light shot out from within. In just a few breaths' time, the cracks had spread rapidly. In the blink of an eye, they had already covered the entire hall. At the same time, the same scene was happening in the city outside the hall. "This is..." Luo Ao's expression changed. He pulled Luo Jin up and quickly looked into the depths of the ancient tomb. Xiao Yang had not come out yet. Damn it, the tomb is about to collapse. Tianju's formation must have been triggered. We must leave this place as soon as possible. But Xiao Yang is still inside. We must bring him out. Luo Jin frowned. He could not let go of Xiao Yang. "You stay here and wait for me to return." Luo Ao was well aware of the current situation. Once the formation formed by a rank 6 formation master was activated, even he had to be careful. Moreover, Xiao Yang was still inside. He had no choice but to personally take action. However, boom. Just as Luo Ao was about to move, the surrounding space suddenly collapsed. Endless spatial turbulence swiftly moved like numerous poisonous snakes. Even someone as strong as a 9-star Do Di would have difficulty escaping under this turbulence. Luo Ao was not afraid. He waved his sleeve and a huge Do Chi wave immediately swept out, easily breaking the turbulence that was coming at him. However, just as the turbulence was about to be completely destroyed, A huge beast claw suddenly extended from the empty space and tore Luo Ao's attack apart. Mobile version update website, M. Chapter 952. The illusory spirit pupil was one of the few special pupils that Xiao Yang knew of in the mainland. Before this, the one that Xiao Yang had seen was Qing Lin back then. The pair of eyes with the green flower pupils was still deeply etched in his memory. The triple jade-green snake flower pupils could forcefully control any snake-type magical beast of the same level or below. The amount of control was determined by the user's cultivation base and combat power. After control, the user could gradually devour and absorb the latter's cultivation base for their own use. It could be said to be the nemesis of all snake-type magical beasts. Back then, Qing Lin stirred up the entire Nine-Abyss deep-ground python because of this. This time, the illusory spirit pupil that Caia possessed was another special pupil with a different effect. Just like what was happening to Caia now, the illusory spirit pupil could devour any energy in the world that was not controlled by humans and absorb it without any difficulty. It even skipped the process of refining it directly. Cultivation could be said to be abnormally simple. As long as one had the illusory spirit pupil, even if one did not deliberately cultivate it, one's cultivation speed would be several times faster than ordinary people. It could be said to be a natural cultivation accelerator. Unfortunately, looking at Caia now, it seemed that she did not know how to use the illusory spirit pupil. According to what the two old men said earlier, when they were mining spiritual stones in the past, as long as Caia was present, the mining speed would be twice the result with half the effort. This was because of the illusory spirit pupil's ability to absorb energy. Of course, the reason why it was so difficult to mine now should be because of what Xiao Yang thought in his heart. Although the illusory spirit pupil was a great tool that could help in cultivation, at the same time, it also had a fatal flaw. At the same time, it was also an incomparable advantage. It could directly devour and absorb the energy of heaven and earth. This made the owner of the illusory spirit pupil an unparalleled cultivation genius in the world. At the same time, it also made it a walking spiritual stone in the eyes of many cultivators. The illusory spirit pupil could allow the owner to directly absorb the energy of heaven and earth without any difficulty. At the same time, the illusory spirit pupil could also use an extreme method to perfectly graft the owner's cultivation base onto another person. There were two methods of grafting. First, it would be delivered at a slow speed. Of course, although the process was slow, the power obtained would be much more than the usual cultivation. After the delivery process was completely over, the illusory spirit pupil would be completely useless, and it would no longer have any abilities. At the same time, the owner would also be permanently blinded, and their cultivation would also vanish at the same time. As for the other method, it was to change pupils. At the same time as changing pupils, in the shortest amount of time, one's own cultivation would be grafted onto another person's body, creating an expert in the shortest amount of time. As for the person who originally possessed the illusory spirit eyes, they would be crippled and their cultivation would be destroyed. In the worst-case scenario, they would not be able to keep their life and would be in a miserable state. However, it was a pity that Caia was unable to use her special pupils. If this continued, a cultivation genius like her would likely be destroyed in this tiny village. Very quickly, under Zhu Qiong's lead, the group of 5 passed through the cave and arrived at the deepest part of the cave. Along the way, Xiao Yang and the rest saw quite a number of villagers. They were waving special tools and pouring do qi into them as they repeatedly knocked on the walls of the cave on both sides. Occasionally, they could see spiritual stones that were exposed from within. Unfortunately, no one was able to successfully remove those spiritual stones from the walls. As they approached the deeper parts of the cave, there was a stuffy hot aura in the air. With the exception of Xiao Yang, everyone present already appeared to be dripping with perspiration. Perspiration soaked their clothes. The surrounding villagers that they met were all topless as they worked hard to extract the spiritual stones. The deeper they went, the stronger the cultivation of the villagers. Perhaps they were worried that those fellows outside would not be able to withstand the high temperature and stuffy heat. Turning his eyes, Xiao Yang randomly glanced at Caia behind him. However, he suddenly realized that at this moment, The young lady was wearing a red dress that was drenched in perspiration, tightly wrapping around her exquisite and lovely body. Her alluring figure was also fully displayed at this moment. This caused Xiao Yang to feel somewhat embarrassed as he hurriedly turned his gaze away. He subconsciously rubbed his nose and swiftly followed. The closer they got to the deepest part of the cave, the higher the temperature in the air. At the same time, Xiao Yang could also feel that in the deepest part of the cave, there was an extremely vigorous aura. This kind of energy was both pure and enormous. It was simply not something that any spiritual stones could compare to. And this also confirmed Xiao Yang's thoughts. Soon, the group arrived at the deepest part of the cave. At this time, the two old men had already stopped in the distance. The high temperature here was already unbearable for them. Zhu Qiong's face was also red as he bitterly endured. Sweat constantly poured out from his body. Even though he had already taken off his clothes and used his dou qi, he was still unable to completely withstand the high temperature here. As for Cai, although the young lady relied on her superhuman willpower to endure, she was already tottering as if she could faint at any time. Wang, with a wave of his big sleeve, an invisible force immediately spread out and easily separated the terrifyingly high temperature surrounding the three of them. Soon after, Xiao Yang raised his gaze and looked at the end of the tunnel in front of him. Although this was the deepest part of the cave, the spiritual stones that could be seen everywhere emitted a gentle light, illuminating the entire cave as if it was daytime. At this moment, in front of Xiao Yang and the other two, there was a vast expanse of soft white light. Narrowing his eyes, Xiao Yang's gaze passed through this layer of white light and looked at the protruding milky white spiritual stones behind it. With Xiao Yang's eyesight, he could naturally see that these spiritual stones were all middle-rank spiritual stones without a doubt. In fact, Xiao Yang could even feel that in the depths of these spiritual stones, there was an even more enormous energy. This kind of energy belonged to a high-rank spiritual stone. High-rank spiritual stone. As expected, this spiritual vein really does have high-rank spiritual stones. A glint flickered in Xiao Yang's eyes. His heart contained a joy that could not be suppressed. High-rank spiritual stone. If he was able to obtain one, it would undoubtedly be of great help to his cultivation. Moreover, the strength of his 9 incarnations was currently stagnant. If he was able to obtain the help of a high-rank spiritual stone, Xiao Yang was confident that he would be able to raise his strength to the advanced level of a 5-star Dou Di. In this way, it would be quite a great help to Xiao Yang. Sir, may I know if you have any ideas about this? The surrounding temperature suddenly fell. The pressure on Zhu Qiong and Cai's bodies was also greatly reduced. 2 pairs of eyes landed on Xiao Yang's body. Their eyes revealed an expression of anticipation. Hearing this, Xiao Yang smiled slightly and said, "As expected, this is what I expected. Sure enough, this place is just as I expected. No wonder you guys can't mine the spirit stones here. In the depths of this spirit vein, there are high-grade spirit stones." Chapter 953. Under the effect of the large formation, the entire ancient tomb began to collapse. All the structures within shook intensely. The empty space cracked and the chaotic flow of space was like numerous large pythons wildly flowing within the ancient tomb. The powerful strength would cause even a 9-star Dou Di to feel fear. However, under Luo Ao's shockingly powerful strength, the chaotic flow of space was completely swept away. Kai. A shocking Dou Qi wave swept through the empty space like a tsunami. The silver chaotic flow of space appeared to have been swept away by the tsunami and was instantly turned into fragments. The path in front of Luo Ao was also swiftly cleared. However, it was also at this moment, roar. Following a low roar, an enormous beast claw suddenly shot out from a certain spatial vortex. In just one exchange, it instantly tore apart Luo Ao's Dou Qi wave. What? The appearance of this scene caused the expression on Luo Ao's old face to suddenly change. This was the first time in so many years that something like this had happened. Clang clang clang, soon after the enormous beast claw was exposed in the empty space, numerous thunderbolts quickly charged out from the spatial vortex. After which, the enormous body of the mysterious magical beast slowly appeared in front of Luo Ao. The body of the enormous beast was especially large. Its body was pitch black in color. The deep color could be described as hollow, as though it could swallow everything. The enormous beast had 4 limbs. Its front limbs were long and its back limbs were short. It was like a huge chimpanzee. However, it was far more frightening than the latter. Its enormous head looked like that of a lion. Its innately ferocious appearance caused one to feel fear at first glance. The thunderbolts that surrounded its body were especially shocking. A ferocious aura continued to spread from its body. The empty space under its feet was as weak as a thin piece of paper. This is, even with Luo Ao's mental state, his heart could not help but feel an intense surge the moment he saw this enormous beast. Void lightning beast. Roar. An earth-shaking beast roar was emitted from the enormous beast's mouth. The invisible empty space collapsed layer by layer. Numerous spatial vortexes continued to agglomerate within the ancient tomb. The frightening chaotic flow of space was like a school of fish in the sea, swallowing everything within the ancient tomb. In the blink of an eye, the entire ancient tomb had collapsed. At the same time as the ancient tomb collapsed, the ground beneath the feet of Xiao Yang and Luo Ao in the large hall completely cracked open. A dazzling golden formation was activated, Shilin region, Shilin mountain range. Under the magma, a pair of scarlet beast eyes slowly opened at this moment. At the same time, a beautiful girl in an ice blue dress stood on a snowy peak in the heart of the Shilin mountain range. She involuntarily looked towards the western horizon. Yang City. Jin Yarrow was sitting cross-legged and training in a separate room. Recently, she had heard quite a lot of news related to Xiao Yang. She could not help but feel an unknown joy in her heart when she thought that Xiao Yang was now able to stand on equal footing with the 4 large sects. This seemed to be even more exciting than the increase of her own cultivation. Suddenly, Jin Yarrow felt a piercing pain in her heart. Even though it was only for a short moment, it caused her to suddenly open her eyes. The moment she opened her eyes, Xiao Yang's figure involuntarily appeared in her mind. Jin Yarrow furrowed her brows and looked towards the west through the window. She could not help but feel a trace of worry in her heart. At the same time, in the plaza of Emerald Green City, a golden formation was activated from time to time. Light flickered and figures came and went. This was the transportation formation from the western region to the southern region. Buzz buzz buzz. Following a golden flash in the plaza, a dozen people appeared in the originally empty plaza as if they were performing a magic trick. Among the dozen people, a rather sloppy old man in white robes was currently holding a wine jar in one hand. He scanned his surroundings. When he looked at the formation beneath his feet, a trace of disdain flashed across the depths of his eyes. Xiao Yang, brat, you really made this old man look for you. He could not help but mutter in his heart. A tired expression involuntarily flashed across the old man's eyes. The continent was very big. Looking for a person in this place was no different from looking for a needle in a haystack. Even the information that he had obtained at this moment was only obtained by chance not long ago. Of course, even if this was the case, he could not be completely sure that this was the person he was looking for just based on this name alone. However, regardless of whether this was true or not, this was the only clue he had now. It was worth a try. This old man was Xiao Mingyuan, who had traveled all the way from the central region to the border of the continent in order to search for his clan members. Carrying the wine jar in his hand, the old man lifted his feet and walked towards the city. Just as he stepped out of the plaza, a young lady brushed past him. Oh! The old man's footsteps suddenly paused. He could not help but feel a little surprised in his heart. His gaze turned and swept across the young lady. Why would a member of the Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe exist in this barren land of the continent? The old man was surprised in his heart. Immediately, he shook his head and tossed aside these unnecessary distracting thoughts. He continued to walk towards the city. The young lady stepped onto the plaza and stood in the middle of the formation. She raised her head and looked towards the sky. A black-robed figure involuntarily appeared in her mind. She had already heard from the latter that he had come from the southern region. This time around, she wanted to use the opportunity of training to go and take a look at the place that he had come from. This young lady was Murong Chantian, who had left the clan by herself. The few years of training and growth caused the young lady to appear much more mature than before. However, there was still some childishness on her pretty face that had yet to disappear. A short moment later, the large formation was once again activated. Under the continuous pouring of energy from the spirit stones, the formation was activated. Murong Qianqian and the dozen-plus people who were with her disappeared from the plaza in the blink of an eye. On the other side, Xiao Mingyuan was walking in boredom on the streets of the city. He planned to temporarily rest here for a day and inquire about information regarding Xiao Yang at the same time. He would set off tomorrow to search for traces of the latter. Just as his footsteps were leisurely moving forward, an old man wearing a brocade robe in a pavilion suddenly looked at him. The moment he saw the latter, the old man's eyes narrowed. A hint of fear flashed across the depths of his eyes. He quickly and carefully withdrew the aura in his body. In the blink of an eye, the old man looked like an ordinary person without any do qi. However, in Green Jade City, no one would treat him as an ordinary person. The deacon of the Union Pavilion, the strongest person in Green Jade City, a 2-star do di, Zhong Yi. Seeing Xiao Mingyuan's figure gradually disappear into the distance, an extremely obscure light flashed across the depths of Zhong Yi's eyes. After a long time, when Xiao Mingyuan's figure had completely disappeared, Zhong Yi clenched his fist and loosened it. A bird was formed. Mobile version update website, M. Chapter 954. Pang Liu, what do you want now? In a small village, at this moment, a large group of villagers dressed in ordinary clothes were surrounding a few figures. The leader of the villagers was a strong young man who was glaring angrily at a nefarious young man with a ruffian aura in front of him. He shouted angrily, "Mich, Zhu Qiong, I haven't seen you for a few days and your voice has become much louder. You actually dare to shout at me like this." Hearing the burly young man's roar, the nefarious youth stretched out his little finger and lightly picked his ear with a sneer on his face. "Mph, we have already paid last month's tax. What are you doing here?" Zhu Qiong's gaze swept across the few people behind Pang Liu with fear as he said in a deep voice with displeasure. "Hihi, yes, you are right. You have indeed paid last month's tax. Of course, I will not forget this," Pang Liu cackled, and it actually looked a little strange. "But, you haven't paid this month's taxes yet." However, in the next instant, Pang Liu's tone suddenly changed. His eyes were filled with ridicule as he stared at Zhu Qiong. The words he spat out caused the expressions of the group of villagers in front of him to change. "Pang Liu, what do you mean by this? Every month's tax has always been paid at the end of the month. It has only been half a month and you are already here to collect taxes. What do you want us to give you?" "Hehe, this has nothing to do with me. I am only responsible for collecting taxes. Remember, 100 low-level spirit stones, not one less. Otherwise, I will send all of you to the Bear Steel mercenary group. Mph, I think you should all know the consequences of entering that group." Hearing Zhu Qiong's angry roar, Pang Liu sneered with a look of indifference. He did not care about the life and death of the people in front of him. To him, the most important thing was the spirit stones. As long as the spirit stones were in his hands, it did not matter even if the people in front of him died. "Pang Liu, you're making things difficult for us. In the past, we would need at least a month to produce 100 spiritual stones from G Mountain. Now, it's only been half a month. How can we produce that amount? Are you trying to push us to our deaths?" Zhu Qiong roared. He naturally knew the result of being sent to the Bear Steel mercenary group. None of the villagers were destined to survive. He knew that Pang Liu must have other plans. The latter understood them too well. That fellow definitely had his own motives for forcing them like this. "Kakakik, Zhu Qiong, you're wrong. Even if you're really dead, the one who forced you to your deaths isn't me. It's the Northern Desolate Hall. The taxes have been collected early. This is an order from the higher-ups. I'm just following orders. You just have to pay the taxes. As for whether you can pay them or not, it has nothing to do with me." Pang Liu coldly spat out these words. He turned around and was about to leave with his men. However, he seemed to have thought of something the moment he turned around. He turned his head slightly and stared at Zhu Qiong. However, It's not that I can't help you. However, that will depend on whether you are willing to grasp this opportunity. Hey, what do you want? Zhu Qiong's expression sunk. He seemed to have thought of something in his heart. At the same time his expression changed, the dou qi in his body began to circulate involuntarily. Keek, if you're willing to give your sister, Kai. Before Pang Liu could finish speaking, Zhu Qiong's figure suddenly rushed forward explosively. The tyrannical aura of an 8-star half-martial emperor immediately swept forth. The powerful oppressive power immediately rushed toward Pang Liu. His sister was his only taboo. Anyone who dared to touch this line, regardless of who they were, would die. However, Pang Liu was completely fearless in the face of Zhu Qiong's overbearing aura. The corner of his mouth was lifted into a cold smile. He calmly raised his hand and suddenly slammed it down. Swoosh. Almost at the same time, a middle-aged man beside him swiftly attacked. In the blink of an eye, he violently collided with Zhu Qiong. Bang! The middle-aged man's body was as stable as Mount Tai after the collision. He did not move. When he looked at Zhu Qiong, he was forced back by the middle-aged man's attack. He fell into the crowd and was suppressed. Mph, you are merely an 8-heart half-emperor, yet you wish to kill me. In the past, I kept you alive because I saw that you were able to lead this group of people to bring me benefits. However, from the looks of it, you wish to rebel against me today. Pang Liu coldly laughed. He walked forward. His gaze was dense and cold as he looked at Zhu Qiong, who was standing up in a miserable manner. A killing intent flashed across his eyes. Since you will sooner or later become a scourge if I keep you alive, I shall take this opportunity to send you on your way today. Pang Liu waved his large sleeve the instant his words sounded. Immediately, an extremely powerful aura swiftly spread out from within his body. Under the pressure of this aura, even the few 9-star half-emperors behind him revealed frightened expressions on their faces. Dou Di. A 1-star Dou Di. Even though this strength was considered nothing at the level of an elite Dou Di, a 1-star Dou Di was sufficient to suppress everyone present in this place. Dou Di. At this moment, even Zhu Qiong's heart was incomparably shocked. He had never expected that the person in front of him, who appeared like a ruffian, had actually reached the Dou Di class. Hehe, you are very surprised, aren't you? I have never revealed my true strength to anyone during all these years. However, since you wish to kill me today, I shall make an exception and personally finish you off. Pang Liu coldly laughed. He raised his hand and a turbulent dou qi immediately agglomerated in the empty space in front of him, transforming into a large hand. Soon after, it violently fell towards Zhu Qiong. And in the next moment, buzz! The large energy hand that was falling suddenly paused in midair. Soon after, 2 human figures slowly appeared in the empty space. The 2 of them were a man and a woman. At this moment, the man extended a finger and gently touched the large energy hand in front of him. Break! An indifferent word was spat out from his mouth. At the same time, the large energy hand in front of the man shattered with a sound. Very quickly, it disappeared from this world. At this moment, everyone present was stunned on the spot. Numerous gazes involuntarily landed on the body of the black-robed young man. Only a long while later did these people appear to have recovered one by one. The expressions on their faces were gradually replaced by shock. This was especially the case for Pang Liu. The shock in her heart was even more difficult to describe. At this moment, the black-robed young man who was standing in the empty space and breaking Pang Liu's large energy hand with a finger was the person who should have been in the Heaven-End Ancient Tomb and should have been submerged by the collapse of the Ancient Tomb, Xiao Yang. Mobile version update website, M. Chapter 955. A moment ago. In an ancestral hall filled with the vicissitudes of life, the strangely shaped floor suddenly flashed, and a dazzling golden light was emitted from it. It was like a sun, and it immediately alarmed the people outside the ancestral hall. There was a small courtyard outside of the ancestral hall. There were a few rooms built around it, surrounding the ancestral hall. There was a corridor at the front of the ancestral hall. On the other side of the corridor was a small bamboo forest, blocking the main entrance to the ancestral hall. Hence, unless one was in front of the ancestral hall, one would not be able to clearly see the situation inside the ancestral hall. At this moment, between the pillars of the corridor, a young girl was shyly looking at the bright light emitted from the ancestral hall. Her pair of strange eyes flashed with a curious splendor. After a short while, the golden light in the ancestral hall gradually disappeared. Under the young girl's shocked gaze, two figures appeared in the ancestral hall at the same time. At this moment, the young girl was shocked. Although she wanted to escape, for some reason, her delicate body seemed to be fixed on the spot, unable to move. She could only look at the two people in the ancestral hall with her heart trembling. She was both frightened and curious. Where is this place? Xiao Yang's eyes were surprised and uncertain as he observed the environment he was currently in. Both of his eyes contained some caution as he exchanged glances with Xiao Xian in front of him. After which, their eyes rotated. Soon after, they landed in the middle of the ancestral hall. There was a stone statue enshrined here, and the two of them were very clear about the appearance of the stone statue. After all, they had met it not long ago. The stone statue's appearance was that of esteemed Tian Ju. From the looks of it, the two of them seemed to have fallen into the array that esteemed Tian Ju had set up long ago. He must have planned to send them here. The ancestral hall enshrines esteemed Tian Ju. This should be his family or the place where he was born. Xiao Yang and Xiao Xian's eyes continued to observe their surroundings. Both of them clearly understood that now was not the time to catch up. They must first clearly see the situation in front of them and wait until everything had calmed down before doing anything else. But why did he send us here? It has been 1,000 years. Even if there is someone or something that he can't let go of, time has passed, and I'm afraid we can't help him achieve it. Moreover, he hasn't told us about it. Xiao Yang looked at the stone statue and shrugged helplessly. He turned around and was about to step out of the ancestral hall. Wait. He must have sent us here for a reason. Also, didn't you notice that there is a trace of his aura here? Xiao Xian smiled. His dark eyes slowly turned, and soon, they locked onto the top of the stone statue. There was a plaque hanging. There were 4 big words written on the plaque in bold strokes. Leave it to fate. Freedom. What a great freedom. Does he mean that it belongs to the fated one? Xiao Xian chuckled faintly. With a thought, his majestic soul power immediately spread out and turned into an invisible palm that approached the plaque. Xiao Yang was suspicious. He glanced at the plaque and used his soul power to probe it, but he didn't find anything. However, Xiao Yang naturally didn't doubt Xiao Xian at all. Hence, he stood where he was and waited quietly. After a short while, Xiao Xian withdrew his soul power. At the same time, a storage ring appeared in his hand. The expression in Xiao Yang's eyes suddenly solidified the moment he saw this storage ring. His mouth involuntarily let out a surprised cry. Since the storage ring was placed in such a place by Tian Ju, it must be Tian Ju's own storage ring. Compared to the things in the ancient tomb, perhaps the things in this storage ring were Tian Ju's real collection. It was easy to imagine just how precious the storage ring of a returnance expert was. Oh right, the returnance technique. Xiao Yang hurriedly said after returning to his senses. Xiao Xian was slightly startled when he heard this. After which, he quickly recovered. Due to him having practiced the first scroll, he could be said to be extremely clear about the secret of the origin returning skill. Compared to others, Xiao Xian's heart should be even more anxious about the importance of this qi method. However, from the looks of the current situation, it seemed that Xiao Yang was even more concerned about it than him. Xiao Xian smiled and shook his head. A thought passed through his mind and an enormous spiritual strength once again surged out. It was swiftly poured into the storage ring in his hand. Xiao Yang by the side carried a fiery heat as he anxiously waited. A few minutes later, Xiao Xian's soul power withdrew from the storage ring along with a scroll. Needless to say, it was the returnance technique. The returnance technique, it really is the returnance technique. Tian Ju purposely left the returnance technique here to prevent those who wantonly destroyed his tomb from obtaining it. That's why it's said to follow fate and rely on human nature. We were lucky. If we hadn't stayed in the palace earlier, we wouldn't have been teleported here, and we wouldn't have been able to avoid that disaster. Soon after, Xiao Xian slowly opened the scroll in his hand with some anticipation. Buzz buzz buzz. Soon after, however, a golden light flashed from within the scroll when it was opened. Xiao Yang and Xiao Xian involuntarily took 2 steps back. After which, an illusionary human figure slowly appeared within the golden light. It was Tianju. However, it was only an image, and they couldn't talk freely like before. Fated person, since you were able to open this scroll for me, it means that this is fate between us. This scroll originally shouldn't belong to me, but everything is fate. To be able to pass through the formation and come here, it means that your temperament is not bad. Therefore, I hope that you can help me with one last thing. If the village where the ancestral hall is still around, I hope that you can do one thing for the village before you leave. The returnance technique and all the items in my storage ring will be your reward. In addition, you only need to do one thing. After that, no matter what happens to the village in the future, it will no longer have anything to do with you. If the village is already destroyed by the time you see this, then everything will be fine. The image ended at this point. Xiao Yang and Xiao Xian were startled as they looked at each other. After which, the scroll returned to Xiao Xian's hand. Soon after, the 2 of them turned around in unison. 2 pairs of dark black eyes looked at the corridor outside of the ancestral hall. There, a young lady in a red dress was looking at the image that had disappeared from the ancestral hall in a daze. She didn't notice Xiao Yang and Xiao Xian's gazes. Chapter 956. On the ground, Pang Liu's complexion was deathly pale. Her heart was filled with fear as she raised her head to look at the black-robed figure that was faintly floating in the air. Cold sweat unceasingly flowed down from her forehead, and soon, her clothes were drenched. "You, who are you? The person who will kill you." Without any superfluous words, Xiao Yang extended his hand and flipped it in the air towards Pang Liu. Almost at the same time, a powerful force came crashing down on Pang Liu's head. Before she could even scream in fear, Pang Liu's body and soul were instantly crushed. They turned into a bloody mist that slowly dissipated. The instant this scene appeared, the young girl beside Xiao Yang covered her delicate and pretty little face in fear. Her delicate and pretty face was filled with shock. As for Zhu Qiong and the others behind her, they were so shocked that their mouths were wide open. Their dumbfounded expressions appeared rather comical. Only after that did Xiao Yang nonchalantly turn around. Seeing those shocked gazes, he was already used to it. Helplessly, he shrugged his shoulders, turned his head to the young girl beside him, and said with a smile, "Is this all right?" Hearing Xiao Yang's words, the young girl timidly removed her pair of lily-white hands that were covering her face. She timidly looked at the former, then hurriedly turned her gaze away. At the same time, her little head nodded like a little chick pecking at rice. It was considered a response. Seeing this, Xiao Yang casually smiled. Then, he turned his gaze, and looked at those 9-star half-martial emperors. His expression suddenly turned cold, and with an indifferent tone, he said, "Scram. Go back and tell your master that not a single person here is allowed to touch them. Otherwise, you will end up like him." Xiao Yang's cold cry caused the few 9-star half-emperors to be so frightened that they fell to the ground on their butts. Only after Xiao Yang's words sounded did these fellows hurriedly flee in panic, using their fastest speed to leave this place. Junior Zhu Qiong thanks Senior for saving my life. At the moment when Xiao Yang turned around, Zhu Qiong and the villagers behind him all knelt down and respectfully bowed to Xiao Yang. This, my daughter, Cai, would also like to thank Senior for saving her brother. Just as Xiao Yang was about to open his mouth, the young girl beside him also quickly knelt on the ground, her pretty face filled with gratitude. Xiao Yang waved his sleeves and an invisible strength spread out, lifting up the kneeling crowd in front of him. Everyone felt even more shocked in their hearts when they saw this scene. At the same time that they stood up, the respect in their eyes when they looked at Xiao Yang became even denser. "Thank you, Senior. There's no need to say such things. I was asked to do so by someone. That's why I took action." After casually glancing at Zhu Qiong, Xiao Yang turned and looked at the young girl. His pitch-black eyes stared at the young girl's multicolored eyes, and he couldn't help but click his tongue in amazement. If esteemed Tianju's request was one of the reasons why he stayed, Then the young girl in front of him was another reason why he was still standing there at this moment. Seeing that Xiao Yang's gaze had actually landed on Cai, Zhu Qiong's face couldn't help but change slightly. He took 2 steps forward and cupped his hands at Xiao Yang while pulling the young girl behind him. Regardless of whether you were asked to do so by someone or not, since you have saved our village, I would like to be bold and invite you to the village. I hope you can agree. Haha, little guy, it seems that this kid thinks you're a pervert. Suddenly, Xiao Xian's mocking laughter rang out from Xiao Yang's body. It was really difficult for anyone not to notice such an obvious scene. As Xiao Xian was currently in a soul state, his body was rather weak. As a result, he entered Xiao Yang's body and used Xiao Yang's heavenly flame to nourish himself while sorting out the power of inheritance contained within esteemed Tianju's soul origin. Hearing that, Xiao Yang could only helplessly smile bitterly. His expression didn't change as he nodded at Zhu Qiong. Afterwards, he followed the latter into the village. Along the way, Zhu Qiong led the way for Xiao Yang, while the others obediently followed behind. From time to time, they would speak with both joy and worry. Now that Pang Liu was dead, they were temporarily safe. However, Pang Liu's death didn't bring them long-term peace. Instead, Zhu village would soon face an even greater threat. Sigh, Pang Liu is dead, but what about the taxes from above? In the past, we might have been able to take out 100 spiritual stones. However, the taxes from above have been increasing in recent years, and the output of the spiritual vein has been decreasing. Gathering 100 spiritual stones every month is already a huge pressure on us. I didn't expect them to be so excessive this time. It's been less than half a month since the last tax payment, and they actually came to rush us again. They are really forcing us into a dead end. Yes, the spiritual veins have been very strange recently. Although spiritual stones can be seen everywhere, it is difficult to mine a single piece even after using all our manpower and resources. This is the first time this has happened in so many years. Moreover, this time, even Cai was unable to do anything. This is really making people nervous. Xiao Yang, who was walking slowly, suddenly heard the words coming from behind. He couldn't help but pause slightly. He frowned slightly and turned around to look at the 2 old men who were talking. The bodies of the 2 old men paused when they saw Xiao Yang's gaze being shot over. The expressions on their old faces were initially startled. Soon after, they hurriedly bowed to Xiao Yang, afraid that they would slight the other party. You just said that the spiritual vein is a mountain range that specializes in producing spiritual stones? Xiao Yang raised his hand and helped the 2 old men, who were bowing to him, up as he curiously inquired. The 2 old men's expressions paused. They looked at each other, then nodded and said, Senior is right. Senior is right. The spirit vein that we are talking about is the mountain range that produces spirit stones. You just said that spiritual stones can be seen everywhere in the spiritual vein, but can't be mined, right? Xiao Yang nodded and said again. Yes. Could it be that Senior knows the reason? Hearing Xiao Yang's question, the 2 old men's eyes revealed a hint of joy as they hurriedly asked. Perhaps. If it's really as I think, then perhaps I have a way to solve this problem. Of course, first, I have to see the spiritual vein. Xiao Yang smiled slightly. The joy in his heart could not be suppressed. If it was really as he thought, then he had to go to the spiritual vein. I'm sorry, Senior. The spiritual vein is related to the lives of our entire village. If something happens, everyone in our Zhu village will be implicated, so, brother, now is not the time to talk about these rules. If we can't take out 100 spiritual stones, the Northern Wasteland Palace will definitely send people here. At that time, we will end up in the same situation. Rather than that, why don't we give it a try? Let Senior take a look. Perhaps he can help us get through this crisis safely. Just as Zhu Qiong was about to speak, Cai, who was beside him, interrupted him. Her beautiful face was filled with anticipation as she looked at Xiao Yang. Yes, yes. Senior's cultivation is powerful. He will definitely be able to help us get through this crisis. Yes, he is willing to take the initiative to help us. This is already a great gift. We can't just reject him like this. Since we won't have a good ending if we can't hand over the spiritual stones, why don't we give it a try? When the time comes, as long as we hand over the spiritual stones, Pang Liu's death can be considered as an explanation. Yes, yes. Hearing Cai's words, before Zhu Qiong could do anything, the villagers behind him spoke one after another. The crowd leaned towards Xiao Yang, and Zhu Qiong was isolated. With an awkward expression on his face, Zhu Qiong's gaze quickly swept across the crowd of villagers before landing on Cai. Seeing the latter's hopeful smile, Zhu Qiong then looked at Xiao Yang, respectfully clasped his hands, and smiled awkwardly. In that case, I'll have to trouble Senior. Com. Wonderful Bookhouse. Com. Chapter 957. Xiao Yang and Xiao Xian stood side by side in the ancestral hall. The two of them looked at the young lady in a red dress in front of the corridor with a slightly different gaze. They were even more shocked when they noticed her beautiful, multicolored eyes. This is illusory heavenly eyes. The two of them looked at each other. Their breathing paused for a few seconds before they could not help but exclaim in surprise. The moment the two of them spoke, the red-dressed young lady was also startled by the two of them. The seven-colored glow in her pretty eyes flickered slightly before it quickly dimmed. Her expression was panicked as she took 2 steps back. The young lady lifted her gaze and quickly noticed Xiao Yang and Shui Ying. Ah! The young lady's mouth involuntarily emitted an exclamation. She turned around with the intention of fleeing. However, she seemed to have forgotten that the corridor she was in was horizontal. The moment she turned around, her somewhat cute appearance collided with a pillar behind her. Immediately, an exclamation sounded once again. Xiao Yang and Shui Ying were also provoked into laughter by this scene. Then, their figures flickered slightly. In the blink of an eye, they had already appeared before the young lady. "Girl, are you all right?" "Ah. I'm fine," the young lady in a red dress said timidly. The girl in the red dress said timidly. She raised her head and looked at the two people's kind smiles. The fear in her heart couldn't help but dissipate. Who are you? Why have you come here?" the young lady asked timidly. Xiao Yang and Xiao Xian felt rather awkward. To be honest, they did not know why they had come here. They did not even know where they were right now. "Haha, we're just two passers-by. Perhaps it's because of the plaque in your ancestral hall. Let fate take its course, and that's why we've come here." Xiao Xian smiled as he looked at the young lady with kind eyes that were filled with wisdom and kindness. "Let fate take its course. Then you're fated people." The young lady gradually let down her guard. The smile on her pretty face could not help but make people feel tender affection for her. "Yes, fated people. Can you tell us?" Boom. Just as Xiao Xian was about to finish his sentence, a violent bang in the distance interrupted his words. The sound was accompanied by a painful roar. The expression on the pretty face of the girl in the red dress suddenly changed. A deep worry appeared on her pretty face. Her mouth also hurriedly shouted in alarm, "Brother Yi." She hurriedly shouted, "It's Big Brother." With a cry of surprise, the young lady's eyes turned. She looked anxiously at Xiao Yang and Xiao Xian with a pleading expression. Although she did not know who the two people in front of her were, just by looking at their appearance, the young lady was certain that they were definitely strong. At least, they were definitely stronger than her brother. Although Xiao Yang did not know exactly what had happened, Xiao Yang would naturally not ignore this matter since Tianju had made a request first and they had already obtained the Gui Yuan skill and Tianju's storage ring. "Haha, don't worry. Since we're fated, we'll help you solve your brother's problem." With a smile, Xiao Yang stretched out his hand and grabbed the young lady's wrist. Xiao Xian and Xiao Yang looked at each other. Xiao Xian's figure twisted slightly, turned into a stream of light, and flashed into Xiao Yang's body. Then, Xiao Yang took the young lady and disappeared from the corridor in the blink of an eye. In front of a huge barren mountain, there were rocks everywhere. The mountain path was rugged and steep, making it difficult for ordinary people to climb. However, in front of a half-emperor expert, this was nothing. At this moment, somewhere in this barren mountain, a group of 5 people was standing in front of a huge rock. The space below was not large, and behind them was a high cliff. If they were not careful, they would be in grave danger. Among the 5 people, in addition to Xiao Yang, there was Zhu Qiong, Cai, and the 2 old men who were talking to each other earlier. A thought passed through Xiao Yang's mind as he stood in front of this enormous rock. He spread out the spiritual strength within his body and carefully probed this mountain range. A short moment later, Xiao Yang helplessly withdrew the spiritual strength that he had spread out. Even after inspecting inch by inch, Xiao Yang was still unable to find any clues. Outside of this spiritual vein, he was unable to detect any energy ripples. Looking at it from the outside, this barren mountain was no different from the other mountains. If a person were to fly over it, he or she would not be able to find any clues about this place. If Zhu Qiong was not leading the way, even Xiao Yang would not believe that this place was actually a spiritual vein. It is indeed a creation of the heavens and earth. It is impossible to see anything from the outside just by relying on human strength. No wonder spirit stones are so difficult to find on the continent. This thing is not something that can be found by just relying on soul power. It also requires some luck. With a sigh in his heart, Xiao Yang watched as Zhu Qiong walked to the front of the huge rock and placed his hand on it. As Do Qi was poured in, a rumbling sound quickly sounded from the inside of the huge rock. Soon after, the huge rock slowly descended with a heavy sound. Only when half of it was buried in the ground did it slowly come to a stop. At this moment, in front of Xiao Yang's group, a tunnel that could only fit 1 person appeared. "Sir, this is the entrance to the spiritual vein." Zhu Qiong made an inviting gesture and led the way in front. Xiao Yang followed closely behind, followed by Cai and the 2 old men. After entering the tunnel, it only took a short while for the tunnel in front of them to gradually expand. Soon after, it expanded to the point where it could fit 10 people side by side. The expression on Xiao Yang's face immediately changed slightly after he entered this place. He could clearly sense the dense energy that permeated this tunnel. Training in this place would definitely yield twice the results with half the effort compared to the outside world. However, the difference was that the energy in this place might be more abundant, but at the same time, it was also more heterogeneous. Refining it required more time and effort. However, this was not a problem for Xiao Yang. Unfortunately, Xiao Yang did not have the intention to stay here. Otherwise, his cultivation would definitely be able to increase by a large amount in a short period of time. While he was surprised by the environment here, Xiao Yang could not help but look at Cai, who was wearing a red dress behind him. Xiao Yang had been observing Cai after entering this place. Her pair of colorful eyes had originally appeared ordinary after entering this place. However, her eyes would involuntarily emit a colorful glow in this place. By relying on his powerful spiritual strength, Xiao Yang could clearly sense that the mixed energy within this cave was actually moving towards Cai. Or perhaps it could be said that her body was automatically absorbing the energy within this cave. The mottled energy constantly poured into the delicate body of the girl. The latter was like a black hole that specialized in absorbing energy, absorbing all the energy in the cave. As for the people around her, although they were more or less aware of it, they seemed to have long been accustomed to it. Therefore, their faces did not reveal any strange expressions. However, at this moment, Xiao Yang could clearly sense the abnormally large amount of energy hidden in the depths of Cai's body. Xiao Yang's heart froze, and he subconsciously swallowed a mouthful of saliva. He was especially shocked in his heart. Is this the illusory spirit pupil? It's really terrifying. Chapter 958. The illusory spirit pupil was one of the few special pupils that Xiao Yang knew of in the mainland. Before this, the one that Xiao Yang had seen was Qing Lin back then. The pair of eyes with the green flower pupils was still deeply etched in his memory. The triple jade-green snake flower pupils could forcefully control any snake-type magical beast of the same level or below. The amount of control was determined by the user's cultivation base. After control, the user could gradually devour and absorb the latter's cultivation base for their own use. It could be said to be the nemesis of all snake-type magical beasts. Back then, Qing Lin stirred up the entire 9-abyss deep-ground python because of this. This time, the illusory spirit pupil that Cai possessed was another special pupil with a different effect. Just like what happened to Cai at this moment, The illusory spirit pupil could devour any energy in the world that was not controlled by humans and absorb it without any difficulty. It even skipped the process of refining it, making it exceptionally easy to cultivate. As long as one possessed the illusory spirit pupil, one's cultivation speed would be several times faster than ordinary people even if one did not deliberately cultivate it. It could be said to be a natural cultivation accelerator. Unfortunately, looking at Caia now, it seemed that she did not know how to use the illusory spirit pupil. According to what the two old men said earlier, when they were mining spiritual stones in the past, as long as Caia was present, the mining speed would be twice the result with half the effort. This was because of the illusory spirit pupil's ability to absorb energy. Of course, the reason why it was so difficult to mine now should be because of what Xiao Yang thought in his heart. Although the illusory spirit pupil was a great tool that could help with cultivation, at the same time, it also had a fatal flaw. At the same time, it was also an incomparable advantage. It could directly devour and absorb the energy of the world. This made the owner of the illusory spirit pupil an unparalleled cultivation genius in the world. At the same time, it also made it a walking spiritual stone in the eyes of many cultivators. The illusory spirit pupil could allow the owner to directly absorb the energy of the world without any difficulty. At the same time, the illusory spirit pupil could also use an extreme method to perfectly graft the owner's cultivation base onto another person. There were two methods of grafting. First, it would be delivered at a slow speed. Of course, although the process was slow, the power obtained would be much more than the usual cultivation. After the delivery process was completed, the effect of the illusory spirit pupil would be completely nullified, and it would no longer have any abilities. At the same time, the owner would also be permanently blinded, and their cultivation would also vanish at the same time. As for the other method, it was to change pupils. At the same time as changing pupils, in the shortest amount of time, one's own cultivation would be grafted onto another person's body, creating an expert in the shortest amount of time. As for the person who originally possessed the illusory spirit eyes, they would be crippled and their cultivation would be destroyed. In the worst-case scenario, they would not be able to keep their life and would be in a miserable state. However, it was a pity that Caia was unable to use her special pupils. If this continued, a cultivation genius like her would likely be destroyed in this tiny village. Very quickly, under Zhu Qiong's lead, the group of 5 passed through the cave and arrived at the deepest part of the cave. Along the way, Xiao Yang and the others saw quite a number of villagers. They were waving special tools and pouring douqi into them as they repeatedly knocked on the walls of the cave on both sides. Occasionally, they could see spiritual stones that were exposed from within. Unfortunately, no one was able to successfully remove those spiritual stones from the walls. As they approached the deeper parts of the cave, there was a stuffy hot aura in the air. With the exception of Xiao Yang, everyone present already appeared to be dripping with perspiration. Perspiration soaked their clothes. The surrounding villagers that they met were all topless as they worked hard to extract the spiritual stones. The deeper they went, the stronger the cultivation of the villagers. Perhaps they were worried that those fellows outside would not be able to withstand the high temperature and stuffy heat. Turning his eyes, Xiao Yang randomly glanced at Caia behind him. However, he suddenly realized that at this moment, the young lady was wearing a red dress that was drenched in perspiration, tightly wrapping around her exquisite and lovely body. Her alluring figure was also vividly displayed at this moment. This caused Xiao Yang to feel a little embarrassed as he hurriedly turned his gaze away. He subconsciously rubbed his nose and swiftly followed. The closer they got to the deepest part of the cave, the higher the temperature in the air. At the same time, Xiao Yang could also feel that in the deepest part of the cave, there was an extremely vigorous aura. This kind of energy was both pure and enormous. It was simply not something that any spiritual stones could compare to. This also confirmed Xiao Yang's thoughts. Soon, the group arrived at the deepest part of the cave. At this time, the 2 old men had already stopped in the distance. The high temperature here was already unbearable for them. Zhu Qiong's face was also red as he bitterly endured. Sweat constantly poured out from his body. Although he had already taken off his clothes and used his douqi, he was still unable to completely withstand the high temperature here. As for Cai, although the young lady was holding on with her superhuman willpower, she was already tottering as if she could faint at any time. Buzz, with a wave of his big sleeve, an invisible force immediately spread out and easily separated the terrifyingly high temperature surrounding the three of them. Soon after, Xiao Yang raised his gaze and looked at the end of the tunnel in front of him. Although this was the deepest part of the cave, the spiritual stones that could be seen everywhere emitted a gentle light, illuminating the entire cave as if it was daytime. At this moment, in front of Xiao Yang and the other two, there was a vast expanse of soft white light. Narrowing his eyes, Xiao Yang's gaze passed through this layer of white light and looked at the other side. There was a protruding milky white crystal. With Xiao Yang's eyesight, he could naturally see that these spiritual stones were all middle-rank spiritual stones without a doubt. In fact, Xiao Yang could even feel that in the depths of these spiritual stones, there was an even more enormous energy. This kind of energy belonged to a high-rank spiritual stone. High-rank spiritual stone. As expected, this spiritual vein really does have high-rank spiritual stones. A glint flickered in Xiao Yang's eyes. There was a joy that could not be suppressed in his heart. High-rank spiritual stone. If he was able to obtain one, it would undoubtedly be of great help to his cultivation. Moreover, the strength of his 9 incarnations was currently at a standstill. If he was able to obtain the help of a high-rank spiritual stone, Xiao Yang was confident that he would be able to raise his strength to the advanced level of a 5-star Do-Di. In this way, it would be quite a great help to Xiao Yang. Sir, may I know if you have any ideas about this? The surrounding temperature suddenly dropped. The pressure on Zhu Qiong and Cai's bodies was also greatly reduced. The two pairs of eyes landed on Xiao Yang's body. Their eyes revealed an expression of anticipation. Hearing this, Xiao Yang smiled slightly and said, "As expected, this is what I expected. Sure enough, this place is just as I expected. No wonder you guys can't mine the spirit stones here. In the depths of this spirit vein, there are high-grade spirit stones." Mobile version update website, M. Chapter 959. High-grade spirit stones. Upon hearing Xiao Yang's words, Zhu Qiong and Cai could not help but reveal a shocked expression. The shock in their hearts could not be any greater. As everyone knew, there were 4 types of spirit stones: low-grade, middle-grade, high-grade and supreme-grade spirit stones. Among these 4 types of spirit stones, high-grade spirit stones and supreme-grade spirit stones were extremely rare. This was especially true for supreme-grade spirit stones. In the past 1,000 years, there had never been any rumors about it on the continent. From this, one could imagine how precious supreme-grade spirit stones were. Of course, although high-grade spirit stones were not as valuable as supreme-grade spirit stones, they were still extremely rare in the entire Yuanwu continent. Even some super sects might not be able to take out a few of them. Generally speaking, even in spirit veins, there might not be any high-grade spirit stones. In most spirit veins, even after excavating the entire mountain, one would still not be able to obtain a single high-grade spirit stone. In fact, there might not even be a mid-grade spirit stone. Therefore, once a high-grade spirit stone appeared, various factions would definitely fight over it. The spirit veins where the high-grade spirit stones were located would inevitably become the target of all parties. Therefore, after hearing Xiao Yang's words, Zhu Qiong's heart could be said to be filled with both joy and worry. He was happy that high-grade spirit stones had appeared. This would definitely attract the attention of experts for their Zhu clan village. At that time, the Northern Desolation Hall, the faction that they belonged to, would definitely send experts over. The Zhu clan village might even be able to use this opportunity to gain the recognition of the sect. As long as someone from their village could successfully join the Northern Desolation Hall, this would undoubtedly bring peace to the village. This was a great thing for the entire village. However, what he was worried about was his sister Cai. Although he did not know why she had a pair of multicolored eyes, he could feel that his sister's eyes were definitely not the eyes of an ordinary person. If she attracted the attention of a powerhouse, he would be fine, but he was worried that his sister would be harmed. "Brother, I didn't expect there to be high-grade spirit stones here. As long as we excavate these spirit stones and hand them over to the Northern Desolation Hall, you can." "No. We can't hand over the high-grade spirit stones here. Before Cai could finish speaking, Zhu Qiong spoke in a stern voice, interrupting her with a single sentence. The might and ruthlessness contained in his words frightened the young girl, causing her to involuntarily take 2 steps back. She timidly looked at her brother, who had never lost his temper with her before, with a pair of bright multicolored eyes already filled with mist. Haha, Cai, don't blame your brother. He's doing this for you, he's just. At this point, Xiao Yang looked at Zhu Qiong. Hearing Xiao Yang's words, Zhu Qiong's expression suddenly changed. It was as if he was afraid that Xiao Yang would reveal the truth. Once the girl knew about her special constitution, she would be even more afraid of the outside world. Haha, your brother just doesn't want to leave you. After all, as long as you join the sect, you won't be able to enter and leave at will in the future. It's very restrictive. Your brother doesn't want to hand over the high-grade spirit stones because he's afraid that he'll be forcefully taken back by the sect's experts, so don't blame him. After Xiao Yang finished speaking, Xiaoya widened her pair of watery eyes and stared at Zhu Qiong with her beautiful eyes. Then, she directly threw herself into the latter's arms with a touched look on her face. While calling out for her brother, she couldn't help but burst into tears. Looking at the brother and sister in front of him, Xiao Yang's lips curled into a warm smile, while Zhu Qiong also nodded at Xiao Yang with gratitude. He lowered his head and looked at the girl in his arms with a complicated expression. After wiping away the tears at the corner of the girl's eyes, the 2 of them let go of each other's arms. Then, Zhu Qiong turned his gaze to Xiao Yang and said respectfully, "Senior, I'll have to trouble you with the spirit stones here." "No problem. It just so happens that I haven't experienced high-grade spirit stones yet. Today, I'll take it as an opportunity to get to know them." Xiao Yang smiled faintly. He immediately flipped his hand and a puff sound could be heard. A fierce, dense white flame suddenly rose from his palm. A frighteningly high temperature immediately spread. The originally stuffy temperature within the cave had once again become dry and hot in an instant. The moisture that was contained in the air was incinerated into nothingness in an instant. This is a heavenly flame. Looking at the white flame rising from Xiao Yang's hand, Zhu Qiong's face once again revealed a shocked expression. No wonder the person in front of him was so powerful even though he was clearly much younger than him. It turned out that he had the help of a heavenly flame. To be able to possess a heavenly flame at such a young age, he's definitely not an ordinary person. Carrying the shock in his heart, Zhu Qiong pulled Xiaoya aside and the 2 of them quickly retreated. In this kind of situation, their existence would not be of any help. In fact, if they continued to stay, they might even bring trouble to Xiao Yang. Therefore, leaving this place was their best choice. After walking far away, the brother and sister watched from afar as Xiao Yang raised his palm. The raging flame on his palm turned into a ball of fire, and then Xiao Yang suddenly waved his palm forward. The flame in his palm immediately shot forward, and immediately after, it fiercely bombarded the spirit stones that were connected to each other in the deepest part of the cave. Bam! A dull explosion sounded out, and the cave where the 3 of them were couldn't help but shake violently. The 2 old men and the villagers behind them in the distance were also shocked by the huge commotion, but soon after, a series of explosive booms sounded out one after another. Bang bang bang, in the depths of the cave, Xiao Yang controlled the heavenly flame and fiercely burned the spirit stones in front of him. This did not have any effect on the spirit stones, but it was able to separate the spirit stones that were originally connected together. Each spirit stone would become a hexagonal crystal of the right size. The creation of the world allowed each of these spirit stones to contain the same energy. This was truly a work of the gods. With Xiao Yang's cultivation and the heavenly flame, it was extremely easy for him to mine these spirit stones. However, he also discovered that the deeper the heavenly flame went into the mountain cave, the closer it got to the high-grade spirit stones. The degree of connection between these ordinary middle-grade spirit stones also became increasingly close. The energy between them appeared to be connected together and merged together. This was also because of the high-grade spirit stones. The high-grade spirit stones were able to absorb the energy within the surrounding spirit stones for their own use. Only through years of infusion and the polishing of time could they finally become supreme-grade spirit stones. It could be said that the formation of high-grade spirit stones was essentially the same principle as the cultivation of living beings. They both stood out from millions of others, but unfortunately, in the end, they benefited the living beings of the world. Therefore, in this world, there was no such thing as the strongest. There was always someone better than you, and no one knew if the land you stood on was just a speck of dust in the eyes of someone else. Even so, the living beings of this world had to constantly compete. After all, the only way to see this world clearly was to reach the peak of peerless power, and here, the Origin Emperor was the peak. Crack! As a middle-grade spirit stone fell, a dazzling white light bloomed in front of Xiao Yang like a flower. The high-grade spirit stone had appeared. Mobile version website, M. Chapter 960. The white light shone like a pure white flower. It was so bright that one could not bear to look at it directly. The entire cave was illuminated by the white light. A long while later, the white light gradually dimmed and the sight in front of Xiao Yang's eyes slowly became clear. A spiritual stone, or rather, a lump of spiritual stones, appeared before Xiao Yang's eyes. Half of it was embedded in the mountain, while the other half was exposed to Xiao Yang. The reason why it was called a lump of spiritual stones was because it was not just a single high-grade spiritual stone. At this moment, what appeared before Xiao Yang was a total of 5 high-grade spiritual stones connected together. 5 high-grade spiritual stones. Even some of the high-grade sects did not have them. In other words, the 5 high-grade spiritual stones in front of Xiao Yang represented the foundation of a sect. Looking at the lump of high-grade spiritual stones, Xiao Yang's heart was stirred up and he could not calm down for a long time. This was a powerful foundation that could move a sect. It would be a lie to say that he was not tempted. However, the most important thing now was to break down these 5 spiritual stones. Phew! Exhaling deeply, Xiao Yang once again stretched out his palm. A white flame rose from his palm and gradually attached itself to the lump of spiritual stones according to his thoughts. The scorching heat radiated outwards and seeped into the gaps between each spiritual stone. Bit by bit, the spiritual stones were peeled apart. After all, they were 5 different individuals. Even if they were forcefully joined together by a powerful force, there was still a certain flaw. Xiao Yang only needed to take advantage of this opportunity to seep into the gaps between the 5 spiritual stones and use the mysterious fire to peel them off. Finally, the 5 high-grade spiritual stones would appear before Xiao Yang's eyes. The degree of connection between the 5 high-grade spirit stones far exceeded that of the middle-tier spirit stones from before. This also caused the speed at which Xiao Yang separated the 5 high-grade spirit stones to be much slower. After using a full hour, the 5 high-grade spirit stones were finally completely separated. Boom! Just as the 5 high-grade spirit stones fell to the ground, the spirit stones embedded in the walls of the cave seemed to have lost their support and fell to the ground with a loud bang. It even saved the effort of mining. In total, there were close to 1,000 spiritual stones here. This was enough for the Zhu clan to live comfortably for a year. Of course, this was under the premise that the Northern Wilderness Palace did not impose any additional taxes. Xiao Yang's eyes burned with passion as he stared at the 5 high-grade spirit stones in front of him. However, he eventually calmed down and suppressed the desire in his heart. Although the spirit stones were precious, he was not a person who would be driven by greed. He would not touch the spirit stones before getting permission. At this moment, Zhu Qiong and Cai walked over from behind. Looking at the 5 spirit stones floating in front of Xiao Yang, although Cai didn't know, Zhu Qiong recognized them at a glance. High-grade spirit stones. And there are 5 of them. Although Zhu Qiong had lived in this small village for a long time, his knowledge was not limited. He clearly knew what 5 high-grade spirit stones meant. The Zhu clan's spirit vein produces high-grade spirit stones. Once the Northern Wilderness Palace finds out, they will definitely send experts over. When that time comes, the Zhu clan will be directly taken over by the Northern Wilderness Palace. Zhu Qiong was shocked and afraid. In the end, he was still afraid that something would happen to the girl beside him. He could care less about his own life, but he had to protect Cai. It was not for anything else, but because Cai was his sister. You said that once they find out about the existence of high-grade spirit stones, it will bring you trouble. As long as they don't know about it, you will be fine. Xiao Yang smiled slightly. There was a hint of calmness in his smile. Suddenly, Zhu Qiong raised his eyes and stared at Xiao Yang. His eyes were filled with determination. As long as you can help us get through this trouble, I, Zhu Qiong, will give these 5 high-grade spirit stones to you. Aren't you afraid that the villagers will find trouble with you? Xiao Yang's eyes flashed with surprise. This was indeed his plan, but the latter was too decisive. As long as I can keep Xie by my side, I'm not worried about how the people in the village will treat me. Moreover, as long as Sir doesn't tell them about this matter, I don't think they will think that there is actually a high-grade spirit stone here. Zhu Qiong smiled in relief. He wasn't worried about the people in the village. After all, they were familiar with each other. They wouldn't be able to do anything to him and his sister. However, if it were the people from the northern desolate palace, they wouldn't care about the so-called half-step sovereigns. Instead of facing them, it would be better to face the people in the village. In that case, I have to thank you in advance. However, I really don't have the fortune to enjoy 5 high-grade spirit stones. How about this? I will leave one for you. If nothing happens, you can use it for your own cultivation. If something happens in the future, you can use it to avoid the Northern Wilderness Palace. I just hope that they won't bully you too much. With a smile, Xiao Yang kept the 4 high-grade spirit stones in his storage ring. Without hesitation, he took out one of them and gave it to Zhu Qiong. This, sir, high-grade spirit stones. Just take it as my thanks to you. I am already satisfied to receive 4 high-grade spirit stones out of thin air. Moreover, I see that your talent is not bad. It's just that you don't have good cultivation resources. This is a good opportunity. You can keep this spirit stone. Xiao Yang smiled. Perhaps it was because of his relationship with Cai, but he did not feel any antipathy toward Zhu Qiong. Even though the latter had revealed a cautious expression toward him earlier, it was still understandable. He could completely understand the protective feeling an older brother had toward his younger sister that was born in their blood. In addition, I see that Xiao's talent is not bad, but she doesn't cultivate. It should be because she doesn't have a suitable cultivation method, right? With a change of tone, Xiao Yang looked at Cai, who was hugging one of Zhu Qiong's arms. A touch of pity appeared on his face. To be honest, Cai, who had the illusory spirit pupil, was really a natural cultivation genius. It was a pity that Xiao Yang could not take care of himself at the moment. Otherwise, he would definitely take her as his disciple. However, even if he could not take her away, if he left some things for her, it would not be impossible for him to take her in as his disciple in the future. As for now, he would just take her as his disciple. Senior, do you mean, you are willing to give Cai a suitable cultivation method? Zhu Qiong's face was filled with joy. He knew that Cai's physique was different from ordinary people. Therefore, in the past, he had not dared to find an ordinary cultivation method for her to cultivate. After all, the cultivation of a cultivation method was related to her life. Once she chose the wrong cultivation method, it was very likely that it would leave behind irreversible consequences in the future. Therefore, he had always been looking for a really good cultivation method for Cai, but he had not found one yet. Haha, no, I don't intend to give Cai a suitable cultivation method. Xiao Yang chuckled and shook his head. Immediately, under Zhu Qiong's puzzled gaze, he smiled at Cai and asked, Cai, are you willing to take me as your master? Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios.